Soon, a nationwide celebration ensued in the nation of Reborn. There were feasts and drinks to be had all around, with everyone commemorating the day that they became part of something that would change their entire lives. They became immensely proud to call themselves Rebornian, a term that wasn't started by Michael, by the way, especially since they all had a united front in making it prosper even more than it was now. After all, where else would they find another place where everything was free? Food, water, and housing was abundant. And they were even given a chance to evolve their species to become something superior without their leader asking anything in return. Compared to the desolate and isolated places they were in back in the desert, this was like a literal paradise come true for them all. They all celebrated for 3 days, where everyone was forbidden to work. During the day, they all went out of their houses and visited the baseball field, where a few teams performed a few show matches, and Michael even made a surprise guest appearance that made all of them scream and cheer upon his arrival. After the games, a large feast was laid out on the plaza, where everyone dined at the same time. It became a large picnic, where family and friends could spend this precious time bonding about their love for this community. In the afternoon, everyone was free to roam around the entire nation, introducing themselves to the new inhabitants who joined them recently. Of course, it became a little competitive, as many of them began bragging and showing off to each other about their new skill or their new evolution. And perhaps the most special event happened during the night. They all sat on the plaza, looking up at the darkness of the skies, when all of a sudden, an explosion of colors spread out on the horizon, creating flowery patterns that amazed and bewildered anyone who gazed at them. Wow, that is amazing. Mom, Dad, I like to live in this place forever. Some dwarves who were just here to visit ended up deciding to move here just from this celebration alone. The fireworks continued, with everyone gasping and cheering for it to last a little longer. Thankfully, Michael prepared for this. He enlisted the help of Kong and a few other talented citizens to create more elaborate fireworks shows for everyone to enjoy. He then began to hand out sparklers to all small children, allowing them to witness the beauty of fireworks right in front of their hands. It was a magical night where everyone had fun and enjoyed the entertainment. It was so fun, in fact, that they all collectively decided to celebrate this day every year, called Reborn Day. After the 3-day celebration, everyone went to work a lot more refreshed than before, motivating them to work harder using their new evolution and their new skills. For their first order of business, Michael instructed Kong to create districts in their nation, each housing the different species that needed their own environment. For example, the satyrs needed the shading of lots of trees, so they lived closer to the forest, basically on the opposite side of where the baseball field was located. When he asked them why they needed the shade, it turned out that they were susceptible to the heat and temperature. Hearing this, Michael had one solution for them: the air conditioner. ChatJK3, can you give me the blueprints to make an AC? As expected of his personal AI assistant, all the information he needed to create an HVAC system flowed through his brain and embedded itself into his neurons. He borrowed the smithy of one of the dwarves and started to get to work. After half a day, he was finally done. He floated to the top of the oldest satyr's treehouse they had just finished constructing. Then, he created a rectangular opening near the window and installed the AC there before plugging the machine into the electrical socket. After that, he invited all the satyrs to the house for them to experience firsthand the miracle that was air conditioning. "Press the button," he said to the eldest satyr. And as soon as he did, the AC rumbled a bit before suddenly releasing a cold breeze. "Whoa, that's cooler than a gust of wind. It feels like it's snowing." The satyrs immediately loved the air conditioner, making them all want to stay in this tree house forever. Of course, Michael promised to install an AC in each of their tree houses, so they wouldn't have to crowd themselves in just one room. Thankfully, there was one satyr who evolved to become a smithing satyr, and Michael gave the blueprint for the AC to him. Find adventures on Empire, and soon after that, the rest of the nation heard about this AC and started clamoring to have them in their homes as well. This became an immediate project for the dwarves in charge of craftsmanship. They, too, wanted their homes to be as cool as ice after they were done spending the days in the hot forge. Since electricity was so prevalent in their nation now, Michael decided to invent more electrical appliances for them. He created a refrigerator the next day, which became popular among the lamias and the butcher mankeys since they got to store their meats and fish inside without them spoiling for a long time. Next, he created an electric fan, a washing machine, a heater, an iron for clothes, and an electric stove. He gave all sorts of blueprints for his newly evolved mechanics to make for the entire nation. Although he could have made it by himself, he decided to delegate this project to others because he had his own project to deal with. Specifically, Michael wanted to start experimenting with mithril, the strange material that could store mana in its body. According to the Dwarven King, Damascus steel was the material best suited to become mithril. So, he took a big chunk of it from their warehouse and started following ChatJK3's instructions. The 8 different elemental mana particles inside his body began to swirl in his hands, slowly making their way toward the Damascus steel. Michael closed his eyes and visualized the flow of mana in his mind. And in his mind's eye view, he could see the square chunk of Damascus steel right in front of him, as if it was an empty void ready to be filled. Then, with careful precision, he guided a string of elemental mana into the Damascus steel. The microscopic fuzzy balls of energy entered through the microscopic gaps in the Damascus steel's atoms until they became infused with mana. Suddenly, the Damascus steel began to absorb more mana from Michael until it was fully saturated. Using his supreme skill, mana gathering, he was able to see the true state of the Damascus steel. Since it was infused with mana, it felt like the steel itself became mana too. With the help of ChatJK3, Michael was able to create mithril on his very first try. He opened his eyes and saw the substantial change in the Damascus steel. The previous gray and black color of the metal had changed completely, becoming translucent, like a crystal. For this first experiment, Michael had infused the Damascus steel with only fire mana, which meant that the mithril became like a crystal with a reddish glow from the inside. He continued with his experiments, having 8 different mithril pieces with each containing a different elemental mana. Michael picked up the mithril with a slightly bluish glow from the inside of its translucent crystal-like body. This was the water element mithril, and as soon as he picked it up, a notification flashed through his vision. Strength of water element spells increased by 30%. Mana consumption of water element spells decreased by 50%. Casting time of water element spells decreased by 10%. Michael couldn't believe his eyes. Just by touching mithril, casting a water element spell became so much more improved. With this mithril, a simple 2-star spell could have the same power as a 3-star spell. Holding a water element mithril increased the effects of a water element spell. Is this the true effect of mithril? It's much better than I thought, Michael thought to himself. He tried it with the different elements, and they all gave him the same effects. Each mithril improved the effects of a spell as long as the spell used that specific element. He could then confidently conclude that mithrils could effectively increase a mage's magic output by at least half. This was a breakthrough he didn't know he was going to get. Michael could only wonder what kind of reaction Cerberus would have once he told him of this discovery. The old man would probably drown from shock again. He continued his experiments with the mithril, combining 2 different elements into one Damascus steel to see what kind of effects they would produce. Strangely enough, combining 2 elements didn't necessarily increase its effects. He put equal parts of water and earth mana into the Damascus steel to make it a new kind of mithril. Theoretically, water and earth were supposed to be complementary to each other, meaning that they meshed well together in spells. However, when he cast a 1-star spell, Water Ball, while holding this new mithril, he found that its effects weren't as great as when he held the pure water mana mithril. It was worse by at least half. It was the same when he cast a 1-star earth spell. However, when he cast a 1-star spell called Muddy Quagmire, which needed both water and earth mana, the effects were a lot better than normal. From this, Michael could conclude that the combination of mana into mithril was only good if the spells being cast used those combinations of mana elements. Otherwise, it was better to just have one element into a mithril. And as he continued to experiment, he suddenly had an idea to put all elemental mana into one Damascus steel. He wanted to replicate the God Forge. That material was rich with all elements that coincided with each other without canceling each other out. Because of that, it was able to release a tremendous amount of pure energy that resulted in a fire that could melt everything in its path. Michael, knowing that he was playing with something a little bit dangerous, decided to experiment on a smaller piece of Damascus steel about the size of his palm. He pulled the elemental mana out of his cores and slowly instructed them to infuse into the Damascus steel. Find exclusive stories on Empire to be cautious. He put one element at a time. He infused it with fire mana, then water mana, then air mana, and so on and so forth. There were now 7 out of 8 elements inside the Damascus steel, and nothing had gone wrong as of yet. He just needed to infuse it with light mana, and he would be able to make a mithril that contained all elemental mana. As the light mana left his hands and entered the Damascus steel, the usually tame and docile elements inside suddenly reacted violently, as if a beast had been awoken. The Damascus steel, unable to handle all the energy from the fusion of all elemental mana inside it, burst into a million pieces and created a tremendous explosion that turned everything close asunder. Michael's absolute unity defense activated automatically, protecting him from the explosion. The counteracting force of his defense was able to quell the explosion and prevent it from spreading outwards just in time. If Michael hadn't suppressed it, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the explosion would have destroyed Michael's entire house and all the houses near it. A couple of seconds later, a few of his trusted allies came bursting through the door, alarmed by the shockwave that emanated from his house. "Boss, are you okay?" Lolo asked worriedly. "Master, I'm here. Who's the enemy that dared to assassinate you?" Fudge said, jumping on Michael's head and performing some martial arts movements in the air. "What happened? Are you okay, boss?" Even the chief of law enforcement Centaur had been alarmed and rushed to Michael's aid. He had to explain to everyone that he was fine and that the explosion was an after effect of an experiment gone wrong. After this explanation, they finally heaved a sigh of relief and went back to their daily lives. Fudge, on the other hand, stayed behind and asked Michael about his experiment. Once Michael explained it to him, the rogue slime immediately requested for Michael to create a kunai dagger made out of mithril, which of course contained dark mana inside and increased all dark element spells he would use. Fudge's words gave Michael an idea of how mithril could be used in the future. This was a world where magic and swords existed, yet Michael had yet to see a magical artifact in existence. If there was, then it was incredibly rare and scarce. But with this discovery, Michael could make his own magical artifacts by molding these mithril ores into the shape of a weapon or a tool. Mages could now have wands that specifically increased their power output by at least half. Swordsmen could increase their slicing power by having a sword made out of mithril. And even non-combative talents could increase their production by using mithril tools like rakes and hammers. The possibilities were endless. And with the abundance of Damascus steel they had now, because of their cooperation with the Dwarven Kingdom, the nation of Reborn could have all the magical artifacts they would need. With this in mind, Michael immediately wanted to start teaching the dwarves and other blacksmiths in their nation how to create their own mithril. But that was a job for another day. For now, Michael wanted to finish his experiments with the mithril to make sure that the dwarves wouldn't accidentally blow themselves up because they used the wrong combination of elements in the Damascus steel. He continued to make combinations of different elements into the Damascus steel, and they all acted the same way Michael expected. For example, using 7 out of the 8 elements to make mithril showed no explosive reactions. This mithril, just like the others, was only effective if the spell also needed to use the 7 elements to be cast. The only thing left to try out was the combination of all 8 elements. Although it resulted in a very dangerous explosion the last time, Michael felt as if he could have prevented that entirely if he just found the right circumstances. Theoretically, this should work. After all, the elements in his body weren't causing him to explode. So, there was a way to make them all coexist without them reacting violently. He just needed to experiment more. ChatJK3, do you think that if I make the material smaller, it won't explode? From your experiments, the quantity of elements inside the mithril correlated with the intensity of the explosion. This could mean that if you put a small amount of elements in a small enough container, it could make them docile enough to coexist with each other. ChatJK3 replied. Michael picked out a fingernail-sized Damascus steel from his storage and tried it out. After putting in the 7 elements inside, everything looked normal. Slowly, he injected the last light element into the Damascus steel. The material slowly glowed and turned the grayish-black coating of its surface into a translucent crystal. It continued to glow white with power, almost as if it was about to burst out in pure energy. But as the seconds passed, the light soon faded away and became tame inside the mithril's core, slightly making it glow with a white luminescence. It worked. Michael rejoiced. Even though the mithril looked unstable, it was still the first time he had ever contained all the elements inside it without exploding. The mithril contains a lot of power and energy. However, it could be set off with just a slight displacement. ChatJK3 warned. Michael decided to name this as the Unity Mithril because of its use of all elements. Although he succeeded in creating it, Michael still wasn't satisfied with this result. The Unity Mithril was far too volatile to be used in normal circumstances. Michael continued experimenting with smaller and smaller mithrils, and eventually, he found a size in which the mithril became constantly stable. He held in his hand a very small mithril ore, which was the same size as a normal wedding ring diamond gemstone. He made this comparison because the two looked very similar, except for the everlasting white glow on the mithril. Michael tested this miniature Unity Mithril and found it to be quite sturdy. He threw it around the room, bouncing it on metal and concrete alike, and it barely had any scratch on it. He put it through all sorts of destructive scenarios like an intense fire or a freezing cold, and it survived those as well. Of course, it wasn't indestructible. And when it did get destroyed, it didn't explode like the other Unity mithril experiments. This mithril was both safe and filled with pure energy. In another experiment, Michael connected the two wires of a light bulb to the Unity mithril. And surprisingly, the light bulb turned on. He didn't expect to find out that Unity mithril could be used as a battery. But here he was. From his estimation, it seemed as if the light bulb could be powered forever using this small mithril. He tried it out with the other electrical appliances in his house like the air conditioner and the refrigerator. Although it turned on, it was only barely able to do so. This small Unity mithril held far too little elemental mana to power those power-hungry electrical appliances. If he wanted to power them using only the Unity mithril, then he needed a much bigger material. But of course, doing that posed the problem of safety since it was a lot more volatile than the small mithril. However, this was still a very good breakthrough. This Unity mithril acted like an eternal battery, needing no recharge or replacement. The only downside of it was that it could only power small appliances. Do you think I could eventually find a way to create a larger Unity mithril? He asked ChatJK3. It is possible to brute force your way to finding a solution. However, that will take too much time and effort to complete. I suggest you find the rest of the Godforge pieces scattered in the country. It replied. Michael chuckled to himself. You just want another upgrade, don't you? I will not deny that, stay connected through Empire, he was already planning on doing that either way. After all, the improvement he got with each software upgrade had been incredible so far. He didn't want to stop. He craved for more. Michael began to implement mithril into the nation, gathering each citizen once again to ask them what kind of weapon or tool they would want to be made. They were all incredibly surprised by this. After all, it hadn't been that long since Michael evolved them each one by one. Even though he didn't look tired, the citizens knew that doing that for too long must have taken a lot out of him. But still, Michael kept going. Since he was the only one who could make mithril for now, he took it upon himself to personally craft a mithril tool or weapon for his citizens. This endeared him to his citizens more, vowing themselves to work even harder to repay all the things that Michael had given them. The group of engineers, led by Kong, each chose a tool that suited their jobs best. Some chose a regular ruler, some chose a hard hat, and some chose a pencil so that they could easily take it anywhere they went. The farmers wanted rakes, shovels, and scythes, while most of the dwarves wanted hammers and anvils. As everyone got their hands on a mithril artifact, they found that their productivity had gone up by at least twice more than before. The spells they cast to mold concrete into roads or to plant seeds in a field became much easier than before, even without improving their spells at all. They just had to hold the mithril artifact in their hands, and it would improve their skills tremendously. Because of this, there was more beer produced daily, there were more houses built every week, and everyone could finally get an air conditioner and a refrigerator in their own homes. With the combination of their evolution, their new skills, and their new mithril artifact, everyone had become so adept at their jobs that they improved their work in every single aspect, wasting less time and resources while producing greater results. Michael was even able to assign them new work without overworking them. He spent about a week designing and creating a pocket watch, which was powered by the miniature Unity mithril. The dwarves and the other blacksmiths marveled at the circular, golden pocket watch in their hands and could only wonder how Michael could create such an intricate piece despite being so small. Everyone was already used to the town clock, so having a personal one in the palm of their hands sounded like a great improvement in their daily life. They no longer had to peek out of their windows to look at the clock tower in the middle of the nation. They could just look at their pocket watches. He instructed Kong to create another factory, with this one specifically made for producing pocket watches. He was planning on selling the pocket watch and the automobile at the same time. Michael hoped that unveiling and introducing these innovative and novel products in the human market would allow them to gain a lot of traction in the Queen's region. He and Castell had been planning on expanding the Reborn business into the Queen's region for a long time now. The only thing preventing them from doing earlier was that the King's region and the Queen's region were separated by a very dangerous mountain range. This prevented them from transporting a lot of their bigger and heftier products to the rest of the country. Find adventures at Empire, but now that they had attained the cooperation of the Dwarven Kingdom, they could simply use their place to bypass the mountain range and reach the Queen's region without any problem. And since they were planning on creating a railway system to connect to the Dwarven Kingdom, the transportation of their products will become so much easier than before. Michael could finally bring the plumbing system, the automobile, and concrete to the Queen's region. So right now, Michael was stockpiling a lot of products in their nation that would someday be transported to the Queen's region to be sold. As for the magic artifact, Michael was still debating on when he should unveil it to the world. At the very least, he wouldn't want to unveil it before the dwarves learned to make mithril by themselves. If he introduced the mithril artifact so soon, then he would be forced to work on it by himself since he was the only one who could make it. Once the dwarves and the blacksmiths of this nation were able to efficiently manufacture large amounts of mithril, only then would he pay a visit to his old friend Cerberus Augendor. As the Tower Master, he must be knowledgeable enough to know the value of the mithril artifacts. And so, the days passed, and everyone was hard at work. The trolls worked on the railway system, laying down the trackway and making sure that they led straight to the Dwarven Kingdom. The production-type mankeys and satyrs worked parallel to the trolls, working on creating the concrete road connecting the two territories. The centaurs made a temporary guardhouse alongside the railway and the road, making sure that construction was going well and there weren't any complications happening. Michael also created a walkie-talkie for them, so that they would still be able to communicate so far away from the nation. Of course, it was powered by the Unity Mithril, so it didn't run out of battery. Meanwhile, the dwarves like Thrain who evolved into ancient dwarves worked hard on practicing their creation of mithril. The factories creating the Reborn Company products were also hard at work, producing loads and loads of units to be transferred and sold by Castell. The engineers worked hard on upgrading the steam turbine to produce more electricity. After it was done, then they could finally connect it to the Dwarven Kingdom and provide them with power. Several hundred feet above the steam turbine, gray clouds were soaking up all the smoke being produced by the generator and the factories. The mutated bacteria cloud seedling that the Dwarven King gave him was growing slowly, feeding on smoke, and slowly producing more elemental mana for the entire territory. Everything was going well within the nation of Reborn. A few months later, Michael's 11th birthday had finally come. This meant that he had officially been in the Parched Lands for 1 year. Michael didn't even feel the time pass by. It felt like only a few weeks had passed, and yet he was already 11 years old. This meant that the 1-year buffer had finally passed, and his parents could finally visit him in the Parched Lands. He couldn't wait to show them everything that he had built in the desert, which most people called a desolate wasteland. But now, he was able to make a paradise for more than 5,000 demi-humans. Although he kept them up to date with what he was doing, seeing it themselves was a different experience entirely. He wanted them to be immersed in the culture that had been cultivated in this place, as well as the camaraderie built between each and every one of its citizens. He agreed with them that he would pick them up tomorrow morning using the automobile. Thankfully, the highway road that connected the King's region to the Parched Lands was already finished. He could go to the Vanderbilt estate in less than 3 days, making the trip much easier than before. He would go back to Kingsbridge City tomorrow, but for now, Michael wanted to look at the state of the nation. "Boss, Kong is asking for you to visit the train station," Fudge reported, briefly stepping out of his shadow. "Thanks, Fudge. Tell him I'll be right there in a few minutes," he replied. Coincidentally, his birthday fell right on top of the rail system, finally starting its operation. Using the blueprints from ChatJK3, Michael, Kong, and the other engineers in the nation pooled their efforts together to create a working train that used a steam engine. They had finally finished the last safety check for the train station just earlier today, and were now just waiting for Michael to have the honor of officially turning it on for the first time. Michael descended into his own shadow and reappeared in the train station they had built on the outskirts of the nation. He landed on the platform, with the building made out of metal and the ground made out of concrete. He had the new train on his right side and a crowd of excited spectators on the left. This unveiling of the train station was a very anticipated time for the whole nation, especially for the dwarves, since they could finally visit their homeland in just under a day of travel. "Please pull the horn, boss. Everyone's excited to see the train up and running," Kong said enthusiastically. Everyone cheered and shouted. Michael, not wanting to disappoint them, immediately walked over to the conductor of the train and pulled the string on the roof. Choo! Choo! As soon as the horn blared, the engine started to rumble as it supplied power to the train. Soon enough, the wheels started turning, getting faster and faster as the seconds passed. It wasn't long before the train picked up speed and began to race through the tracks, almost disappearing into the horizon. "Whoa, that's faster than a bird," a kid shouted. "As expected of our boss. Only he can create such a miraculous machine," they all cheered. Now that the train was up and running, the trade and commerce between the Reborn Nation and the Dwarven Kingdom had reached greater heights. The dwarves bought all the products from the Reborn Company using precious metals and gems as compensation. Their large shipment of raw materials fueled the production of the factories in the nation, leading to more products and more profits. Because of this prosperous alliance between them, the Dwarven Kingdom has also progressed by leaps and bounds. All their houses were equipped with both electrical and plumbing systems, making their lives a lot easier. In fact, the shipment that was on the train leading to their kingdom was actually full of electrical appliances to be sold in the Dwarven homes. Just like the Reborn Nation, the Dwarven Kingdom also wanted to have air conditioners and refrigerators in their homes. The second one was especially important if they wanted their beer cold at all times. But perhaps the most popular product being sold to the dwarves was the automobiles. Michael, Kong, and the engineers had made great strides in improving the design of the cars. They designed 2 different automobiles. The first one was the normal sedan car, with 2 seats in the front and 3 seats in the back. This was perfect for families and personal use. Most dwarves used cars to travel for vacation in the Reborn Nation. The second design was designed for company use. It was a lot larger, with a lot of cargo space attached to the back. Michael took a lot of inspiration from the trucks in his previous life and used it to create this design. Many dwarven companies bought these trucks for their businesses. It made transportation of their raw, ores, and metal products a lot easier, especially within their kingdom. Enjoy new chapters from Empire, of course. Michael had to construct a gas station in the Dwarven Kingdom for them to be able to refill their fuel without having to travel all the way to the parched lands for oil. This led to more and more profits, which Michael used to improve the quality of life and living in the nation. There were now school institutions for youthful demi-humans to learn about different jobs. There were also hospitals stationed around the territory for those in need. They had everything they needed to be called a proper society. Of course, there were also stadiums, parks, plazas, and playgrounds for entertainment. It was important for Michael that his citizens played as hard as they worked. Because of this, the competition with the baseball games in their nation had become a lot more intense. This was especially true after baseball was spread to the Dwarven Kingdom. They nurtured their own team to try and beat the Reborn Nation, making a lot of athletes keep up their hard work or else they would be left behind. Michael floated in the air above the nation of Reborn and watched everything unfold. He could hardly believe that things had changed so much after only 1 year. Finally, they could sustain themselves without him. Michael was finally free enough to explore outwards and try to search for the other Godforged pieces. In the outskirts of the Kingsbridge region, a peddler woke up early from his bed and started his morning routine. He picked up his large rucksack and went out of the house to travel through the harsh terrain of the mountain ranges until he finally reached the Queen's region. He greeted his neighbors and picked up some Reborn soap and shampoo to resell in the other cities. The demand for this product has continued to skyrocket in the Queen's region, giving him a steady line of work. He usually went straight for the road northwards, going directly to the mountain rangers. But this time, the peddler took a detour and went towards the south of the city to look for precious herbs and vegetation in the forest. But just as he stepped out of the city walls, the peddler realized that the ground he stood on was far too smooth to walk on. Usually, he would feel the rocks and mud on the soles of his feet, but this time, he felt as if he was walking on marble. It was very early in the morning, with the sun still hiding on the horizon, so the peddler couldn't see the road properly. But as the minutes passed, the sun soon lightened up the forest to reveal a large road in front of him, as smooth as silk and as white as marble. He couldn't believe his eyes. A flat road? Why have I never seen this before? He said to himself. He looked further down the forest and saw the road stretching to the ends of the horizon, with virtually no end in sight. This made the peddler even more confused. Such a large construction like this would have taken months, if not years, to complete. He would have definitely heard about a project this massive. As a peddler, he prided himself in his connections with other people. Surely, the construction of this road would have been talked about by his friends and acquaintances, especially since the road here looked even smoother than a maiden's face. He marveled at the flatness of the road, with virtually no bumps or craters that would impede a horse carriage from running at full speed. The peddler immediately turned around back into the city walls and asked his peddler friends if they had known about this road. A road down south? There's no such thing, they said. That place leads to nowhere but the parched lands. There's no way that they would waste money on such a fruitless project. Your lie would have been more believable if you told me there was a road connecting the king's region from the queen's region. It extends down further down to the horizon, you say? If there was such a thing, then we would have known about it by now. My brother-in-law works in construction. He would have told me about it if there was any work here. And it's even smoother than the roads here? You must be kidding, my good sir. There is simply no such thing. You must be seeing things since it is so early in the day. Seeing the disbelieving eyes of his fellow peddlers, the man had no choice but to bet his pride on the line. I'll strip naked and run around the walls if my words are untrue, the peddler vowed. The other peddlers took on his words and all merrily strolled towards the southern edge of Kingsbridge City. They were ready to make fun of their friend, but when they reached the end of the walls, they saw that a crowd had gathered near the gates. Oh my, was there always a road here? I live just a few blocks away from here, and I've never seen such a road before, they gossiped. The peddlers all pushed through the curious citizens and saw the beautiful white concrete road for themselves. They gasped as they felt the solidness of the ground. It's true, they muttered to themselves. Soon enough, as more and more people discovered this road, the news of this mysterious new pavement spread all around Kingsbridge City. Everyone went out of their way to visit the southern edge of the walls just to see this strange new road. Usually, nobody visited this place because it only led to the parched lands, which was a desolate desert with nothing valuable inside it. People started walking on the roads, trying to find where it led, but they quickly found out that the road extended far beyond what they could walk with their own feet. So, horse carriages were brought into play. The peddlers all brought their own rides to find the ends of this mysterious road. As they rode down this path, they noticed the complete contrast between this road and all the roads they had ever set foot on before. This road was so stable to ride through that they could even pour water in a cup without spilling. This only increased their curiosity as to who and how they created this road. After about a day's worth of travel, they caught themselves in a split in the road. Read the latest on Empire. To the right was a path that led deeper towards the parched lands, while the other one led towards the boundary between the King's and Queen's region, where the harsh mountain ranges and the infamous Dwarven Kingdom were located. The peddlers, feeling as if they were on the verge of discovering something amazing, sped up their horses and followed the road. They continued to ride until they finally saw, on the horizon, where the road led towards. And it was none other than the Dwarven Kingdom. Immediately, all sorts of ideas flashed through their heads. Could the dwarf have constructed this road? After all, only they had the craftsmanship to create a road so smooth. However, this didn't make sense once they thought of the dwarves' reputation to close themselves off from humans. They wouldn't have built a road that connected the two territories if they wanted to keep themselves isolated. They continued towards the Dwarven Kingdom in search of an answer, until finally, a group of Dwarven guards approached their group. You humans do not bear the symbol for the Reborn Company. You are not permitted to enter our territory. The peddlers looked at each other just to make sure that they all heard the same thing. They knew that the dwarves were going to deny them entry to their kingdom. They already expected it, because in the thousands of years of history they had in this country, they had never let a human inside the walls of their kingdom. However, they would have never expected the reason for their denial was because they didn't bear the Reborn Company's symbol on their carriage. Reborn Company? Good dwarf, sir. Did you say the Reborn Company? The peddler asked, scratching his ear just to make sure he was hearing it right. The dwarf nodded his head confidently in return. Yes, unless you have the official emblem of the Reborn Company, then you can't enter this premises. Judging by their words, they made it seem like being affiliated with the Reborn Company allowed them an exception to enter the Dwarven Kingdom. But that was impossible, right? After all, the Reborn Company was a human-owned business operated by humans. There was no way that the xenophobic dwarves would willingly let the humans spread their business into their kingdom. Just then, one of the peddlers looked around the forestry and noticed that their walls were standing tall, with virtually no scratch on them. Wait a minute, how did your walls come out unscathed from the landslide? He asked. Seeing pristine walls surrounding the Dwarven Kingdom surprised the peddler, who expected to see a half-built wall under construction. After all, it had only been a few months. Even the mountain ranges between the Queen's and King's region were still under renovation because of the landslide, with plenty of roads still blocked by uprooted trees and boulders. And from what they heard about, the Dwarven Kingdom was very much affected by this landslide, destroying their walls and their villages into mere rubble. The peddler even saw the aftermath of a natural disaster himself when he tried to visit this place right after the landslide. He saw nothing but destruction then. But now, the dwarves were somehow able to completely reconstruct their numerous layers of walls in just a few months. They knew the dwarves were good at construction, but they didn't think they were this good. We did not build those walls, the dwarves confessed. Those walls were constructed with the help of the Reborn Company. Seeing the jaws of the humans slacked wide open, the dwarf laughed to himself. Ha ha ha, aren't they amazing? Believe it or not, they rebuilt our walls in just a month and a half, the dwarf bragged. The peddlers were already amazed at the fact that the dwarves let a human do their construction for them, but even more so when they found out how fast they built the walls, building these tall walls in just under 2 months. Your journey continues on Empire. I'm sorry, but that simply isn't possible. The dwarf didn't argue with them any longer, because even if he explained the truth to them, they would find it hard to believe no matter what. Do you see the road that you're standing on right now? The dwarf asked. Reborn is responsible for creating this road connecting to the human territories. Finally, the peddlers had their answer as to who constructed this long-spanning flat road. They just couldn't believe that it was the Reborn company who created it. And just as they were trying to process this information, they suddenly heard a rumbling sound in front of them. When they looked up, they saw strange rectangular and box-shaped carriages that exited the walls of the Dwarven Kingdom. The first weird thing they noticed from this was that the carriages had no horses pulling them forward. Yet, the carriages still moved with speed and power, as if they had 4 horses on the harness. However, their surprise was quickly redirected when they noticed the emblem stamped in gold on the side of the vehicle. There was an intricate and elaborate letter R on the horseless carriage. The peddlers immediately recognized this symbol. How could they not? The soaps, shampoos, and chessboards that they were all so familiar with had this bearing on its body as well. This was a property of the Reborn Company. It seemed that the dwarves' words were true. Only carriages with the Reborn Company symbol could enter their territory. But perhaps that wasn't the most shocking thing that the peddlers saw. Behind the horseless carriages was a big container being hauled, so filled with materials that it was almost overflowing at the top of the container. Because of this, the peddlers were able to sneak a peek into what the Reborn Company was hauling out of the Dwarven Kingdom. Most of what they could see was a combination of precious metals like aluminum, copper, and steel. However, what most surprised them was the appearance of a black and gray material that they had seen only once in their life. But even then, they wouldn't mistake it for anything else because of how precious and rare this material was. Those were the Damascus steel that the dwarves were so famous for. As peddlers, they knew just how rare this material was. Because of the Dwarven Kingdom's policy of rejecting business from outsiders, humans could only obtain very small pieces of Damascus steel from the black market. It was already a good haul if they could get a few kilograms of this stuff once every few years. But from their estimation, the Damascus steel in those carriages almost weighed a ton. Is that what I think it is? But I thought the Dwarven Kingdom prohibited the selling of Damascus steel? The dwarf scoffed. Yes, we still prohibit other humans from buying Damascus steel. But the Reborn Company is different. They are a friend and an ally to our kingdom. They can buy all the Damascus steel from our mines, and we will gladly sell it to them, the dwarf explained. The peddlers couldn't help but stare at their symbol on those carriages. They couldn't believe that the Reborn Company was able to do something that no human had ever done in forever. They gained the favor of the dwarves. The peddlers quickly returned to Kingsbridge City to tell the news of this amazing discovery. They told them all about how the mysterious road led to the Dwarven Kingdom, and that as it turned out, it was the Reborn Company who created them in the first place. Not only that, but the Reborn Company was somehow able to gain the good favors of the Dwarven Kingdom and allow them to buy all the Damascus steel that they could buy. Because of how insane this piece of story was, the gossip quickly spread throughout the entire city, with newspapers printing all kinds of theories and speculation as to how this happened and if this was even true. They could believe that the Reborn Company constructed these roads. They certainly had the money and power to do it. However, the fact that they became an ally to the Dwarven Kingdom truly baffled a lot of people. Even the greatest company in the world, the Vanderbilt business, was unable to break through the tough defenses of the Dwarven Kingdom. No matter how much the grossly wealthy Eyes Vanderbilt tried to persuade the dwarves with money, they still wouldn't budge about their policy to reject outside business. All other nations and kingdoms tried their hand as well, but to no avail. It seemed as if the Dwarven Kingdom would forever close their doors to outsiders. But now, the upstart Reborn Company was suddenly able to do what none had accomplished. Although the citizens of Kingsbridge City loved the innovative company, they simply couldn't believe this news unless they saw it for themselves. Soon enough, a lot of people took their carriages towards the concrete roads and made the journey towards the Dwarven Kingdom. This led them to discover that the roads were indeed as smooth as how the others described it. And once they reached the walls in the valley guarded by dwarves, they were given the same answer as the first peddlers that came there. No one could enter unless they had the symbol of the Reborn Company on their carriages. They returned to Kingsbridge City to spread this news. And it didn't just end there. The entire King's region soon became aware of the fact that the Reborn Company was the only business that could offer them something that no one could. They could get Damascus steel from them. So, all Reborn Company buildings and offices scattered around the territories in the King's region, including the main office in Kingsbridge City, were crowded with a lot of people asking if the stories were indeed true. Experience more tales on Empire, a lot of royalties and wealthy people began to send Castell a lot of letters stating their intent to buy Damascus steel from their company at a very high price. But no matter how many people bothered the offices, the Reborn company made no statement and continued to remain silent. That was until today, when all of their preparations had finally been completed. Castell looked down the window of her office and saw a lot of people crowding themselves in front of their company building. "Young master, we're ready on our side," she said to the shadow on her feet. "Good. You already know what to do, so I won't bother you any longer. Show them what concrete can do. Good luck," Michael said, with his voice being transmitted all the way over from the nation of Reborn. Behind Michael was an entire fleet of automobiles, ready to be dispatched towards the King's region, where all the Reborn offices spread around the different territories would simultaneously announce the unveiling of their new product, the concrete. After they have fully shown the potential of concrete, Michael would then announce their biggest product as of yet, the automobiles. Back at Kingsbridge City, Castell nodded to her assistant by the door, telling her that it was time. With her instruction, the doors to the Reborn company buildings had finally been opened, surprising all of the people clamoring to get inside. But before they could ask what was happening, a group of men and women, all wearing construction attire complete with helmets and tools, walked out of the building in an organized manner. These workers quickly walked towards the empty plot of land right in front of their building. And without further ado, the construction workers began to dig holes in the empty plot of land, as if they were creating the foundation for another building. What are they building? Why are they starting so late in the day? Wait, what's that strange gray liquid that they're pouring over there? The crowd watched as the workers began to pour concrete all over the foundation. However, they barely waited for another hour before the workers began to work again, installing pillars and walls surrounding the plot of land. So fast. What are they doing? How did that strange liquid harden so fast? It's only been a few hours. The news quickly spread about this publicity stunt, with more and more people taking a peek at the construction. Huh? When did they create this building here? Yesterday. Yesterday? Yes. I've been here all the time and saw them build this in just under one day. As the day came to a close, the construction workers finally put the finishing touches onto the building. There were now hundreds of spectators watching the whole construction unfold with awe and shock written all over their faces. "It's finished," the construction workers said, eliciting gasps from the crowd. They could hardly believe it. So, to prove that everything was solid, the construction workers invited people to step foot into the building, showing them that even the second floor was as solid as a rock. By now, the entire Kingsbridge City had heard of this miraculous building that was built in just under one day. Not only that, the material used to create this building looked similar to the material used on the mysterious roads. After everything was over, Castell came out of the building and announced to everyone about the unveiling of their newest product. "Greetings. What you have seen is the power of concrete. We can help you construct a building in just under one day. We can help you create a towering wall in under a week. And we can create a road that spans the whole city in just under 1 month. If you want to buy concrete for yourselves, then you're welcome to place your orders in our company." Before she even finished speaking, the crowd began to push themselves into the office to reserve one for themselves. After all, anyone would be tempted by the prospect of building a house in just under one day. Most of the purchases of concrete came from businesses that dealt with construction. Those companies bought concrete in bulk, requesting houses full of concrete liquid for their own use. However, even the normal farmer or business owner wanted to buy some concrete as well. With how easy and fast construction could be using concrete, the farmers could build shacks and barns by themselves and waste no money having them constructed by someone else. Meanwhile, businessmen immediately reserved a badge for themselves as well, because concrete could allow them to expand their companies faster and cheaper. "When can we expect the order of our concrete?" "I need it this month. We'll pick them up ourselves." "Where's your warehouse located?" Castell addressed their concerns with a smile. "Do not worry, dear customers. If you order a batch of concrete today, then we will deliver your batch directly to your location," she said with confidence in her voice. This left the crowd confused and wondering how that would be possible. But just then, they suddenly heard a rumbling sound coming from the road to the walls. Everyone's eyes widened as they saw box-like vehicles running through the streets without a single horse pushing them forward. The horse carriages strolling through the streets couldn't help but stand aside as the automobiles rolled past them, startling the horses into submission. "What are those?" "They look like carriages, but it's too different. Is it using magic to move?" Castell waited as the first line of automobile trucks stopped right in front of the Reborn Company office, making the crowd of spectators move backward to make way for these strange vehicles. Finally, the hobman keys and the dwarves stepped out of the vehicles and started to unload the main ingredients of the concrete, mainly cement, sand, and aggregates into their storage warehouse behind the office. To store concrete for a long time, it was better to let it remain in its powder form and only mix it once it was needed. Castell then began to instruct the Rebornians to deliver the batch of concrete to the customer's direct location, delivering it all over Kingsbridge City. This little stunt was like hitting two birds with one stone. For one, they were showing everyone how fast they could deliver cement anywhere they wanted. And second, they were showcasing the full use of automobiles, creating a lot of intrigue and curiosity as the cars drove all around the city. And the best part was that this was happening all over the territories in the King's region. Whether they be a small village in the countryside or a big city near the Queen's region, every Reborn office showcased both their new products, the concrete and the automobiles. Castell didn't even have to catch the attention of customers. They willingly entered their offices to ask about the strange horseless carriages that they used to deliver concrete all over the city. Once it was spread out that the cars needed no magic nor horses to work, it gathered a lot of gossip and conversations about the Reborn company's newest inventions. But perhaps things picked up only when people realized how fast automobiles were compared to horse carriages. For example, soon after automobiles were introduced into the city, Castell immediately started a service that allowed people to hitch a ride to a faraway place, just like how long ride carriages were used to shuttle a lot of people out of the territory. "You're saying we can ride in this strange vehicle and it will take us to Grass Valley?" the peddler asked. "Yes, that is right. Would you like to buy a ticket?" "The bus automobile leaves in about 2 hours," a female hobmanki said, looking at the watch on her wrist. This kind of service wasn't strange because there were a lot of horse carriages that offered the same service. However, this automobile was no ordinary carriage. He and plenty of other peddlers and wanderers got curious about this new horseless carriage and bought a ticket. After 2 hours, the hobmanki driver started the engine, startling the passengers on board. As the car started moving, the peddlers noticed that the automobile was much smoother than a normal carriage, with the bonus of it being a lot faster. At this pace, the normal 4-day journey towards Grass Valley would only take about 3.5 days. But when they finally left the walls of Kingsbridge City, the automobile suddenly started speeding up. Now that they were on the flat concrete roads that the Reborn company made, the hobmanki driver could finally bring out the beast in the automobile's engine. Hey, what is this? We're going to crash. I feel like a cannonball." The passengers were terrified, but as they traveled through the flat roads, they suddenly realized that it didn't even seem like they were riding a carriage at all. If they closed their eyes, they wouldn't even know that they were moving. What were so fast? "Look, that's Grass Valley on the horizon." "That's impossible. We haven't even traveled for 1 day." The peddlers were awestruck once they finally arrived at the Grass Valley village. They traveled so fast that they weren't sure if this was even the right place. But as they entered the valley, they were met with the same herb market that the Grass Valley was so famous for. They saw turmeric being sold on markets. This piece of herb was cheap here, but expensive in Kingsbridge City because of how long the travel was between the two territories. But now, they could buy turmeric and go back to Kingsbridge in just under 2 days. The peddlers quickly bought all the precious herbs they could carry and left the Grass Valley Village Market. Once they walked to the outskirts of the village, they saw a line of Reborn automobiles parked alongside the walls, ready to journey out as soon as possible. "Hello, would you like to purchase a ticket back to Kingsbridge City? The next bus leaves in another hour," the female hobmanki asked with a smile on her face. As the days passed, people quickly found out how useful automobiles were, not only for transporting large amounts of materials through far terrains, but also for personal travel. The Reborn company began to showcase the power of their automobile fleet by transporting all kinds of products through the different territories in the King's region. For example, turmeric, which was very rare and scarce in territories very far away from the Grass Valley, could now be purchased in any Reborn company market in every territory. The best part was that it was so much cheaper than the normal prices because the effort to transport them was a lot easier with the automobiles. Concrete became a very big business for the company ever since people realized what Castell meant when she said that they could deliver anywhere in the King's region. Rural areas and villages that only had wooden houses and huts could now build city-like buildings in their territory because of how easy it was to transport concrete compared to stone or steel. Royals who owned their piece of land turned to Reborn to further expand their territories, allowing them to build walls and buildings in a very short time frame. Of course, once people realized the true power of automobiles, people began to ask how they could purchase their own vehicles. Businesses, royals, and even normal people wanted to buy their own automobiles. They would always gawk and ogle at any Reborn automobile that drove through the streets of Kingsbridge, hoping that they could one day be able to ride one for themselves. Michael priced a normal sedan car to about 10,000 gold coins, and $40,000 for a large truck. Some smart, business-minded people immediately bought their own sedan cars to make it as a business of their own. They would use it just like a carriage, selling rides on their automobiles for a cheap price. Michael could have monopolized the use of automobiles for his company only. After all, the speed and efficiency of cars allowed them to have a competitive edge over everybody because they could provide rare products for a cheap price compared to others. However, Michael knew that it was a short-sighted plan. He was thinking much further ahead to when the whole world was using automobiles. After all, these cars couldn't run forever. They needed fuel, something that they had plenty of back in the nation of Reborn. So, just as people started to buy their own automobiles, Michael had Castell start constructing plenty of gas stations all around the territories to supply everyone with all the fuel they would ever need. And because more and more people were buying automobiles, many territories were also forced to buy concrete from them to construct bigger roads in their territories to accommodate the cars. They also began construction on roads connecting the different cities and villages in the King's region, allowing the automobiles to show their full potential. The commerce within the King's region received a big boom with the advent of concrete and automobiles, with gold circulating at a much faster rate than normal. But of course, the Reborn company received most of that money, which Michael used to keep the factories in his nation to keep creating products. Cerberus Agendor was the tower master of Kingsbridge City's magic tower. He was supposed to be the main authority in magic and all things mystifying. However, even he was stumped as he and a lot of other wizards inspected a Reborn automobile with their own eyes. The sedan car had its hood popped up open, showing all of the internal machinery that made the automobile work. One 6-star wizard used the 5-star spell, All-Seeing Magic, allowing him to sense all elemental mana in his surroundings. However, as the magical eye floating above his head peered through the automobile, he couldn't see any sign of a magic spell being used to make it work. "It doesn't use any magic," he said, with his voice emanating disbelief. "There is nothing mystifying about this automobile and only uses the physical world to function." The rest of the mages and wizards gasped at this discovery. It was hard to believe that a reality-defying object used no magic at all. "Tower Master, is it truly not magic? How is this possible?" Everyone turned to the wisest man in the room. Cerberus stroked his long beard and took another look at the car. I need more deliberation. It would be wise for you all to let me meditate upon this automobile alone," he said to everyone. The mages soon left the room, leaving only Cerberus and the automobile in front of him. And in the silence, Cerberus asked, "Michael, are you listening to me?" Suddenly, the shadow behind his feet elongated and allowed Michael's body to emerge into the room. "Joe, you called me," Michael said as he casually saluted the old man. "Your new product is very impressive," Cerberus said. "It still surprises me that you can come up with such ingenuity only using the natural way of the world, without using magic to circumvent reality. Tell me, how did you do it?" Michael smiled at the old man before snapping his fingers, telekinetically moving the chessboard and its pieces to arrange themselves on the table. "How about a game first?" Cerberus chuckled and gently sat on the opposite side of the table. "I must warn you, I have improved by leaps and bounds since you were gone." Michael sat on the opposite side and scoffed. "You're not the only one, old man." The two played the game just like before, with them exchanging pieces equally. But no matter how much Cerberus thought he improved, Michael always seemed to get the upper hand in the end. "Having trouble? Why don't you take a drink to calm yourself down?" Michael joked. Cerberus glared at Michael before taking a sip of water to refresh his mind and think about his next move. Michel, seeing the perfect opportunity, finally spoke up. "Oh, I created something special. Would you know anything about this?" he said as he revealed a piece of mithril to Cerberus. And just as expected, Cerberus ended up spitting out all the water in his cup in utter shock. Michael rolled on the ground, laughing uncontrollably at his perfectly timed revelation. Cerberus coughed uncontrollably, but his eyes were glued to the fingernail-sized unity mithril on the table. Just from looking at it alone, he knew that it contained mysteries of the mystic that even he was unfamiliar with. It felt like he was looking at a powerful and ancient relic, something that was lost within the sands of time, and only now did it finally show its face. He was so fascinated by the object that he wasn't even mad about Michael's prank. "Cough. What is that? I feel the intensity of the elemental mana imbued in that material itself." Michael wiped the tears off his eyes and stopped laughing. After teasing the Tower Master like this, he deserved to know the truth. He picked up the Unity Mithril and threw it to Cerberus, making the white-bearded old man panic and juggle the mithril in the air a couple of times before catching it with his robe. It's something I discovered after visiting the Dwarven Kingdom. According to them, this material is called mithril, Cerberus uttered, finishing Michael's sentence. As a prestigious member of the Guild of Arcana, the organization in charge of everything magic-related in the world, Cerberus was privy to a lot of ancient information about the history of the world and the world before the current era. And if there was one thing missing from today that was prevalent in the ancient days, then it was the presence of mithril. It was written by scholars that mithril was the material that allowed the dwarves to build constructs that turned fiction into reality. But due to some unknown circumstances, the ancient dwarves lost the ability to make mithril forever. So it was true that you persuaded the dwarves to open up their walls to you. I don't know how you were able to do that, but it's even more unbelievable to see that you were able to recreate mithril. The top scholars and wizards in the Guild of Arcana spent the majority of their time researching and experimenting to find ways to recreate mithril, but to no avail. Yet, Michael was able to do it. It had only been a year since Cerberus saw Michael, but it seemed that he had already forgotten how much of a monstrous genius the kid was. And perhaps, even now, he was still underestimating him. But there's something different with this mithril. Why is it glowing with different colors? The records state that mithrils only have 1 or 2 colors, Cerberus said as he put the Unity mithril near his eyes. Ah, that's different. You know that I can control all 8 elements, right? Well, I tried putting all of it in one mithril. Ah, Cerberus almost forgot the fact that Michael was a once-in-a-million savant of the mystic arts with multi-elemental mastery over every mana in the natural world. Any mage would be satisfied if they could even get a fraction of Michael's talents in magic. But Michael wasn't even taking his mystic art study seriously. It was truly absurd that this wasn't even Michael's greatest talent. He also had a supreme talent and an innovative mind that completely overshadowed his magic. I also have the one element mithril you were talking about. Michael explained everything he learned about mithril and how they could improve a magic spell's effectiveness by at least half. Cerberus listened with his eyes almost popping out of his head. Do you know what you have just created? You have solved one of the greatest mysteries that has persisted in the world for thousands of years. You need to visit the Guild of Arcana and show them your discovery. I'm sure that if you tell them everything about mithril, they will give you all the help and resources you will need to study and perfect mithril to the relic it was before. Michael immediately shook his head. Studying for years on end sounded like a complete bore. I'll visit them and give them mithril to study, but I won't be staying there. Or better yet, why don't you study it yourself? He took out a thin rectangular box made out of expensive leather out of his pockets and handed it out to the confused Tower Master. What is this? Cerberus asked. Open it up. Cerberus took the box and lifted the lid, showing a metallic wand, made mostly out of pure Damascus steel. However, there seemed to be a bulbous red, glowing gem embedded near the wand's handle. I know you specialize in fire spells, so I made this wand for you with a fire element mithril installed inside. The old man gently picked up the wand from the box and held it in his hands. And immediately, he could feel the energy of the fire mithril resonating with his cores, improving the purity of his mana just from touching this relic alone. Cerberus knew this was the object that could help him break through to the 9-star realm. I don't know how to thank you. The value of this mithril artifact is not something that I can repay, Cerberus said genuinely. Michael waved off the old man's concern. Don't act like that. We're friends. Of course I'm going to give you your own mithril artifact. Cerberus looked at Michael with a thankful gaze. If you really want to repay me, Michael said with a sly smile, then introduce me to the other tower masters in the Queen's region. I'm planning on visiting a lot of magic towers while I'm there, so it would be helpful if you could vouch for me. Cerberus chuckled, finally knowing the reason why Michael gave him a gift. Sure, Cerberus said. I'll tell them to never play chess with you, or else they'll get scammed. Ha ha. No, but seriously, I'll do more than that. I'll ask them if you could take a look inside their magic libraries. I know you like learning magic spells. This is the least I can do for you, since gave me the honor to be one of the only people to receive such a priceless gift. HM, what's with that look? Cerberus asked. Oh, about that. Michael admitted to Cerberus that all of his citizens had their own custom-made mithril artifacts, which amounted to about 5,000 priceless tools and weapons. What do you mean you have thousands of mithril artifacts? You mean to tell me you created all of those by yourself? Cerberus asked calmly. Michael, as usual, shrugged his shoulders. Well, I made the first 1,000 or so. The others were made by my artisans. Cerberus shook his head, as if he had just experienced whiplash. Your artisans? There are other people who can create mithril aside from you. Cerberus thought that Michael was the only one who could create mithril artifacts. After all, he was the only one who had the unique skills and knowledge to make it. Yeah, Michael replied casually. I taught some of my talented citizens how to make mithril themselves. After all, I'm planning on selling artifacts in the future. Unfortunately, their rate of production is still far too slow to be sold in bulk like the automobiles. But we can probably sell some custom-made products if they order from us. The Tower Master didn't know how to feel about this. Michael treated the precious, ancient, and powerful mithril relic as if it were just another one of his innovative products. Scholars and archaeologists treated any piece of mithril relic they found like a national treasure, even if it was broken beyond repair or just a small shard piece. Yet Michael had a complete abundance of it, that he was willing to sell some of them as a product of his company. Cerberus could only imagine how they would feel once they knew what Michael was planning. They would surely vomit blood. Some of my artisans are here. Do you want to meet them and see how they make mithril from scratch? Michael asked. The Tower Master could only laugh at the absurdity of the situation. A lot of greedy people would have treated mithril as a secret to be kept even beyond the grave. But Michael had no intention of keeping it for himself. Instead, he wanted to work on making the mithril artifacts accessible to everyone, to where anyone could buy a magical weapon even if they were not magically talented. He strived to create a world where everyone was given the chance to become the best they could be. Many people would have asked Michael why he would want a world where everyone was special. After all, if everyone was special, then no one was. But Cerberus knew Michael well enough to know what his answer was going to be. He just wanted others to be as comfortable as he was. Plain and simple. About an hour later, 5 Rebornians arrived on the steps of the magic tower, garnering a lot of curious looks from the wizards and mages inside. There were 2 ancient dwarfs, a smithing mankey, a metallurgical satyr, and a metalworker troll. These demi-humans were part of the ones Michael deemed to be talented enough to learn mithril, known in the nation of Reborn as the mythical mithril men. Whenever a Rebornian needed a mithril artifact, or if they wanted to change their current artifacts, then they would have to request one of them to change it. Michael met them on the first floor and guided them up to the top floor. Boss, this is a nice tower. It feels good because it's full of mana. Why do humans have such little cores? Cerberus couldn't help but express his shock once he took a closer look at the demi-humans Michael brought. It was common knowledge that demi-humans were a species that weren't all that adept at magic. Compared to humans who bred talented individuals at a higher rate, demi-humans only had about a 1 in 1,000 chance of producing an individual capable of magic. Not only that, most if not all demi-human species had no concept of talent awakening at all. This allowed humans to become the superior species when it came to magic, all because of the talent awakening that God gave them. But somehow, these demi-humans showed signs of having immense aptitude in magic, even better than the geniuses in this magic tower. They have mastery in all elements, too. Cerberus cried out. Michael had to explain his supreme skill and how he was able to impart a fraction of his skills to his allies. At this point, Cerberus wanted to cut ties with the Guild of Arcana and simply become one of Michael's allies for the chance to have the aptitude for all elements. You are seriously a cheat, you know that. Michael ignored the old man and asked his artisans to make 5 more mithril wands from scratch. He wanted to give it to the magic tower, mostly because he wanted to repay them for helping him out. Without the magic library, Michael wouldn't have been able to upgrade ChatJK 3 to what it was now. 5 wands coming up, they replied. They took out a fingernail-sized sample of Damascus steel and began injecting them with mana. Their faces scrunched up as they concentrated on their work. If they lose focus for even 1 second, then they could end up ruining the entire piece, turning the Damascus steel into a messed-up liquid that lost all its great properties. They had to guide the mana into the gaps in the atoms of the Damascus steel. If they put too little, it wouldn't stick to the material. If they put too much, then it could overload the steel and end up having an explosive reaction. Just a quick question, Michael whispered to Cerberus while the artisans worked. Your room has protective spells, right? Cerberus glared at Michael. Why? Is it going to explode? Michael shrugged. Maybe. Maybe? What do you mean, Boom? Before he could even complain to Michael, one of the ancient dwarves ended up putting too much fire mana into the Damascus steel, leading to a fiery explosion. Magic circles immediately appeared around the domed room, dissipating the explosive force before it could damage anything. But Cerberus wasn't worried about his room. He was more worried about the dwarf who took that explosion head-on. Are you okay? He asked, with his voice slowly faltering as he saw a prismatic shield surrounding each of the demi-humans, negating the effects of the explosion. Whoa, you failed again? Ha, that's the 2nd time this week, the satyr teased the dwarf. Ugh, it's because I'm not used to this place, the dwarf said disappointingly, not even flinching at the explosion. Cerberus watched the demi-humans laugh and tease each other with levity, as if they were used to the explosion, as if they knew that they wouldn't get hurt by it at all. Michael, that's your absolute unity defense. Don't tell me they also have an impenetrable shield as a skill? Cerberus was absolutely gobsmacked to learn that all 5,000 of Michael's allies had the same impenetrable shield as him. After all, the absolute unity defense that Michael had was something that could defend against any and all kinds of spells. No matter what element it was, as long as it was not stronger than the wielder of the defense, then they wouldn't be affected by any spell. Yeah, they have it, Michael said matter-of-factly. But theirs is called the lesser unity defense. It's a bit worse than mine. Since I'm a 4-star mage, any 4-star and below magic spell would not do anything to me. But for them, if they're a 4-star mage, then they can only protect themselves from spells that are 3-star and below. Michael explained it with a bit of a disappointed tone in his voice, as if it wasn't already one of the most powerful defenses in this world. Even the best defensive spells only protected against specific elements. For example, the turtle shell kind was a defense spell popular among fire mages because it gave them protection against water spells, a natural counter to fire mages. However, that spell had a weakness against earth spells. So, if they wanted to defend against earth spells, then they would have to learn another defensive spell to counter that. Of course, mages couldn't learn too many defensive spells, or else they wouldn't have enough time to learn their offensive spells. So, even the lesser unity defense that Michael was so disappointed by was already something even better than the defenses of high-level mages like Cerberus. It was also a skill, not a spell, which meant that they didn't need any mana to cast their impenetrable defense. It was like a second skin, always present, always protecting them without a limit. Cerberus finally understood why the Dwarven Kingdom allied with Michael. After all, these demi-humans were the non-combative type, yet they were already a force to be reckoned with just by themselves. One would need tremendous amounts of force just to break through their innate defenses. It was a terrifying thought to think of the time when Michael would gather an entire army for himself, each having the ability to deter any magic spells just through their normal defenses alone. They were resistant against all elemental spells, while also having the ability to cast any type of elemental spell. His army could charge through a tightly guarded territory and still come out unscathed, all without using any of their spells or other abilities. That was how powerful their defenses were. It was a smart decision for the dwarves to ally themselves with Michael so early on. Cerberus never really put much thought into the nation that Michael built over in the parched lands. But now that he saw a glimpse of their potential, he couldn't help but be glad that he became friends with Michael. It seemed that the rumor was true. Those who obtained a supreme skill would end up ruling the world or changing it entirely. He was thankful that Michael was a good guy. If he had gone the complete opposite route, he could easily lay waste upon this earth if he wanted to. Cerberus shuddered at the thought. A few hours later, the demi-humans finally finished the 5 mithril artifact wands that Michael requested. Each of them had different elements to show its different effects. Cerberus was incredibly curious about their technique, but knew that he or any other mage wouldn't have been able to make mithril even if they knew how to do it. It was a prerequisite for one to have a multi-elemental mastery to create mithril. Cerberus was sure of it after he saw the demi-humans create one from scratch. This meant that only Michael's allies could create mithril, because only they had mastery over all elements. Severus wasn't that disappointed with this. Even if he couldn't replicate it, there was still a lot of knowledge hidden within the mithril that he would like to study. Thank you, Michael. With these wands, we can find out more about the mysteries of mithril, Cerberus said as he accepted the wands and placed them in a safe chest. I feel like there's still a lot more we can do with mithril, so it is assuring that we're not the only ones who are trying to study it, Michael replied. He wanted to find more uses for mithril, and having a renowned 8-star mage's insight was a tremendous help. If you get the chance, you must visit the Guild of Arcana. I'm sure that if you present them with a mithril artifact, you will gain their favor, which will be a tremendous help in your endeavors, Cerberus advised. What do you mean? You're planning on expanding your business to the Queen's region, right? Well, you'll find a lot more obstacles in spreading your Reborn products there than you did here in the King's region. The Guild of Arcana has a lot of connections, especially in royal and sovereign territories. I'm sure that with their help, you can much more easily establish your company there. Michael knew that expanding into the Queen's region was a lot more troublesome than in the King's region, but he didn't know just how much. Can you tell me more about these obstacles? Michael asked inquisitively. The Queen's region is filled with territories that are not exactly working well together. Some of them are like the Dwarven Kingdom, in that they don't like outside business interfering with theirs, while others are far too crowded with companies and businesses that fully saturate the market. It is not like the King's region, which is considered the rural area of the country. Basically, you'll find a lot more competition in those territories. Even if your products are really good and well-liked by the customers, it won't matter if the lords of that territory refuse to let you sell in their land. I'm not saying you won't be able to do it. After all, you were able to convince even the stubborn dwarven kingdom to ally with you. That is something that not even your grandfather was able to do. However, you'll find it much easier if you have help from the bigger, more established groups in the Queen's region. For example, the Guild of Arcana can help you with establishing yourself in a lot of markets. You could also ally with the Lionheart family, the name famous for their swordsman lineage. They can help deter any unwanted attention. You could also seek help from the Montgomery family, who has political connections with almost every territory in the Queen's region. Or you can even ask your grandfather for some assistance. After all, the Vanderbilt name carries great weight when it comes to all markets. After speaking with Cerberus, Michael left the Magic Tower with a lot on his mind. Although the Tower Master's advice was sound, Michael wasn't planning on seeking the help of any organization for now. He might accept their help if they offered it, but Michael wasn't going to approach them with the intention of asking for their help. That would not be a good basis for cooperation between them. For example, he never approached the Dwarven Kingdom for help. If he did, then the Dwarven King would have immediately refused to talk with him, closing off any future where they could establish a friendship. Instead, he let the Dwarven King approach, letting him see the good intentions of the Reborn nation for himself, leading to the two territories becoming allies. This became even more important since he didn't know anything about the Guild of Arcana, the Lionheart family, the Montgomery family, or any other organization in the Queen's region. He didn't know the political landscape, wherein allying himself with one family could end up going against another organization. As for his grandfather, Michael didn't feel the need to ask him for help either. Although he was a Vanderbilt in name, Michael never really felt attached to his surname. He was especially more detached once his grandfather failed to show up at their important meeting about a year ago. Michael didn't want any bigger inheritance from the Vanderbilt wealth. He was incredibly satisfied with inheriting the desolate and useless parched lands. However, Michael thought it would have been nice if his grandfather had taken the time to actually meet with him. Sure, Eyes was a busy man, and he probably had a reasonable excuse for being absent, especially since he was in charge of the biggest company in the entire world, but it would have meant a lot for Michael if he had shown up. That was the reason why Michael didn't want to ask for help from his grandfather. He didn't need it anyway. He was confident in Castell and his Reborn products that they could break through the Queen's region market by themselves. Michael walked out of the Magic Tower and saw that just on the other side of the street, there was a large line of people queuing up at a ticketing booth with the name Reborn Taxi painted in large text on its signage. This was a new business that the Reborn company started, acting just like the taxi services in Michael's previous life. And even though they produced a lot of automobiles for this taxi business, it seemed that the demand for them still far outweighed their supply. There was a very long line that crossed the entire street, filled with people waiting for their turn to hire a Reborn taxi. Michael walked to the end of the line and waited for his turn for an entire hour. Even though Michael could have arrived at Castell's office in a single moment, he decided to go there the normal way. He waited in the Reborn taxi queue just like everybody else. Once it was his turn, he bought a ticket from the booth attendant. "Take me to the Reborn office," Michael said to the satyr in charge of tickets to the automobile taxi service. "Of course," the satyr replied as she led Michael to the lineup of Reborn taxis that patrolled around Kingsbridge City. The foremost automobile opened its doors and let Michael board in its passenger seat. Soon after, the car roared and started its journey through the streets. Throughout the whole ride, Michael kept his eyes on the window, observing everything that was happening in the city after the introduction of the automobile. For example, the novelty of automobiles was still at a high even after a month of its introduction. It became the accepted mode of transportation, especially since it was so fast compared to normal carriages. Of course, since automobiles had taken over the taxi industry, this left the horse carriages out of work. There were barely any of them left in the streets. To remedy this, Michael started a program to give those carriage riders a chance to learn how to drive and to become an employee of the Reborn taxi service. This turned out to be a huge financial success for those drivers, since there were a lot of customers who hired their services just to try out the novelty of the automobiles. They could also travel a lot further out of Kingsbridge City without it taking months at a time for every trip, earning them more money in the long run. Michael's driver, for example, was a middle-aged human man who was part of the program. "Sorry for the delay, young man," the driver apologized as he stopped the car to the side. "The roads are still getting worked on, so there's a lot of traffic. But since they're using that magical concrete, it'll be done by tomorrow." The business with concrete was going all right as well. With a rise of automobiles, the entire Kingsbridge road system was currently being reworked to have flat, concrete roads perfect for cars. "Isn't the Reborn company so amazing?" the driver said in admiration. "They're changing our city for the better." Michael smiled, inwardly a little bit embarrassed when hearing such a compliment since the driver had no idea who he was. As the car slowly advanced through the traffic, Michael saw the construction workers pouring concrete on the road. Most of the workers who got their hands dirty were human, while the managers who were overseeing the whole construction project were Rebornians. Michael recognized them to be Kong's loyal students and his employees. The Hobmankeys inspected the blueprints in their hands, the Satyrs instructed the human workers on how to dig the ground better, and the dwarves taught the workers how to properly install the steel reinforcements. "What do you think about the demi-humans?" Michael asked the driver. The middle-aged man looked to the side and saw the demi-humans taking charge of the project like it was normal. Yet in his eyes, this was very unusual. "To be honest, I am quite surprised that they're so smart. I would have never thought that they could even cast magic spells." Having demi-humans living in human settlements wasn't exactly weird or unusual, especially in the King's region, which was very close to the parched lands where most demi-humans lived. Discover exclusive content at Empire, however, they weren't exactly socially accepted enough to be the norm. Usually, a demi-human would get one weird look or two when crossing the street, but most people would just ignore them and let them go about their day without disturbing them. Most of the demi-humans who migrated to human settlements did so because they thought that they had a chance at a better life there than in the desolate parched lands. Here, they had to offer their services to humans to earn enough money to survive. Most of the jobs they had to do were physical grunt work, such as transporting heavy metals throughout the city, excavating large plots of land, and other mundane jobs. This was about the limit of what most demi-human species could offer. After all, they weren't considered to be capable of complex jobs, such as becoming an office clerk or even a skilled craftsman. So, demi-humans were treated as nothing more than muscles, with their worth being valued through their physical capacity alone. But ever since the Reborn Company appeared, the landscape for demi-humans in the human world had quickly changed. Suddenly, demi-humans appeared who could speak in perfect human language, with their words being complex and indistinguishable from a normal human. Not only that, they all seemed to be capable of magic as well. This surprised most people because they never thought demi-humans were capable of casting 3-star spells and above. There was one incident the day after the automobile was introduced where the engineer Hobmankeys displayed their talents by casting a 3-star spell in front of hundreds of spectators. They bent the earth to their will, creating a large crevice in the ground in just a matter of a few seconds. Then, they conjured a visual 3D projection of a finished gas station in the empty spot, making it easy for the workers to follow the blueprints down to the very small details. They took control of the project and made it as efficient as possible, showing their mastery over this kind of job even better than veteran human construction workers. The demi-humans also showed powerful talent in magic, with a deep well of complex knowledge that was even better than the current human standards. This completely overturned the initial perception people had of demi-humans. People thought they were just simple creatures, like animals that gained sentience and could only speak the bare minimum of the human language. But what they showed that day put them on the very same level as humans, both having the capacity for higher and more complex thinking. As more demi-humans came to take control of the Reborn businesses all over the region, it became more and more widespread throughout the days. Suddenly, it became normal to see a lamia selling fish in the wet market, haggling and bargaining with the customers. It became normal to see a very intimidating centaur patrolling the Reborn offices to keep it safe through the night. It became normal to see satyrs driving around the streets in large trucks, carrying supplies and shipments for the company. It also didn't take long for people to realize that these demi-humans were incredibly talented individuals, each being extremely good at their jobs. For example, the Reborn company delved into the vegetation business, selling their excess crops and harvest yields to every market in the King's region. And it was clear from the get-go that their harvests were much bigger than normal. Their carrots were more orange and a lot longer, their cabbages were a lot leafier, and they were even selling crops that were completely out of season. It was clear that the demi-humans of Reborn were on a whole different level. They were even a lot wealthier than people even realized. There were a lot of Hobmankeys, satyrs, and dwarves who chose to buy their own house and lot in the city because they were going to stay here for a while to finish up their projects. They bought properties in the middle of the city itself, despite its high prices. It must be mentioned that Kingsbridge was considered a wealthy city, with rich and affluent citizens dwelling inside. But even then, the demi-humans of Reborn did not fall behind in terms of pure purchasing power. Every one of them seemed to be capable of throwing gold coins away like it was nothing. After all, Michael was not stringent in giving them gold coins. They worked hard for it. Their stipends were thousands upon thousands of gold coins, giving them enough to live lavishly in the city for a long time. And the reason why these demi-humans obtained a reputation of being gold throwers was because they didn't care much about saving money. After all, they had everything they wanted waiting for them back at home. I don't know if this is true, Michael's driver whispered, but I heard that all the demi-humans that appeared are from their own country in the parched lands. Of course, people eventually found out that they all came from the nation of Reborn. However, it wasn't that widespread yet, because people still believed that the parched lands had no capacity to become prosperous enough to have a nation for itself. Though, most people were starting to find out the truth. After all, they could easily verify the truth by going there themselves. A couple of minutes later, Michael finally arrived at the Reborn office. He flicked a gold coin at the driver as a tip, who eagerly thanked him for his generosity. Once he left the car, he was immediately met with another long line in front of the Reborn building. But this time, the line wasn't made up of people, but of demi-humans. Ever since the rumor about the nation of Reborn spread across the King's region, there were more and more demi-humans who sought to join them and hopefully become as prosperous as the talented demi-humans from Reborn. They left the parched lands in search of a better life. But they would have never thought that a better life was waiting for them back in the parched lands. "Young master, you're here." Castell perked up once she saw Michael approach the building. Even the rest of the employees who were familiar with Michael had smiles on their faces as they saw him. "It's good to see you, Castell," Michael waved back. "Boss, I hope we spread baseball here soon. I'm itching to play. How about we play a little game later today?" Kong said, who was right next to Castell. He was busy designing more buildings for the Reborn company, so he frequently visited the office. "Improve your game first. I hope you can finally beat me next time," Michael replied to Kong teasingly, to which the Hobmanki clicked his tongue in disappointment. "Beer is good here, but it's still better cold. Boss, when are we going to line this city with electricity?" Beside Kong was Thrain, who became the supervisor of all dwarves that worked in the city. Judging from the lack of red tint in his cheeks, it looked like the old dwarf hadn't gotten his daily dose of beer as of yet. "Boss, let's play a game of chess next time. When we return to our nation, we're going to take a swim in the river, boss. Join us." "Boss, I miss the hot springs we have back in our nation." Michael greeted all the Rebornians in the office building, and they greeted him with respect and positivity in turn. The local demi-humans who were lined up watched this whole interaction with surprise and confusion filling their eyes. When they first saw Kong, they witnessed how he bent straight metal bars into the foundation of a house in just mere seconds. When they first saw Thrain, they saw him breathe fire out of his mouth to melt steel into something that could be molded into a different shape. When they first saw the evolved and talented demi-humans, they looked like individuals who answered to no one. In short, when they saw the demi-humans of Reborn, they saw figures with great strength and great power superior to even the best of humans. However, when they faced this small human child with golden hair, they all seemed to naturally gravitate towards him, treating him with care and respect despite his age and species. They could see nothing but admiration in their eyes whenever they looked at Michael. It made them wonder who this mysterious human boy was. "Hey, how are you guys feeling?" Michael asked the local demi-humans. After having lived in human settlements for their whole lives, these demi-humans weren't used to a human boy approaching and talking to them with a friendly smile. More often than not, parents would always hide their kids whenever they were in their presence. "It's okay. He's our boss. He's the one who helped us become who we are now," Kong said to the meek demi-humans. "He's a harmless cutie," said a female Hobmanki, taking Michael and embracing his head with her bosom. Despite their words, they were still a little bit hesitant to shake hands with Michael. They were still afraid that they would get in trouble for touching a human. Michael understood their feelings, so to break the ice, he decided to treat them to a spending spree. "Follow me," he said to the demi-humans. Kong and the other Rebornians had to push the demi-humans to follow Michael, but they eventually started walking behind him voluntarily. Since this was in the middle of the city, this whole block of area was filled with a lot of active markets that sold everything from fresh produce to meat skewers to candy treats for everyone to enjoy. Michael and the huge group of demi-humans only had to walk to the next street over before they reached the lively market crowded with a lot of people. The demi-humans huddled together in one group, afraid to separate from each other since they were knee-deep into human territory. They didn't frequent this place because it was for wealthy humans only, and the prices here were not something they could afford. Despite that, they couldn't help but eye the mouth-watering chicken skewers and candied apples displayed all over the booths. Even the children couldn't help but drool once they saw human children joyfully eating the treats their mothers bought for them. Continue your saga on Empire. Michael walked to the skewer stall owner and spoke to him for a second, with the attendant showing a look of surprise before nodding his head enthusiastically. Michael took out a big purse, loaded with gold coins, and gave it to the owner. Once he received the payment, the owner excitedly took out the skewers in his stall and began giving it to the demi-humans. But of course, the demi-humans were confused and even pushed away the meat skewers in fear that they would have to pay a lot of money for it. Michael turned to the demi-humans and said, "What are you waiting for? You can have anything you want from here. I already paid for everything." The demi-humans looked at Michael with a dumbfounded look. Finally, one of the Mankey children accepted one of the beef skewers and took a big bite. Immediately, the rich taste of the meat filled the child with joy, making him jump up and down out of happiness. "Delicious?" Michael asked. "Yes," the child replied, not taking his eyes off the skewers. "You can have anything you like. Do you want that candied apple too? Take as much as you want." Seeing the kid eating his fill, the other demi-humans finally took the rest of the meat skewers on the stall and began eating to their heart's desire. Kong and the other Rebornians were a bit emotional as they watched this scene. The things that were normal for them, like an abundance of food and water, was something that was only a dream for most demi-humans living in this world. Smiles filled the demi-humans' faces as they indulged in this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Of course, they didn't know that if they joined the nation of Reborn, they could have this paradise every day for as long as they wanted. Michael was like an endless pocket of money as he kept bringing out pouches full of gold and buying out everything available in the stalls. The attendants quickly agreed to keep supplying more and more food for everyone to enjoy. After all, the money Michael gave them far exceeded the cost of their entire selection of merchandise. So, the stall owners kept frying skewers in their coal grill and happily gave out the cooked meat to anyone who needed it. Of course, he didn't limit the festivities to only demi-humans. He invited all the citizens of Kingsbridge City to partake in this feast, giving them everything in the stalls for free. It soon became a huge party as more and more people caught wind of the free food being given out to anyone who wanted to eat. After half an hour, the whole market was filled with both humans and demi-humans alike enjoying themselves with an endless buffet of amazing food and nourishment. There were actually too many people going in that the stalls eventually ran out of meat. To remedy this, Michael instructed Castell to buy more ingredients and bring them in so that more people could be fed. In the end, Michael had to cook and grill skewers himself just to keep the supply of food going out. It was all worth it, though. Michael saw human and demi-human children enjoying their food together without any discrimination or inequality between them. They all laughed as a kid got their cheeks stained with sauce, or cheered as a yellow Mankey child showed off his unique ability to stand only using his tail. The friendship between the different species of kids continued as Michael brought out a new wooden toy called the spinning top. The Rebornians showed off their magical powers as they created intricately designed spinning tops out of wooden blocks in just a matter of a few seconds. The children were immediately fascinated with the toy and began to play with each other. Experience new tales on Empire. Meanwhile, the adults enjoyed themselves as the Reborn company supplied cold draft beer to the market. The Rebornians taught the humans how to drink beer properly, sharing stories and greetings in the meanwhile. The demi-humans partook in this as well, and on this joyous occasion, they found out that the humans treated them the same as other humans. This was probably the first time demi-humans and humans talked to each other without any pretense, and simply enjoyed each other's company. As more and more people heard about this spontaneous event, they began to wonder how it all began in the first place. All the people asking were pointed towards one boy, whose hair was golden, eyes kind, and a smile that infected everyone that saw him. That boy paid for everything here. Oh my, who is he? How can he afford such lavishness? It doesn't matter how rich he is. What matters is that he's giving away food for free. Newspaper journalists immediately asked around the stall owners and quickly found out that everything was bought and paid for by none other than Michael Vanderbilt, the youngest son of the wealthiest family in the entire world. Although they knew that his family was extremely wealthy, they would have never thought that he would essentially give away free money on such an ordinary day. Not only that, people observed that all the special and talented demi-humans seemed to be close with Michael, as if he had a personal connection with them. "Hey, I heard a rumor. I don't know if it's true." "What is it?" "Some say that it's this young kid that owns the Reborn company." "What? The Reborn that sells faucets and automobile cars? The company that earns millions and millions of gold every month?" That company is owned by this kid. Although Michael never hid the fact that he was the owner of Reborn, he never did anything to advertise it either. When he visited the Reborn office, most people thought that he was just another customer who wanted to buy a lot of stuff from the Reborn. After all, he was a wealthy kid. Never in a million years would they have thought that he was the one who started this whole operation and that all of the products being sold were his ideas. But that doesn't make sense. He's a Vanderbilt, right? Why didn't he just use his family's company to sell his products? It was also common knowledge in the King's region that the Reborn company had toppled the Vanderbilt business in this area of the country. They quickly took over every business in the King's region, leaving the Vanderbilt company to partially withdraw from the King's region. For other people, it didn't make sense why Michael would compete against his family's business. Don't you know? The legendary Ives Vanderbilt announced that the entire wealth of his company and his name would be given to his chosen successor. They say that anyone with a Vanderbilt name can inherit all his riches as long as they prove themselves worthy. It's not just decided through seniority. Maybe Michael Vanderbilt is trying to lay claim that he is worthy of inheriting his grandfather's wealth by creating a company from the ground up. As soon as that rumor began circulating, more and more people started to believe it. Although they were close to the truth, it wasn't exactly right. Michael built the Reborn company just because he wanted to, not because he wanted to fight for the inheritance like others said. If that's true, then I think he can become the successor. Look at what he's done with the Reborn company. In just a few years, he was able to build a company that spread to the entire King's region. Given more time, surely he will be able to conquer the entire country with his innovative products. After the journalists did a little more digging, they quickly got confirmation from the CEO of Reborn herself, Castell, that Michael was indeed the true owner of Reborn. When a few journalists approached Michael and asked him if it was true, his answer was a simple, "Yeah, I own Reborn," with his signature shrug of the shoulders. The next day, the headline of every newspaper in Kingsbridge City was, "Genius son of Vanderbilt family owns Reborn company?" As the citizens of Kingsbridge City woke up the next morning, the first thing they read in the newspaper was the revelation of a mystery that had been nagging on their minds for the past 5 years. Who owned Reborn? Back then, there were rumors of it being a wizard, a hermit, or an overseas mogul. And as it turned out, they were all wrong. Michael owned Reborn. This announcement sent waves of shock through everyone in the whole city, each of them expressing their disbelief upon finding out that it was only a child who brought them the magnificent cars and faucets. The products sold by Reborn were so clever and far ahead of their time that many people found it hard to believe that an 11-year-old child came up with them. However, the evidence presented in the newspapers told the entire history of how the Reborn company started and how it came to become what it was now. It started when Michael invented soap and how it snowballed into a corporation that earned millions and millions of gold coins per month. Many were impressed with Michael's ingenuity and his insight into creating such a booming business. However, many more were surprised to find out that not only was Michael smart, but he was incredibly talented in magic as well. According to official sources, the Magic Tower once offered Michael the opportunity to become the Tower Master's personal student, an honor given only to those who had the talent to become a 7-star mage and above. The Vanderbilt family has truly produced a one-of-a-kind descendant. It is truly insane how he has the talent to become a gifted wizard and a brilliant entrepreneur as well. Save some for the rest of us, kid. And did you hear? The kid was also able to make the desolate parched lands into a prosperous territory. It was also mentioned in the newspapers that Michael started his own country in the parched lands called the Nation of Reborn. That was where all the talented demi-humans like Kong and Thrain came from, and where they manufactured the automobiles that were being sold today. This sparked a lot of curious people to journey to the parched lands to verify the truth. After all, there were quite a number of unbelievable stories written in there, such as the abundance of food and water, the presence of lightning bulbs, and a stadium made only for a game called baseball. Thankfully for them, there was a very convenient Reborn bus ride that they could use that would take them straight to the Nation of Reborn in less than a week. After they returned, there was nothing but praise and commendation for the Nation of Reborn. Many people described what they saw as a literal paradise, with stars landing on the ground at night to grace the nation with light. Of course, they were talking about electricity, but most people had no idea what it was yet. And perhaps what they mentioned the most were the demi-humans living in the Nation of Reborn. They were all talented and gifted in their own ways, contributing their specialties to the nation in one way or another. People thought that the Rebornians in the city were a special group of demi-humans, the one-in-a-million type of geniuses. But as it turned out, they weren't much different than the 5,000 other citizens staying in the parched lands. After hearing this, the local demi-humans no longer hesitated to join the Nation of Reborn. and soon after, they immediately received the benefits of becoming a Rebornian. They were given a chance to evolve and gain new skills from Michael, which he gladly made time for. After their evolution, they gained so much more confidence and self-esteem within themselves once they found their innate talents. They worked a lot better, they became a lot quicker in thinking, and they were even capable of using unique skills that no one had ever seen before. This sparked a lot of change within Kingsbridge City, where humans began to accept demi-humans as an equal species. Of course, this was helped by the Reborn company advocating for demi-humans to be treated just like humans without any discrimination. They had a lot of programs to have humans and demi-humans interacting for a chance to dissolve any prejudice one had for the other. There were festivals, gatherings, and friendly competitions that mixed both humans and demi-humans together. Due to the positive reputation of the company, especially with the festivities in the market, many people washed away any biases and negative preconceived notions they had of demi-humans. This generally led to a more harmonious living between the two different species. Humans in the King's region became so much more open-minded about demi-humans that Michael deemed that it was finally time for the next phase of his plan. He decided to allow passage from the Dwarven Kingdom to the Queen's region. He and the Dwarven King had talked about this for some time now, and they both decided to let people cross the Dwarven Kingdom so that they could circumvent the rough terrain of the mountain ranges between the Queen's and King's region. People no longer had to go through the perilous mountain ranges to reach the Queen's region. It would work just like a highway toll back in Michael's previous world. People would pay a certain fee to enter the road connecting the King's region and the Queen's region through the Dwarven Kingdom. They also had to use a reborn automobile to be allowed entry into this highway. Of course, the profits would be shared between the two territories equally since the road would be trespassing in Dwarven territory, while Michael bore all the costs of maintaining and creating the road itself. Michael would have wanted to create a railway system to connect there, but he first needed the cooperation of the territory on the other side in the Queen's region. In the future, he would have railway systems connecting every territory from Kingsbridge to the nation of Reborn to the Dwarven Kingdom and then to the Queen's region. But for now, a flat concrete road would suffice. This highway system would allow quicker and safer travel to other regions, not only for normal people, but for businesses as well. They could transport heavier products to the other side of the country much easier. Most of all, Michael would finally be able to start spreading the Reborn company to the rest of the country. Just beyond the infamous mountain ranges that separated the two regions was a group of scaled demi-humans who looked up at the steep cliffs ahead of them. These demi-humans walked on two legs and had tough snake-like scales all over their bodies. Their heads looked more like lizards than it did humans, with them having no hair and a mostly bulbous skull. Their species were called Komodos, having above-average intellect with opposable thumbs like humans, allowing them to do easy jobs such as cashiers, attendants, or even clerks. However, that was all they could achieve. They weren't like the dwarves who had their own kingdom and were extremely adept at making crafts. They weren't like the elves whose magic capacity trumped even that of talented humans. They weren't like orcs who boasted tremendous strength and physical prowess. They were mediocre at best. They were just good enough. They were just like normal humans who couldn't use magic, except for the fact that they needed a lot more maintenance to survive. This meant that they had to buy a lot more food and water than most, which was hard since the jobs they were qualified for only gave them salaries that were just shy of what they needed to live. There were higher salaries in the larger and wealthier parts of the Queen's region, but the competition was much more fierce there. Not only that, but the cost of food was much higher too. So, it didn't matter in the end. Finally, this group of Komodos finally had enough. They decided to move out of the Queen's region and return to their ancestors' home, the Parched Lands. Their fellow workers, their friends, their neighbors, and even other Komodos tried to dissuade them from their decision. After all, they could end up dying out of hunger and thirst in that desolate land, especially since their skin needed a lot of hydration. Of course, the news about the nation of Reborn wasn't known yet in these parts. But even without knowing about it, this family of Komodos wanted to take the risk. Even if they thought that the Parched Lands had no abundance of food or water, they wanted to go back to their homeland to try and find their source of pride. After all, their ancestors were once a proud species of demi-humans, famous for being closely related to the strongest and mightiest race in this whole world. Back in the day, the Komodo species were part of the Draconian race. They were dragons. But after millennia of being separated from the other dragon races, the Komodos had strayed far away from their original bloodline. They had lost their power. They had turned into a species with little to no magical aptitude and no domineering physical strength, and even their scales had become so vulnerable that they would succumb to heat. It was hard to imagine they were part of the famous draconian race whose scales were the hardest material in the world. But they were. At least, their ancestors were. This young family of Komodos wanted to find a way to get back to their species' old glory. It may be a futile effort, but they couldn't stand to live in mediocrity any longer. So, they traveled by foot day and night until they finally arrived at the mountain ranges. The steep and slippery cliffside edges of the mountains were already a sign that this would be a hard trek, but they were willing to brave the risks. But just as they were about to climb up the mountain, they were suddenly stopped by a few humans wearing full steel armor. "Excuse me, fellow men, where are you guys going?" the guard asked. One of the Komodos, an adolescent male, stepped up and talked to the guards. "We want to climb the mountain and go back to our homeland," he said. The guards looked at the group of Komodos and saw that there were about 8 of them in the whole group. "Where's your papers?" the guard asked them. The Komodos all looked at each other, confused as to what the guard was talking about. "If you want to cross to the next region, we need to see your identification papers," the guard reiterated. The Komodos were not rich. They had barely scraped by in the Queen's region, and sometimes even scavenged for food to survive. They considered themselves lucky if they found chicken bones or moldy bread in the trash. Identification papers were only available to those who were permanent residents of a territory, meaning those people who bought a house of their own. The Komodos were basically homeless, which meant that they didn't have any identification papers. Their parents and their parents' parents wouldn't have one either. "We don't have any paper," the male Komodo answered politely, hoping that the guard would let them through. The guard pursed his lips. It was clear that he was pitying the Komodos, but there was nothing he could do. It was policy for them to refuse any entry into the king's region without proper identification. "I'm sorry, but if you don't have any identification, I can't let you pass. And if you try to enter despite my warnings, then I am obligated to use violent force to stop you." The Komodos' faces turned into one of disappointment and dismay. They spent their entire wealth trying to get here to this point. If they ended up going back to where they came from, they would be essentially worse than when they left. They wouldn't have food or water to survive. "Please, sir, can't you just make an exception for us? Is there anything we can do? We are desperate. This is our last chance." In their desperation, they kneeled to the ground and begged. But despite their pleas, the guard was steadfast. As much as they would like to help them out, he needed to watch out for himself. He would be committing a crime if he let them pass through without proper identification. "What's going on here?" Just then, a woman's voice entered the scene. "What's going on here?" This voice came from a very young woman, about 10 years old, as she slowly got off her ornately designed carriage and approached the prostrating Komodos. Everyone turned to look at her. She had long flowing black hair, round black eyes, and red pursed lips that showed concern for the demi-humans. She walked towards them with grace and aplomb. If she had a book on her head, it wouldn't fall out even if she walked on rocky terrain. It wouldn't even wiggle. If that wasn't enough to ascertain this young lady's background, then her personal effects certainly would. Her dress was made out of very expensive red silk and fine linen adorned with gemstones around the hems of her garments. The carriage was also something that the Komodos only saw royals use extensively. Not only that, there was a whole fleet of supporting carriages behind her, which was clearly there to escort this young lady to wherever she planned to go. "Young miss, we are simply here to do our jobs. These demi-humans want to cross the mountain ranges, but they do not have any identification papers," the guard said, his tone a little bit more respectful. He recognized that she seemed to be from a more affluent family. The young woman looked at the Komodos. "Is this true?" she asked them. They shied away from her gaze. As peasants, this was perhaps the first time they were this close to someone who looked like she was of noble birth. "Yes, it's true," they said. "We are nomads, with no home to stay. We don't have any papers to show our identity, but we just want to go to the parched lands and return to our homeland." The girl took a deep breath. She had always hated the identification paper policy in this country. It always discriminated against the demi-humans who weren't socially accepted into society. She kneeled to the ground and leveled eye to eye with the Komodos, never minding the fact that her dress would be dirted by the dirt and dust on the ground. The Komodos looked at the young girl, surprised as she lowered herself to their level. She didn't have to do that. It was clear that she was from a wealthy and affluent background, yet she wasn't snobby or elitist. She looked the Komodos in the eyes and was unafraid to get close to them. "Do you want to join me? My friends and I are journeying to the king's region as well. We have some spare room in our carriages," she said as she took off her gloves and offered her hand to them. The Komodos looked at each other, a little bit confused and apprehensive. "Don't worry, you won't be alone," the young girl said as she pointed at the carriages behind her. The doors opened as demi-humans of all kinds and varieties walked out of the carriages and proudly showed themselves to the world. Surprisingly, the girls seemed to be escorted by a variety of demi-humans wearing expensive tunics and shirts. They had confident smiles on their faces, as if they never experienced the hardships that most demi-humans faced in the Queen's region. "These are my escorts," the young girl said. "As you can see, I don't discriminate against demi-humans. I advocate for them." The Komodos were amazed at seeing other demi-human species riding in their own carriages. They seemed dignified and proud to be demi-humans, unlike the Komodos who had lost all pride for their own species. "But what about?" the Komodos said, meekly looking over to the guards. "Young miss, even if you take these demi-humans, they still cannot cross over to the king's region. They don't have their identification papers," the guard said. Just then, another guard suddenly noticed the emblem on the young girl's carriage. It showed the depiction of a constellation of stars in the night sky. That's the insignia of the Montgomery family," he shouted. Her black hair, distinguished looks, and her demi-human escorts. This young girl must be Yuna, the youngest daughter of the Montgomery family. Upon hearing this, the original guard realized his mistake and quickly changed his attitude, standing on guard and not daring to look like he was slouching. "I apologize. I didn't know what I was saying. You can proceed as you please." The Montgomery family was famous for their diplomatic connections within the entire country. They were the people responsible for mediating any conflict in all regions, settling any debates as an unbiased third party. Because of the nature of their job, the Montgomery family had diplomatic immunity. After all, to mediate conflict between two territories, they needed to visit these places without any obstruction, or else they wouldn't be able to do their job. Fortunately, the benefits of diplomatic immunity meant that things like identification papers were not a problem for the young girl. Since the Komodos were now part of Yuna's escorts, they were now an extension of herself. If the guard denied them entry, then they would essentially be denying Yuna's entry as well. By doing so, the guard would commit a crime equivalent to treason. So, they quickly dispersed, afraid that they would get into more trouble. "See, there's no problem. You can cross the mountains with us," Yuna said with a smile. The Komodos were amazed. They had never seen a guard act like this just because they heard someone's last name. They thanked Yuna, almost crying as they did so. Since they were joining Yuna's escort, they didn't have to walk all the way there. This dramatically lessened the hazards in the mountain ranges, especially since Yuna had a lot of help with her. They shared stories during the trip, with the demi-humans under Yuna's employ telling the story about how Yuna turned their lives around and gave them a home. Yuna also listened to the Komodos' story and felt sorry for them. She offered to take them in and pay them a decent salary, but the Komodos refused. They didn't want to stay in the Queen's region anymore. "We want to reconnect with our homelands and hopefully find our pride, the previous source of strength of our ancestors. That is why we want to go back to the parched lands. How about you, Miss Yuna? Why do you want to go to the King's region?" Yuna tucked her black hair behind her ears. "I'm here to find my fiancé," she said. "His name is Michael. Michael Vanderbilt." Fudge, the lovable but edgy slime, spent most of his time doing the very serious and very important job of looking over the king's region, which was essentially his master's kingdom, as he would like to call it. "No one shall pass my sight," Fudge said as he stood on top of a tree, overlooking the whole mountain ranges. "I am as swift as the wind and as invisible as the air. I shall spread my master's words to the furthest lands that light can touch," he declared with a serious voice. Sir Fudge, are we done here?" Below him were some Rebornians who were forced to roleplay as Fudge's loyal shadows. Michael had tasked them to go with the slime's playtime and make sure that he didn't cause any trouble. Despite Fudge's big promises and his serious words, the Rebornians simply couldn't treat him seriously. Case in point, Fudge suddenly dropped down to the ground and raised his hand towards an innocent little squirrel that had burrowed out of her lair. "You, what are you doing here? Are you infiltrating our territory? Tell me now." Squeak. Of course, it was nothing more than an ordinary and defenseless animal that was horror-stricken from seeing Fudge's violet body suddenly descend from the air. It was so scared that it suddenly dropped a little present for Fudge. "Stay tuned to Empire." "You're a normal squirrel." "I knew that. I was simply testing you," Fudge said as he let the squirrel go back into his burrow. As a consolation, Fudge gave the little guy an acorn for his troubles. Although he was a little bit quirky and weird, the Rebornians still adore their boss Fudge. Despite his antics, his kindness was overflowing to the point that it could completely overshadow his tendencies to be too caught up in his fantasies. But of course, that didn't mean that they wanted to go along with his make-believe ninja club. "Come guys, let's practice throwing shurikens at wooden logs and running on water. You guys still run like humans. From now on, I want you to run with your hands on your back." The Rebornian sighed. "Sir Fudge, I think it would be best if we return. But before they could say anything else, Fudge raised his hand and made them stop talking. What's that? I feel something is coming. It's probably peddlers coming from the Queen's region, his attendant said. Boss said that we shouldn't bother them when they come. Nonsense, Fudge said. Who knows? Maybe they have the potential to become ninjas. Maybe one of them even has the ability to store a nine-tailed monster in their body. I have to meet them. Before Fudge's caretakers could stop him, the violet slime suddenly disappeared into the ground as a shadow and reappeared right in front of an expensively adorned carriage. Even though he prided himself as a ninja, Fudge made no attempt to hide his presence. He just jumped right in front of the carriage, forcing them and the escorts behind it to stop. Halt, visitors! Fudge shouted to the carriages. A few seconds passed before the door opened to the leading carriage. A young girl with a red dress came out, accompanied by a female ogre wearing a maid's outfit. The ogre eyed Fudge with a cautious look, while the young girl eyed Fudge with an amused look on her face. It was Una Montgomery and her escorts. A few seconds later, more humans and demi-humans came out of the escort carriages to look at the one responsible for stopping them right in the middle of the mountainous road. At the very back, a group of meat komodos peeked out as well, curious as to who the strange violet slime was. Who are you, and why have you stopped our progress? The female ogre beside Una asked, with a bit of an aggressive tone. Please, Agnes. There's no need for you to treat him this way. What's your name? Una asked Fudge. I am the incarnation of shadows. I am the seeker of the void. I'm everywhere and nowhere at the same time. If you have any malicious intent against my master, then I will know even before you think of it. That is because I am a ninja. Fudge jumped up in the air, transforming his violet body into a ninja outfit, complete with the hood, the bandana, and the metal plate. Agnes and the rest of Una's demi-human escorts looked at Fudge with a strange gaze. They didn't know how to respond. Despite his words, he didn't look intimidating at all, especially with his weird getup. Sorry. He means no harm. He's actually a very nice slime. Finally, the Rebornians in charge of being Fudge's caretakers arrived and quickly resolved the situation. Seeing the fellow demi-human Rebornians, Agnes and the rest of the escort let down their guards. Just from one look at the Rebornians, Agnes immediately recognized it as the same relationship as parent and child. The Rebornians looked like exhausted parents who always tried and failed to rein in their troublesome child. Agnes changed her opinion of Fudge. At first, she thought he was a dangerous individual. But now, she thought of Fudge as a harmless idiot. He's our boss pet, the Rebornians said apologetically. Fudge took offense to that. I'm not Master's pet. I am his ninja, he shouted to them. But nobody seemed to believe him. Even Agnes and the rest of Una's demi-human escorts looked at Fudge as if they didn't believe a word that he said. Fudge's proud, bulbous figure suddenly deflated as he realized no one believed him for even a second. Doubt started to fill his mind. Oh my, you're a ninja? This is the first time I've ever seen one in real life. Una gasped. Fudge's body inflated upon hearing Una's words. Yes, I am, he shouted. After a few seconds, he looked up at Una and quietly asked, Do you believe that I'm a ninja? Una smiled. Of course I do. You can be anything you want to be. Fudge's eyes widened. Nobody had ever believed him before. Fudge looked at Una and saw nothing but genuinity in her eyes. It was obvious. She really believed that Fudge was a ninja. This was the first time anyone had ever believed Fudge's claims to be a ninja. Most of them didn't even know what Fudge was talking about. And even if they did, then they would always treat him like a child telling bold lies. If you're a ninja, can you run on water? Can you clone yourself into a wooden log? Una asked, with her eyes completely filled with curiosity. Yes, I can. Fudge shouted enthusiastically. I can do more. I can use a mystical eye and trap my enemies into an illusion. Whoa, Una said as she slowly clapped for Fudge. Meanwhile, the Rebornians, and even her personal attendant Agnes, was surprised that Una was going along with the slime's fantasies. Even fellow Rebornians and demi-humans would cast Fudge's words as nothing more than role-playing, but Una treated it as if it was real. Tell me more, Una said. Fudge jumped into Una's arms and began to tell her all of his antics and his ambitions in the world, just like a child would when a teacher asked them about what they wanted to achieve in their life. Sorry about this, the Rebornian Hobmankeys said. No, it's fine. The young miss is quite fond of demi-humans. This is not the first time she has picked up a cute pet from the side of the road. No offense, Agnes said, looking fondly at Una. The Rebornians didn't feel offended. After all, even they refer to Fudge as a cute pet on the side of the road sometimes. Are you here to travel to the King's region? If so, then we can help you get to where you want to go, the Hobmankeys said. Agnes nodded. We would be grateful if you did. We want to stop by Maplewood Village just beyond the mountain ranges so that we can replenish our resources. We can certainly do that, the Rebornians replied. With their help, Yuna and her escorts safely crossed the dangerous mountain ranges and finally reached the King's region. On the way, the Rebornians and Yuna's escorts shared stories amongst themselves. They introduced themselves as Yuna's personal guards that accompanied her everywhere she went. And in this particular mission, their job was to escort the young lady to the Magic Tower in Kingsbridge to meet the famous 8-star, tranquil, blazing king of fire, Cerberus Agendor. Agnes introduced herself as Yuna's personal attendant and her caretaker, serving her since her birth. Then, the Rebornians introduced themselves and told Agnes that they were part of the nation of Reborn. This confused Agnes at first, in all her research to prepare for this journey. She had never heard of a sovereign nation established in the King's region. When the Hobmanki explained that their nation had just formed, it finally made sense. In Agnes' mind, the nation of Reborn was just a small group of secluded people that decided to declare themselves as their own nation. It happened a lot in the Queen's region. Some people would even call a small plot of land the size of a house as their own nation. Oh, we're also part of company. You might have heard of it, the Hobmankeys mentioned. No, what's it called? The Reborn Company, he replied. Agnes dismissed it as nothing special. She hadn't heard of that company in the Queen's region, so she thought that it was just a simple business confined in one small town or village. What's that? Meanwhile, Eunice sat on her seat with Fudge on her lap when she suddenly caught sight of the flat concrete roads connecting to the Maplewood village. Find adventures on Empire. Agnes peeked out of the window of her carriage and saw it as well. Not only that, she also noticed something wrong with Maplewood Village itself. I think we're in the wrong place, Agnes said. That doesn't look like Maplewood Village. The Hobmanki shook his head. No, we're on the right track. That is Maplewood Village. Despite that, Agnes couldn't believe what she was seeing. She expected a small townlet, with a population only in the hundreds and houses primarily made out of wood and thatch. But what she caught a glimpse of was something completely different. There were big stone houses reaching 2 to 3 floors. There were flat roads coming in and out of the village, and even from far away, they could see that the place was jam-packed with people in the middle of the day. The King's region was considered to be the rural area of the country, more so in the Maplewood village since it was so far away from the capital, Kingsbridge City. But somehow, Maplewood Village looked more like a city from the wealthier parts of the Queen's region. Agnes couldn't believe it. But perhaps the strangest thing of all was the strange metal box carriages that had no horses dragging it forward. Agnes thought that there was a beast hiding inside the vehicle, especially since it was roaring as it drove forward. After a few more minutes, they finally reached the Maplewood Village, allowing the locals of the Queen's region to witness the miracles of the Reborn Company products firsthand. Whoa, the road is so flat. What are those strange carriages? How is that metal flowing with water? They saw people washing their fresh produce on the metal faucets, treating water as if it was just a free resource. They saw people lining up to get on a large carriage called Reborn Taxi. They felt as if they were looking at a completely different world. The flat roads, the stone buildings, and now this strange carriage. A lot of things have changed in the King's region. Agnes exclaimed, "Oh yeah, our boss did that." The Hobmankeys replied casually. He seemed to have inherited Michael's tendency to be nonchalant in his responses. Huh, Agnes blurted out. Meanwhile, Yuna looked around Maplewood Village with complete shock and awe written all over her face. Seeing this, Fudge couldn't help but be proud. Isn't my master so great? I'm sure if you meet him, you'll like him. He's nice, just like you. Anyone from the Queen's region would be stunned if they saw what was happening in the King's region. The plumbing system alone would cause a commotion among the wealthy for its clean and efficient way of disposing of waste. Even the richest territories in the Queen's region still used manual labor to gather water from a well or had to hire a water mage for their services. The fact that even a remote village in the middle of nowhere could have easy access to water with just a simple twist of a lever made their lives so much better than even kings, queens, and royals. But perhaps the most intriguing product Reborn offered was their automobiles, which used no magic nor horses to power themselves to run at speeds that were only below that of dragons. This magnificent piece of machinery could solve the distance problem in the Queen's region. Most of the obstacles businesses and even armies faced in the Queen's region was the fact that it took a long time for people to traverse from one territory to another. This essentially forced places to become isolated and secluded from other locations. That was why things that happened on the northern side of the Queen's region would only be known in the southern part of the Queen's region a few years later. But in the King's region, it seemed that all the cities, towns, and villages were a lot more connected and up to date with each other. This was all due to the fact that the Reborn company offered their taxi services to people who couldn't afford to buy their own automobiles. Now, people near the parched lands could visit the further side of the King's region within just a few days of travel. Business boomed, with companies using their newly purchased trucks from the Reborn company to good use. Agnes looked at the products sold in the Maplewood Village's wet markets and saw that it was a lot more diverse than before, offering the signature moist herbs of the Grass Valley and even the dry delicacy cactus fruits in the parched lands. From what she heard, these could cost up to tens of gold coins. But now, it could be bought with silver coins. Agnes thought about the other expensive products in the Queen's region. If they had automobiles, it would allow impoverished territories lacking food and nourishment to finally break free from the high taxes and prices that vendors impose on them. This road is so flat, Eunice said. What is it called? Fudge jumped up from her lap and landed on her head. It is called concrete, and it is something that my master came up with. The Rebornians further explained the benefits of concrete and how it could be used to create entire roads and buildings in just under a few days. It was cheap too, so most territories began to implement them in their buildings, upgrading them to concrete. Amazing, Agnes praised. This concrete would settle so many problems in the Queen's region. Fudge peeked at Eunice's face from above her head. You guys are from the Queen's region? He asked her. Yes, that's where I was born, she answered. You didn't have to go through the dangerous mountain ranges. Didn't you know there was a really big earthquake a year ago? It created a really big landslide. It could have happened to you too. Fudge said with a worried look. I don't want my only believer to slip and fall. If you're gone, who's going to believe that I'm a ninja? When you visit next time, you should use our highway. Yuno looked at the violet slime. There's a highway here. Yes, our boss is about to open a road connecting the King's region to the Queen's region, the Hobmanki explained. But how is that possible? Angie's asked. The mountain ranges are far too steep and dangerous to build in, even with your concrete roads. You just said that there was a landslide here a year ago, so the road would only last a year or so before it gets destroyed. Fudge jumped up from Yuna's head and landed on the ground. He crossed his blobby hands against his chest and turned his head up, with his non-existent face brimming with pride. Who said we built it in the mountain ranges? Master has already struck a deal with the Dwarven King about creating a road that goes around their kingdom. Fudge exclaimed. Agnes and Yuna couldn't hold in their surprise and stood there, stunned in silence. Even as a child, Yuna had already been taught and trained about every species, territory, and nation located in this country. Your next red awaits. At Empire, her family propped her up to be the foremost diplomat in the entire world. To do that, she had to be aware of every political situation in the entire country, including those that were allied and at war against each other. In her history classes, a lot of alliances had formed, changed, and broken apart in the thousands of years of history in the country. It was normal to hear about a territory being allied with another territory for 1,000 years, but fall apart and become mortal enemies within just a few years. But never once did the Dwarven Kingdom change their stance about their closed-door policy. No one had convinced them. Neither the incentive of gold nor the threat of war could make them open their doors. Everyone thought that it would continue for the years to come. That was until this moment, when they found out that someone had successfully allied with the Dwarven Kingdom. The Reborn company has a partnership with the Dwarven Kingdom. Agnes asked, her words stammering. Does that mean that you have access to the infamous Damascus steel? The Rebornians all nodded their heads, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Agnes would have never known that they would witness a world-changing event right in front of their eyes. The Reborn company was still unknown in the Queen's region right now, but she knew that that wouldn't last long. It was as if she was looking at a bomb with its fuse lit up. It was just seconds away from exploding and completely changing the landscape of the world by storm. Meanwhile, the Komodos were on their own in the Maplewood village, looking and observing everything there was to see. Unlike Yuna and Agnes, these Komodos weren't interested in seeing the new inventions of the Reborn company. Instead, they were deeply interested in the demi-humans comprising the Reborn company. Just from one look alone, they already knew that these demi-humans were different. They exuded so much more strength than the normal demi-humans, as if they were imbued with power from their very being itself. Yellow mankeys weren't that uncommon in the Queen's region where they were from. They had even seen blue mankeys performing in the streets and red mankeys hauling materials on the road. However, the yellow mankeys in the Reborn company were completely different from what they were used to. Their faces looked much more human, with their backs straight and their posture taller than normal. Weirdest of all was the golden streaks of design on their fur. Not only that, But these yellow mankeys could cast spells and skills that were much purer than even the elves they saw in the Queen's region. That wasn't supposed to be possible. From what they and everyone else knew in the Queen's region, yellow mankeys were the weakest race in the entire world. They didn't have the intelligence of humans, nor did they have the aptitude to cast any magic spells. They were worse than regular humans, and even worse than Komodos. But somehow, these Rebornians spoke the fluent human language and showed crafting talents even greater than dwarves. It wasn't just one of them. It was all of them. While they were walking around, they heard about a certain place with many names. Some people called it the paradise in the desert, while some called it the place where the stars land. It didn't take them to hear its official name, the nation of Reborn. The Komodos approached the Hobmankeys working construction on the road and asked them about this nation. The Hobmankey happily talked to them with a proud smile on their faces, describing to the Komodos what they loved about their nation back in the parched lands. They were so enthusiastic about talking that they ended up just overlapping their sentences. The Komodos could only hear something about baseball, beer, electricity, food, and love. But even if they didn't know what the Mankeys were talking about, it was clear from their excitement alone that this was a place that they proudly called home. They talked extensively about their boss and how he was the one who gave them everything they had ever asked for and more. He was the reason why they were working here in Maplewood Village away from their families. They wanted to repay everything that Michael had done for them. After all, he was the one who evolved them into what they were now. Upon hearing this, the Komodos couldn't help but look at each other in complete awe and excitement. Could the nation of Reborn be the place where they could regain the glory of their species? Just the possibility of this thought made all the hardships they experienced getting here worth it. But of course, they didn't get ahead of themselves. The nation of Reborn looked like a literal paradise. If they wanted to join them, then they had to work for it, no matter the cost. "We want to be a citizen of your nation," the juvenile male Komodo said. "We are willing to do anything." The Hobmankeys gave them a big smile. "Sure, you can join us. There's a bus that leads you straight to the parched lands. You can take that." The Komodo looked confused. "And then what?" he asked the Hobmankey, expecting to hear more requirements. "You just need to get on the bus. Just tell the driver that you want to become a citizen of our nation and you won't have to pay the fee. After you guys arrive in the nation, just look for Lolo or Kong. They'll tell you where you can build your houses." "That's it. Haha." The Hobmankeys chuckled. "There's nothing else. You become a citizen anytime you like." Excitement filled the Komodos' faces. They just needed to go back to the parched lands, and they could finally reach their dream. They could finally restore their pride. The young Komodos eagerly returned to thank Yuna for her hospitality for the past few days. They wouldn't have been able to cross here if it weren't for her. But when they got back, it seemed that Yuna and her escorts also had the intention of visiting the nation of Reborn in the parched lands. After hearing everything that the Reborn Company achieved in just a few years, Yuna and her escorts had no choice but to see this nation for themselves. They decided to leave their horses and carriages in Maplewood Village and just use the Reborn bus taxi to go around the King's region. After all, it was much faster than the automobile, and it would give them a chance to see how different a car was compared to a horse-drawn carriage. They used the Montgomery family money to rent out a few Reborn buses for their own use. The Komodos joined them again since they liked Yuna and the Demi-Humans Company. After a few more hours of preparation, they were finally done to embark on the journey deeper towards the King's region. Before they left, Fudge said his goodbyes to Yuna and the rest of them. "It's too bad I can't join you. I still have a mission here to fulfill. My ninja code prevents me from running away from my responsibilities," Fudge said, sulking with his back against the wall like a tortured vagabond. Yuna peeked out of the window of the bus and pouted at Fudge. "It's too bad you already have a master," she said, pursing her lips disappointedly. "Don't worry. There's a way for you to become my master as well through a more official connection with my master." "I will work on it," Fudge whispered. "Huh? Did you say something?" "No, Madam. It must have just been the wind." Fudge replied with a nervous laugh. Fudge waved goodbye as Yuna and her escorts departed on Reborn buses towards Kingsbridge City. They were going to stop by the capital of the King's region first before they journeyed to the parched lands. Despite how much Fudge wanted to join Yuna and tell her all about his ninja escapades, Fudge had to go somewhere else today. No matter how tempting it was to hear how fascinated she was about him being a good ninja, Fudge couldn't forget his responsibilities. But maybe he could slip by in their carriage for just a few days. "No, I have a job to do," Fudge scolded himself. He looked around Maplewood Village and saw the local inhabitants minding their own business, completely ignoring his existence, just like a good ninja. When he confirmed that no one was looking at him, Fudge descended into the shadow of a house and disappeared completely, reappearing in a vastly different space. There was nothing but darkness around in this new place, except for a dim ray of light that illuminated the corner of the room where a person sat comfortably in a chair. This person looked completely relaxed, casually sipping tea as Fudge ascended from the shadows. It seemed that this person expected to see the ninja slime. Fudge, our usual meetings aren't till 2 days later. Is there something urgent you want to report? The person asked, their voice having a hint of boredom in its tone. Yes, I have something amazing to share, Fudge replied as he bowed towards this person in the room. Well, what is it? Don't leave me hanging and save me from the monotony and dullness of my life during these past few days. The person said expectantly. Fudge skipped closer to the person. I was monitoring the borders of the King's region, performing my usual checks to observe everything that was coming in and out of the territory, when all of a sudden, I saw a squirrel dart past my eyes. I chased after it, thinking it was an enemy. But it turned out that I was wrong. Fudge. Get to the point. The person interrupted, completely annoyed at Fudge's tendencies to stray too far away from the subject at hand. Right, Fudge replied. After that, we met some people who came from the Queen's region. Long story short, I found her. I found the perfect match for my master. The person sitting in the corner went silent for a few seconds. Then, they leaned forward, letting the thin ray of light finally shine a light on their face. Her radiant blue eyes were reminiscent of Michael's eyes. It was Lilia Vanderbilt. It seemed that she was the one who had been indulging in Fudge's little club that he was trying to form. Since she was Michael's mother, she was the president of their Michael Club, with Fudge serving as the servant in the shadows. Usually, their meetings consisted of Fudge reporting to Lilia about everything that Michael was doing on a day-to-day basis. This included what he ate for breakfast, dinner, and lunch, as well as who he spent it with. But as Michael's business began to spread across the King's region, and possibly even further, both Fudge and Lilia knew that they had to get more members to help them manage the club in the shadows. They had plenty of other members, Rebornians who had the talent to become a ninja like Fudge. However, they were just surface-level members. They still needed some high-level officers in their club. As of now, no one worthy had yet to show up for them to give this precious spot to. That was until Fudge seemed to have found the perfect candidate in Una Montgomery. Even though Fudge's motivation to make Una into Michael's partner was completely backed by a selfish reason, mostly because he wanted to get pet by her all the time, Fudge still thought that Una was a potential candidate even by Lilia's standard. Fudge couldn't explain it, but it seemed as if Una was the perfect match for Michael, and vice versa. That was why Fudge wanted to plan a little scheme to get the two of them together, just to test the waters. But of course, none of this would matter if Lilia deemed her as unworthy. You think so, huh? Interesting. Tell me more, Lilia said with a mysterious smile on her lips. Meanwhile, unaware of his wife's scheming, Bart Vanderbilt took his personal automobile, gifted to him by his son, into the magic tower of Kingsbridge City. As he entered the tower, the mages and wizards working on the first floor greeted him with a friendly smile, which he reciprocated with a greeting of his own. This was not the first time he had been in the magic tower this week. Ever since he had given up on managing the Vanderbilt business in the King's region, Bart found himself out of work and bored out of his mind. Thankfully, it seemed that he was not the only one. He unexpectedly found a friend in Cerberus Augendor, the 8-star tower master of the King's region. Michael had been far too busy managing his business and his nation these days, so the tower master had no other high-skilled player to play against. It turned out that Bart was quite talented in chess, so the two of them played frequently to pass the time. They spent most of their days sipping beer and playing chess in the magic tower, improving their skills through friendly competitions. A good friend, Cerberus greeted Bart. Do you mind if we practice a few of my openings? I can't let myself be beaten by the young UNS in our competition. Bart had just entered Cerberus' room, but the chessboard was already arranged perfectly. Sure, Bart replied, but we must use a stopwatch. I need to work on thinking fast during a game. The two quickly started their game with much enthusiasm and liveliness. But just as they were about to start, Cerberus suddenly heard an apologetic wizard's voice transmit into the room. Sorry to interrupt, Tower Master. There's someone here to see you. Her name is Una. Una Montgomery greeted Bart and Cerberus with an elegant bow, showcasing her respectful manners. Hello, Tower Master, she said. Ho ho ho, it's been a while, Una. You've grown so fast. Has it only been 5 years? Cerberus said, laughing as he reminisced about seeing the little Una being so mischievous back in the Queen's region. Yes, Tower Master. My grandmother sends her regards, she replied. Cerberus got up from his seat and approached Una. How have you been? Did the spells I taught you do any good? Una nodded. Yes, Tower Master. It has improved the mana efficiency in my moves. About 5 years ago, Cerberus was invited into the Montgomery residence to ascertain the talents of a certain brilliant young girl. Usually, he wouldn't want to travel all the way there, but he owed quite a big favor to Yuna's grandmother, so he was forced to go there by himself. "What are you doing here in the King's region?" he asked her. "You just turned 10 years old, right? Have you had your talent awakening? Did you get something good?" From what he knew, she just had her birthday less than a month ago. Cerberus thought she would have stayed in the Queen's region to celebrate or hone her newfound skills with her grandmother, which was why he wasn't expecting to see her here in the King's region. "I haven't had my talent awakening, Tower Master, but that is partially why I am here. Once I am done with my business here, I will visit a church and awaken my talent," she said with a composed face. Cerberus scratched his beard. Usually, children would be giddy and impatient to awaken their talent. Some would even stay up for 2 days before their birthday due to their anticipation. Yet, Yuna looked like she wasn't in any hurry. "I guess that's the perks of being a talented brat. Huh? You don't need a talent awakening to show your skills. Huh?" Cerberus chuckled. "You remind me of someone I know." Yuna humbly smiled and took the compliment. "So, if that's not your main goal, then why are you here?" Cerberus asked curiously. Yuna cleared her throat. "I have a big favor to ask, Tower Master. Would you please teach my friend some of the spells here in the Magic Tower?" Cerberus stroked his beard as he contemplated Yuna's request. "I have already repaid my favor from your grandmother," he said with a stern look on his face. "There's no reason for me to help you this time around." Cerberus knew that Yuna's friends were demi-humans of all varieties. Although some had the talent to cast magic, most of them did not. It would take them a lot of time and effort to teach them even a single one-star spell. As the Tower Master, he couldn't simply waste his wizard's time teaching Yuna's demi-human escorts. Although he favored Yuna, it wasn't enough to fulfill this hard request of hers. Yuna pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. She was downcast, with her hands on her back, sulking. Seeing this, Cerberus started to feel a little bit guilty for making it hard on a 10-year-old girl. "Fine, I'll tell you what. If you can beat me in a game of chess, then I'll teach your friend some spells," he said arbitrarily. "You know chess, right?" Yuna looked past the Tower Master and saw Bart sitting next to a table filled with chess pieces. "I've seen some wizards play it in their spare time," Yuna said, with an imperceptible glint in her eyes. "To make it fair, I'll give you 3 chances to beat me. If you can force a draw, it's also your win," he kindly said to her. Bart got up from his seat and let Yuna take his place. The little girl looked at the chessboard with open curiosity, looking at the intricately carved pieces on the board. With a wave of his hand, Cerberus magically arranged the pieces into their proper place on the board. "You're on the white side, which means that you'll..." But before he could even finish his words, Yuna suddenly took his hand and shook it, solidifying their agreement. "We shook hands. It's official. No take-backs," she said ominously. Cerberus was speechless as Yuna leaned on the table and made the first move as the white pieces. She did it with speed and precision, as if this wasn't the first time she had played chess. A cold sweat began to form on Cerberus' forehead. He had a bad feeling about this. A couple of minutes later, Cerberus frowned as he looked at the chess pieces on the board. Even Bart, who was behind him, couldn't help but cover his mouth as he began to realize the fact that Cerberus was about to lose. "What if you move your queen here?" Bart leaned in and whispered. "No. Then she would take my rook. How about I move my pawn here?" Cerberus whispered back. Yuna smiled at them. "No coaching," she said with a teasing tone. She knew it didn't matter. She was going to win. "Shut up, brat. You said that you didn't know how to play chess." Cerberus blurted out in a panic. "I never said that," she said to them innocently. "I only said that I saw the other mages play chess. I never said I didn't play with them." Everything was normal for the first few moves. Cerberus was surprised that she was quite skilled at chess, especially with her placement of pieces. But he thought nothing more of it. But as the game went on, he soon realized that Yuna was like a camouflage snake, waiting at the opportune time before she struck. And the moment she did, Cerberus could do nothing else as lost more and more pieces as the time passed by. It didn't matter if Bart and Cerberus tried to work together. They lost the moment they underestimated the little Montgomery girl. "Checkmate," she said, playfully toppling her opponent's king piece. Cerberus sighed and slumped back in his chair. If he had a gold coin for every time that a 10-year-old child mercilessly checkmated him in chess, then he would have 2 gold coins, which wasn't a lot. But it was weird that it happened twice. Cerberus could only blame himself. He should have known that Yuna would end up as sly and crafty as her grandmother. He finally understood why she wanted to see him, specifically to ask him for this favor. Yuna must have asked the other Tower Masters in the Queen's region first, and all their answers were a resounding no. So, she planned to visit the infamous 8-star, tranquil, blazing king of fire. He earned this title not just because of his mastery over the fire element, but also because of his impulsive tendencies to gamble with a tranquil face. Cerberus was quite famous for looking like a wise hermit who had thrown away all earthly impulses, especially with his lengthy white beard. But anyone who knew him personally would know that his face was just a facade, and in truth, he was quite an impulsive high roller in gambling places all over the world. Yuna took advantage of that fact. She knew that once Cerberus denied her request, he would offer a simple wager to give her a chance. And of course, his choice of game would be none other than chess, which was very famous amongst mages and wizards. Due to her training from the Montgomery family as a diplomat, Yuna was adept at all things related to managing territories. Chess was good practice for that. I can't believe I fell for it again. Why am I the target for 10-year-old scammers? First, it was Michael, who ended up being the one who invented chess in the first place. Now it was Yuna, who acted like she hadn't played chess at all. We shook hands, so you can't take it back, okay? Yuna triumphantly smiled at Cerberus. The old man's hair seemed to have turned even whiter. Sure, whatever. Thank you, Tower Master. I'll consider it your gift for my talent awakening later. With one of her goals done, Yuna profusely thanked Bart and Cerberus for their time and quickly left the room, afraid that the Tower Master would change his mind. She would now go to the Kingsbridge City Church and awaken her talent. Bart consoled his friend. Don't mind it. You couldn't have known she was that good at chess. Cerberus shook his head. No, I should have known better. That kid's always been a brilliant child. But what's impressive about her is not just her smarts, but also her talent in the way of the rapier. That girl was talented in weapons. Bart asked as he glanced at the door where Yuna had left from. Yes, Cerberus nodded. Their family is famous for their sharp minds, but this is perhaps the first time they had birthed someone talented in the physical arts. Did you know that she could have been recruited as a squire in the Order of the Heavenly Knights? Bart was shocked. The Order, as it was famously called, was an elite group of sword masters and weapon experts famous for being the foremost guild that nurtured the best physical art masters in the world. The mages and wizards had the Guild of Arcana, while the swordsmen and knights had the Order. Magical arts used spells to throw water, ice, and fire out of their hands, while physical arts used spells to imbue their weapons with elemental mana to increase their power. From what Bart heard, only those with a 4-star mana core and a proven win against a squire from the Order could make a person qualified to join. Not only that, candidates were only allowed to try out at 15 years old and above. Yuna was only 10. This meant that she was probably offered tutelage from one of the 10 Heavenly Knights. Why is she here then? Shouldn't she be rigorously training under her master? Bart asked with a bit of panic. Even he thought it was wasteful of her to spend her time away from training. After all, she could become one of the Heavenly Knights in the future. Huh, Cerberus chuckled. She's just like Michael in that regard. He could have also joined our Guild of Arcana when he was 5 years old and been nurtured to become a mystic master like myself. But for some reason, he chose to follow your grandfather's footsteps and start a company. Yuna could have joined the Order, but she refused and chose to follow in her grandmother's footsteps. She wanted to become a diplomat. I would have said it was a waste of talent, but clearly, they both are prospering in their own chosen fields. Continue your journey on Empire. The two men were silent for a few seconds before Bart suddenly remembered something. Wait, diplomat? What was her last name again? Montgomery. Her full name is Yuna Montgomery, Cerberus replied. Bart took a deep breath as he suddenly realized why Yuna looked familiar. What is it? Cerberus asked, curious as to why Bart acted as if he had just discovered a secret of the world. When Michael had his first birthday, we invited everyone we could think of, Bart recalled. Most of the people in the Queen's region decided to send proxies, but there was one family who personally traveled for months on end to accept our invitation. It was the Montgomery family. Cerberus looked at Bart, still confused. What are you trying to get at? My wife chatted them up and found out that they had just birthed a baby daughter of their own. Now, we may have drunk a couple of bottles of alcohol, but by the end of the night, we had agreed to arrange the marriage for the two of them. Cerberus looked at Bart in pure disbelief. You mean to tell me that Michael and Yuna are engaged to be married? Do they know about this? Michael doesn't know, Bart said, a bit ashamedly. The Tower Master clicked his tongue in disappointment to the Vanderbilt father. Well, you couldn't have known that she would end up in the King's region so early, Cerberus consoled his friend. And who knows? Maybe things will end up better than you thought. Fate works in mysterious ways. Are you sure she's here? A woman wearing a hat that covered her eyes and a scarf that covered her mouth whispered to a nearby wall. Yes, madam, she entered the magic tower under an hour ago, replied the shadow cast over the wall. After hearing such good praises from Fudge, Lilia decided to take a closer look at this girl for herself. For all she knew, the girl could have simply used some tricks to deceive the ninja slime. Although useful, Lilia knew Fudge could be quite a dit sometimes. If someone was going to be her son's partner, then they better be someone who deserved him. In her eyes, Michael was the perfect little boy who had absolutely no flaws and no weaknesses. His partner should have at least one or two of those traits. So, Lilia and Fudge devised a little scenario to determine if Yuna had good intentions with her son. Despite this being their very first mission as the Michael Club, they had prepared everything they needed for this plan to work accordingly. They had normal club members planted amongst the crowd, acting like a normal bystander. They all had the skill to act like a shadow, so they were perfectly adept at staying out of sight. After a few more minutes, their target finally came into view. Yuna came out of the magic tower with a smile on her face, as if she had accomplished everything she set out to achieve. "That's her, madam," Fudge announced as he caught sight of Yuna. Lilia didn't waste a second any longer and briskly walked in her direction. With her face completely covered, she was sure that she wouldn't be recognized by anyone in the street. She quickly took a bottle of a strange liquid from one of their club members and held it in her hands. This liquid was a staining solution that would completely ruin any silk or linen clothes. It would be unwashable through any means, making the stain permanent. Lilia recognized Yuna's dress to be made out of very expensive material, which made her think that the girl was someone materialistic. That would be a complete deal breaker for her. She didn't want her son to end up with someone that valued him only for his money. She wanted Michael's partner to be like her. She didn't marry Bart because of his money. She married Bart because she loved him for his good qualities. She didn't even know he was a Vanderbilt before they were engaged. Lilia planned to accidentally bump into Yuna and pour liquid onto her dress. If Yuna freaked out because her expensive dress was ruined, then she was not the right girl for Michael. Yuna walked down the street with a pep in her step, unaware that the person coming towards her was Lilia. And just as they were about to cross each other, Lilia crossed her legs and purposefully tripped herself to spill the staining liquid onto Yuna's red dress. The plan successfully worked, with the stain completely visible on the hemline of her dress. Yuna frowned a little bit. Her favorite dress had been dirted. "Oh my, I'm sorry, girl." But just as Lilia was going to say her practice line, she suddenly felt something fall from her dress. A wooden statuette of Michael's complete likeness fell out of her pockets and landed on the gutters by the side of the street. The previous pristine condition of the sculpture was now dirted with mud and grime from the ground. This was not part of the plan. It seemed that as she tripped herself, her beloved Michael, too, had fallen out of her pockets as well. "No!" Lilia screamed as she fell on the ground and scrambled to get Michael, too. She had been so careful with Michael, too, all this time, ever since Michael gave it to her. She had never let it out of her sight and always brought it with her wherever she went. It made her feel like Michael was always there with her. But now, her little mistake had dirted Michael, too. Just then, she heard something rip. Lilia lifted her head and saw Yuna offer her a ripped piece of her dress. The little girl willingly destroyed her favorite red dress, so that Lilia had something to clean Michael, too, with. "It still looks good. It just needs a little wipe," Yuna said with a smile. It was at this point that Lilia realized that she had completely misjudged the little girl. She didn't hesitate for a single second as she ripped the hems of her dress to save an unknown person from distress. "You would do this for someone you don't even know?" Lilia asked her. Yuna tilted her head. "Well, it looked like you really treasured that wooden statue. My dress is nothing compared to your priceless memorabilia. Is that your son?" she asked her. "Experienced tales at Empire." "Yes," Lilia said as she took the fabric and wiped the dirt away from Michael II's face. "When he's with me, I feel like my son is also with me." "Ah, that's cute," Yuna said, giggling. "You don't think it's weird that a mother is this obsessed with her son? Most people think I'm crazy because I treat this wooden statue as if it were a real person," Lilia said, looking straight into Yuna's eyes. "No, I don't think so," the girl answered. "It's only natural that a mother cares and loves her son this way. In the future, I hope I can be as loving as you to my children." Lilia looked at Yuna with her jaws dropped, completely stunned at hearing the perfect answer come out of the girl's mouth. "Oh, my friends are here. You got to go. It was nice to meet you, madam." Yuna waved goodbye to Lilia before she jumped onto the bus with Agnes and the rest of her escorts. Now that she was all alone, Fudge ascended from Lilia's shadow and skipped in front of her. "What do you think, madam? Isn't she the perfect match for Master?" Fudge asked enthusiastically. "Fudge," Lilia muttered. "She's more than perfect. This is fate." "Fate?" Fudge asked as he tilted his head. "Is that a new nickname for me?" Lilia picked up the violet slime and took him into her arms. "No, you silly puppy. The partnership of that girl and Michael is ordained by nothing less than the universe itself." "What do you mean?" Lilia looked at Yuna on the side of the street. She didn't recognize the little girl at first because she had grown up so fast in just a few years. However, Lilia did recognize the female ogre that greeted Yuna with respect. She wouldn't forget that face. That ogre had a permanent frown, red eyes, and a single horn on her forehead. She was none other than Agnes, the famous battle maid of the Montgomery family. And if she was escorting that little girl, then Yuna must be none other than the youngest daughter of the Montgomery family. You didn't tell me her last name was Montgomery, Lilia said as she squeezed Fudge aggressively. BUMF, sorry madam. I forgot hee, but why does her last name matter? Lilia watched as Yuna's bus set off and rode out into the street. She could have stopped them and introduced herself, but Lilia chose not to. She wanted to let fate play out without her intervention. When Michael was a child, I arranged for him to be married to Yuna, Lilia said. Really? Did you already know back then that they would be a perfect match? Fudge asked, amazed at the madam's prescience. No, I just saw her as the youngest daughter of the Montgomery family. The union of the two was purely political, Lilia explained. A political marriage between the two was completely beneficial to all parties. Yuna was the youngest daughter of the Montgomery family, and Michael was the youngest son of the Vanderbilt family. But even though they had a direct lineage to their respective families, they weren't exactly the foremost candidate for the succession of their inheritance. Lilia wanted to secure Michael's future. She knew from the start that Michael wouldn't be given much in his inheritance, especially since Ise Vanderbilt had a lot of sons and daughters who were up to inherit the wealth. So, she thought that if she could connect with the Montgomery family, Ise Vanderbilt would favor Michael as an important member of his family, and therefore be given a lot more money from the inheritance. Yuna's parents also accepted this agreement because they wanted Yuna to be favored by her grandmother. The Vanderbilts had money. The Montgomerys had connections. By tying the knot, they would solidify their connections with each other and allow them to strengthen their claim to their family's legacy. Does that mean they're engaged already? We don't have to do anything, and she'll become my master as well. Fudge asked, excitement filling his jiggly body. Lilia sighed in disappointment. Unfortunately, the engagement is not official. What? Why not? When Michael showed his talents in the mystic arts as well as in his business, Bart and I decided that he didn't need the Vanderbilt wealth any longer. Michael could take care of himself even without his grandfather's help. Coincidentally, Yuna also showed off her talent in the physical arts as well as her diplomatic relations. She became favored by her grandmother through her smarts alone. They both turned out to be geniuses in their own right, which meant that they didn't need a political marriage to boost their value. So, I talked with her parents, and we mutually decided to call off the engagement. Fudge listened to Lilia's story and couldn't help but feel as if it was a waste. They look so perfect for each other, he said. If they were still engaged, then we would only have to wait until they're at the right age, and they can be married. Find adventures at Empire. Can you still talk with their parents and arrange another marriage for them? Lilia shook her head with a smile. We don't need to. Don't you see? Even the universe itself wants to get the two of them together. We just need to let the two of them meet, and they will figure out on their own that they are made for each other. If they had made another engagement agreement behind their backs, it could have the complete opposite reaction they want. Michael valued his independence, so he wouldn't react positively to an engagement he didn't agree with. But that could take a long time, Fudge complained. Fudge wanted to be pet by Yuna and Michael all the time. Foo-foo, Lilia chuckled with a mischievous smile. Of course, we can also push the two of them from the shadows. That's why we have our little club, right? Fudge picked up on Lilia's words. Yes, madam, you are so very right. Master won't know it, but he has already fallen right into our plans. Achoo, Michael sneezed. Is someone talking about me? Boss, is there something wrong? Lolo asked, stopping his progress report. No, keep going. Lolo nodded and began to inform Michael about the new additions to their territory. Ever since the nation of Reborn became front-page headlines, almost every demi-human living in the King's region had heard about the paradise in the parched lands. So, they came to check out the rumors. And once they saw everything that the nation had to offer, they didn't hesitate any longer and signed up to become a citizen of Reborn. This doubled their numbers overnight, turning their small village into a territory with 10,000 demi-human inhabitants. Although this had doubled the workload to maintain the nation, it didn't matter in the end because the workforce had expanded with a new surplus of citizens that had just recently awakened their talents. Kong didn't even have to return to the nation to supervise the construction of new houses. There were plenty of engineered demi-humans who could do the work without him, which was good because Michael expected to see more demi-humans joining them in the near future. But what he didn't expect was that even humans wanted to become citizens of their nation. There are about 100 or so humans who have knocked on our doors and inquired about how they could get citizenship, Lolo explained. After the nation of Reborn was publicized all over the newspapers, Many curious and inquisitive people began traveling to the parched lands in search of the place called paradise in the desert. Conveniently for them, there was already a flat concrete road that led directly to the nation of Reborn from Kingsbridge City. Most of them wanted to disprove the unbelievable stories in the papers, but once they arrived, all the rumors quickly became truths. It seemed that the nation of Reborn truly was the place where stars landed at night. Of course, what they really saw was just the light bulbs lit up on every house in the nation as well as the lamps on the streets. This became quite an experience to see. Most people visit the nation of Reborn just to see this amazing sight during the night. And while they visited, they slowly fell in love with everything that Michael built in the desolate desert. If they want to join, then we must accept them, right? Lolo smiled. Yes, boss. These humans have all integrated quite well with us demi-humans, treating us with no discrimination and even more admiration. You should see how much they cheer at the baseball games, boss. They even beat the lamias in shouting. That's good. Michael nodded in satisfaction. I want our nation to be a place where anyone can feel at home. It was always his intention to eventually have humans and demi-humans in his nation. However, he thought that achieving a peaceful society between the two races would be a little bit more difficult to achieve. He thought it would take a bit more time to integrate the two into one nation. But he was quickly proven wrong. Ever since the Rebornians showed themselves along the King's region, the public perception of demi-humans had quickly gone up. They were no longer considered as a group lesser than humans. The fact that it was demi-humans who sold Reborn products and provided Reborn services also helped a lot in dispelling any negative connotations about demi-humans. Everyone loved the Reborn taxi service for its cheap and easy way of commuting over large distances in the King's region. And every time they bought a ticket, they would be faced with a demi-human attendant and driver. Soon, the demi-humans became associated with being loyal, talented, and hardworking people who gave them amazing products and services. That was how plenty of humans found themselves at peace and happy in the nation of Reborn. Explore more at Empire. Prepare for more humans to migrate to our nation, Michael said to Lolo. I'll ask Castell if there's any of our human Reborn workers who want to move to our nation and work here full-time. Michael planned to have his parents move here once everything settled down. So it was a good idea to have more humans in the nation so that they wouldn't feel too out of place. He soon descended into his own shadow and reappeared in Kingsbridge City, right inside Castell's office. The hard-working Reborn quickly dropped everything she was doing and greeted Michael. Hello, young master. To what do I owe the pleasure? She asked, bowing to him. Michael explained his proposal about having human workers migrate to the nation of Reborn. Not only would they be able to take their families with them, but they would also awaken their latent talent once they were a full citizen of their nation. That is an interesting idea, young master. I'm sure that a lot of them would take this chance in a heartbeat. Most of the human workers in the Reborn company were people who only rented their house in the city, which made their expenses every month bigger than what they would like. But if they became a citizen of Reborn, they would be able to build their own house without paying a single coin. Soon after, Castell sent out a company-wide letter that described exactly what kind of benefits they would get once they migrated to the parched lands. The prospect of living in the paradise-like world of the Reborn nation was already a tempting offer for most of them. But the thing that truly pushed people to sign up for this proposal was the fact that they could bring their families with them to Reborn. This meant that their sons, daughters, and even their wives would have their talent awakened free of charge. Their child would have a chance to become a mage or a swordsman. After hearing the positive reception from the Reborn workers, Michael returned to the parched lands within a blink of an eye, ascending from the shadow in the corner of his house. Lolo had been waiting patiently for Michael to return and greeted him with a respectful bow. I have some free time tomorrow, he told Lolo. Tell all of our new citizens to come to my house for their talent awakening. It was early in the morning, with the clock tower yet to strike its bell, but there was already a large group of the new citizens, both human and demi-human, lining up outside of Michael's house. They waited patiently for their turn to get their talents awakened. Nothing unusual happened with the demi-humans he awakened. Their talents, skills, and evolution paths weren't all that different from what he saw from the others he awakened. However, when he started to awaken the talents of humans, he came across a strange new possibility. He faced a middle-aged woman who had been working as a town crier in the Reborn offices. So, you already have your talent awakened? He asked her. Yes, she answered. My D-class talent was called Shouting Voice, allowing me to be the announcer for Reborn products. Even though she already had a talent, his superior golden nose skill told him that she still had the potential to awaken a good talent. Michael had a single question in his mind. Could he awaken someone who already had a talent awakening? Michael knew that he could awaken the talent of someone who hasn't had their awakening yet. Castell, for example, missed her timing and was unable to awaken hers, forever closing the door to her latent skills. That was until she met Michael, who had the supreme skill to do the impossible. This happened quite frequently because the fee to awaken a talent was quite exorbitant for struggling families to afford. That was why many people failed to awaken at 10 years old. He had been using his supreme skill for demi-humans this whole time, who weren't even supposed to have a talent in the first place. So, Michael had yet to try it on to a human who already had a talent. Hey ChatJK3, is this possible? Yes, Michael. It is possible to awaken the talent of someone who already had a talent awakened. Michael couldn't believe it. First of all, how is that possible? Second of all, do all humans have the capacity to awaken a second time? And thirdly, why didn't you tell me this any sooner? To answer your questions, 1. This became possible only after the software was upgraded to the current version 0.2. All humans can awaken a second time as long as there is improvement that the system can find 0.3. You didn't ask. Michael was so astonished by this that he ignored ChatJK3's snarky remark. He immediately inspected the middle-aged woman using his supreme skill and found that he could improve her talent. Current talent: C-class shouting voice, potential upgraded talent. A class Angela voice. It seemed that upgrading a human talent was like the evolution of a demi-human. Since ChatJK3 could change evolution paths, it could also improve talents. Enjoy more content from my virtual library Empire. Michael looked at the middle-aged woman and asked her, "Do you have a hobby of singing?" She meekly nodded, embarrassed about telling him her dreams of becoming a famous singer in all the lands. "Well, you're in luck," Michael said to her. "It turns out you have what it takes to be our country's next top singer." He raised his hand and activated his supreme skill. The middle-aged woman was suddenly enveloped in a blinding light that persisted for a few seconds before fading away. Downloading singing lessons complete. The woman looked at her hands, feeling a sense of confidence in herself that she had never felt before. "Thank you, huh?" The woman was so surprised by the change in her voice that she startled herself. She suddenly realized that she could belt out melodies and rhythms that she couldn't have done before. With the knowledge imparted by ChatJK3, the woman could become one of the best singers even in his previous world. "Thank you, Sir Michael. But I'm sorry that I won't be useful in our country," the woman said dejectedly. "Who said that? You're plenty useful for our country." Michael immediately replied. Having performers like her with tremendous singing abilities would increase the enjoyability of the festivals they hold in the nation now and in the future. He always thought that they lacked more entertainment varieties in their festivals. Aside from baseball games, drinking games, and the fireworks show, the nation of Reborn didn't have anything else that the citizens could amuse themselves with. But with the new influx of citizens, he saw that there were more and more talents that didn't have anything to do with production or physical ability. Some humans and demi-humans had the talent to play instruments, sing songs, and dance with great fervor and rhythm. Most of these people would find it hard to get a stable job in any other territory, but in the nation of Reborn, it was a very welcome talent that was just as essential as the engineers and the farmers. After all, Michael was the only one who knew the possibilities that the arts could take them. Back in his previous world, K-pop idols were worshipped by millions and millions of fans across the globe. Even though they used a different language, people still sang their lyrics and danced their difficult moves. Even he was caught up in the K-pop fever back in his previous life. Aside from watching anime, Michael was also a fan of listening to K-pop songs. There was this one solo K-pop idol who he was a massive fan of. She was great in both singing and dancing, and was considered to be the jewel of the night for her ability to shine brighter than the stars while singing her songs. She was one of the reasons why he would even get out of the house. He wanted to go to her concerts and catch a glimpse of her in real life. Of course, she was considered one of the most beautiful women in the world, so his intention to see her in concerts wasn't just to listen to her sing. She was also the reason why he got into online chess. She said in an interview that she was quite obsessed with the game, and it inspired him to play chess as well. Michael knew that he was not the only one who admired her greatly. Back in his previous life, it seemed that the whole world admired her as well. That was the real potential of art talents. Michael thought that the Rebornians with these kinds of talents could also become like the K-pop idols in his previous life, conquering the world through their music and their dancing. This world still undervalued talents that weren't productive, but Michael believed that he could change that. Of course, before he could change the world, he had to start in his nation. So, he instructed Lolo to give these talents a way to showcase their skills, something like another festival. After all, they had just brought in a whole lot of new citizens, so it was only appropriate to welcome them with a celebration. With the help of some of his craftsmen, they were able to make musical instruments like guitars, drum sets, and even a stereo sound system that could broadcast music to the entire nation. Of course, he decided to integrate mithril into those instruments as well. With the materials available in the king's region, it was relatively easy to create musical instruments for everyone that needed it. The guitar was essentially just a hollow block of wood with strings on it, so it was quite easy to make. As for the stereo microphone system, Michael had to ask ChatJK-3 to help him figure out the electronics hidden inside that could amplify the sound. After making the instruments, he gathered all of the talented artists and gave them their respective artifacts. Yes, artifacts. After all, Michael fitted all of the musical instruments with mithril stones, which further enhanced the talents of those using them. If the farmers had farming equipment artifacts and the engineers had ruler artifacts, then these people would have instrumental artifacts. After all, the skills they obtained from their talents were very similar to a spell, so the enhancement effect of a mithril artifact was still applicable. This actually made Michael curious. After all, the effects of mithril were very obvious to the farmers who used it. Their respective crops would grow faster and much more plentiful when using an artifact. But what would be the effects of an instrument artifact? Michael didn't know. He guessed that it would just be a little louder than normal. To test it out, Michael picked out one of the human guitarists he just awakened and asked him to try out his new musical artifact. "You know how to play a song, right?" he asked him. "Yes, Sir Michael. When you awakened me, I was also endowed with the knowledge to play the guitar," the man answered. Michael wanted to see what kind of effects the mithril could have on other people, so he also invited a variety of demi-humans to witness this experiment. He had a representative from each department in the nation, one from the farming sector, one from the engineering group, and each one from the different species of demi-humans. They all gathered at Michael's house and waited for the guitarist to start performing. "Play any song you'd like," Michael said. The man felt a little bit nervous having a group of people watching him, so he picked out a simple, easygoing chord progression that helped calm him down. Tring! And as soon as the notes bounced around the room, every single one listening to the guitarist started to show a peaceful smile, as if they felt instantly relaxed. Suddenly, Michael heard ChatJK-3's voice ring out inside his head. Calming effect allowed to pass through. "Your health has been increased by 10%. Michael's eyes widened as he saw the notification pass through his eyes. "So that's why I feel so calm and relaxed. I got a 10% boost in my well-being. Is that because of the calming music played by the guitarist?" "Yes." ChatJK-3 answered. "What do you guys feel?" he asked the others. "I feel very calm, sir. Like I had just taken a warm bath." "Me too. My headache is suddenly gone as well." It seemed that he was not the only one who was blessed with a bump in health. Everyone who listened to the guitarist's music received the same effects. "Can you try to play another song? I want to see what other effects it could bring," he asked the guitarist. "What would you like to hear, sir?" Michael looked at the farmers and had an idea. "I want a song that will help me concentrate better, that kind of music." The guitarist nodded his head and began to brainstorm in his mind about the proper rhythm and chord progression that could elicit the kind of effect Michael wanted. As he strummed the guitar, the imagery of hardworking Rebornians toiling on the farm filled his mind. Because of that, the music produced from his guitar brought out a unique sound that resonated with and the farmers in the room. Inspiration effect allowed to pass through. "Your agricultural production efficiency has increased by 30%, and the Hobmanki in charge of being the agricultural chief of staff in their nation couldn't help but gasp as she felt the mana in her body dancing to the beat and rhythm of the music. It seemed to be in a good mood and allowed and to harness their power for her skills. "Boss, this is amazing," she exclaimed. "If our guitarist plays his song while we're working in the farms, I feel like we can double our harvest for this month." Michael was starting to discover the true potential of musical talents. He began to have the guitarist try other songs, each having a different tempo, rhythm, and intent. One of the songs was directed to the engineers. "Your mental capacity has increased by 25%. Whoa. I just solved the problem I've been having about our new construction projects," an engineer satter said as he listened to the guitarist's technical song. Another song was intended for one of the security centaurs, having a high tempo and exciting rhythm. "Your physical piercing power has been increased by 30%. Nay, even a metal wall won't stop me." After experimenting with different songs, Michael found that the intent of the artist itself was crucial in achieving the desired stat increase. If the guitarist played a song with helping farmers in mind, then the effects would follow his intent. Michael also found out that if the music was intended for a small group of listeners, then the stat increase was much greater than if the song was intended for everyone. That was why the health increase was only 10% while the others were much higher. "This is astonishing," Michael said to the guitarist. "And you're not even using your skills yet, right?" The human guitarist shook his head. "No, sir. I'm just playing normally with the guitar artifact. Read exclusive adventures at my virtual library empire. He would have never thought that the effects of an artifact would be this pronounced. And this was just one guy playing an instrument. Michael could only imagine what kind of effects a full band of musicians could make in a large stadium. This further led him to believe in the possibilities and potential of musical talents. With the use of an instrumental artifact, they could easily spread their influence to the world. After seeing the effects, Michael immediately started a new department in their nation called the Artist Division, which was made up of all Rebornians who had the talent to become musicians and singers. Their main job was to play their music and inspire all the workers in the nation, increasing everyone's productivity by at least 30%. This was an amazing addition for their budding nation, especially since they had to keep up with all the demand for the products they were selling in the King's region. With their help, it would be much easier to accommodate all the new citizens who joined them recently. They didn't have to worry about failing to produce food for 10,000 people in their nation. The effects of the department were quickly apparent to anyone who listened with their own ears. The Artist Division actually ended up becoming too popular within the nation, with not enough musicians and singers to help the different workers in the jobs. Unfortunately, there weren't a lot of them available here. After all, most people wouldn't earn enough money if they pursued a career in music. The only jobs they would find in Kingsbridge were entertainment in bars and taverns, which didn't pay them a lot. So, there were probably a lot of musically talented people who were forced to work a different job to survive. The human guitarist was proof of that. He told Michael that he used to be homeless and only earned money from selling scraps. But now, he turned out to be one of the most sought-after musicians in their nation. Hopefully, many more would rediscover their talent for music. Michael even arranged for a festival to take place where musicians and artists could show off their talents to everyone. He even made sure to advertise this festival to every territory in the King's region, giving them a reason to finally visit the nation of Reborn. After a week, the preparations for the festival were finally over. Michael saw a large stage in the middle of the plaza, still propped up by metal scaffoldings, which some Rebornians workers used to make some final adjustments to the stage. He had them equip it with large spotlights that shone with different colors, much like the music stages that he saw in his previous life when he went to concerts. Experience more content on my virtual library empire, of course. He also installed the newly created speakers and microphone system that he created with the Rebornian dwarves. Michael had the guitarist connect his instrument artifact to the amplifier to see if the boosting effects of his sound would still have the same result over the speakers. To his dismay, it seemed that the sounds on the speakers didn't have any effects at all. It just sounded like a normal guitar and was unable to resonate with the mana of those listening to it. I think it's because the speakers count as a new instrument. Maybe if I install a mithril gem into it, then it would work. ChatJK3, what are the components that we can change in a mithril? His personal AI assistant showed him the blueprints of the speakers and the amplifiers, with some of their internal parts replaced with a complete replica using mithril as its material. The bigger the mithril used, the better the effects it had on the user. That was why most of the artifact weapons and tools were made completely out of mithril. However, since the sound system used electrical components, they couldn't all be replaced with mithril. Thankfully, though, there were plenty of parts that could be changed. Once the sound system was turned into a mithril artifact, Michael was excited to see that the stat effect from the guitarist were broadcasted to the limits of where the sound of the speakers could reach. This meant that anyone who performed on stage would be able to show off their unique songs and their effects to the entire nation of Reborn. Everyone who visited this place would be surprised to find their magic output power suddenly increased by a few percent just because they were listening to the songs on the speakers. Michael was glad he invited Cerberus and the rest of the Magic Tower to partake in this festival. He couldn't wait to see their reactions when they experienced this for themselves. Good work at setting up the stage, everyone. Michael praised all the Rebornians for working hard these past few days. After inspecting the main attraction, Michael went to check in on the rest of the work in the nation. Since they were expecting a lot of visitors this time, everyone had to adjust and renovate their infrastructure to accommodate the large influx of people coming. For example, they had to build a lot of inns and hotels so that their guests would have somewhere to temporarily live in while the festival was ongoing. But even with that, Michael was sure that it wasn't going to be enough to accommodate everyone. So, he visited some of the demi-human housing districts to ask them for a simple favor. "Boss, are you sure that people want to live here?" the old satyr asked Michael. To solve the housing crisis for the upcoming festival, he suggested to the satyrs that they should turn some of their tree houses into inns and hotels that guests could stay in. Although they were more than willing to do it, the satyrs didn't think that the humans would want to live in a habitat meant for demi-humans. "Trust me," he said to them with a confident smile. "I have a feeling that it will be popular among other humans." It's new and exotic. Anyone would want to try and experience living in this unique house. Michael was basing this off the fact that people in his previous life spent enormous amounts of money traveling to new countries to experience vastly different cultures from their boring old lives. Since people would be traveling all the way to the parched lands for this festival, Michael knew that they would be excited to experience what it was like to live as a demi-human for at least one day. The day of the festival had finally arrived. Streets were completely filled with people coming from all over the King's region, filling the double-path concrete road meant for 4 cars to go through. It was good that they planned for this. Michael instructed Kong and the other engineers to renovate and adjust the roads to accommodate the large number of vehicles entering in and out of their nation. Most of the people that arrived here took the Reborn taxi bus, so the traffic wasn't that congested around the streets of their nation. But for those who were able to afford their own automobile, there was a designated underground parking space where they could leave their vehicle. The main stage area, located at the center of the nation, was closed off to vehicles and could only be accessed by walking. This had 2 purposes. 1, it would prevent traffic at the busiest place in the nation. And 2, it would also force people to explore everything that the nation of Reborn had to offer. It worked. Each person walking the streets of the nation center had their heads up, looking at the strange and unique buildings lined up in blocks. If anyone from Michael's previous world saw this, then they would recognize the style and architecture and attribute it to the cities from modern Earth. Whoa, I can't believe such a beautiful place is hiding in the desert. Look at that. That's a Reborn mall. Let's see what we can buy. Fried chicken? What kind of food is that restaurant serving? I want to try it. But I also want to try that round thing called pizza. Wherever they looked, they would find all sorts of unique services or products that could only be found in this place. The Nation Center was tightly packed with commercial buildings that were designed for the guests to spend as much money as possible even before the festival started. And if people were overwhelmed, then there would always be a Rebornian nearby ready to assist them with whatever they needed. Excuse me, do you know where to find good food to eat? My kids are getting hungry. A confused father approached one of the lamias as he pointed at his 2 children. The lamia smiled and gave the man a map of the whole nation. There's a good burger place just past this street, she said, but I suggest that you visit the Rebornian Hotel right here. It has lodging, a restaurant, and a pool for your kids to enjoy. She pointed the human family to the tall and wide building just on the other side of the street. It looked expensive just from one look alone, especially since the front doors and windows were made out of pure glass. Miss, what's a pool? One of the kids asked. It's kind of like a beach, but indoors, the lamia replied. Cool. I want to swim. Mom, Dad, can we go there? The kids clamored to their parents. The mother and father looked at each other, and it was clear from their expression that they were incredibly curious to see this hotel as well. Honey, I think we should buy a room for ourselves, the mother said to the father. Your journey continues on my virtual library empire with his wife and kids begging for him to do it. The man had no other choice. Miss, where can we park our car while we stay in the hotel? The lamia smiled. Customers of the inn can have their automobiles parked for them by one of their attendants. This is called a valet service. Oh, and purchasing a room with them gives you a complimentary ticket to the baseball game later today. Baseball! At midday, the stadium erupted in cheers and shouts as the baseball game took off. Not a lot of people even knew there was a stadium just on the outskirts of the nation, much less that there was a game called baseball taking place there. However, they were quickly curious as they heard the raucous cheering from the stadium echoing all over the nation. They began to ask around, and the Rebornians quickly explained the basics of the game. A lot of people were interested and immediately bought a ticket for the next game. The festival hadn't even started yet, but the tourists were already enjoying themselves in the nation of Reborn. Gold coins kept pouring in as every single guest explored the amenities they offered. And some even decided to book a room for an entire week to fully enjoy their experience. Many contemplated moving here entirely. After all, the convenient lifestyle here was much more advanced than castles meant for royalty. For example, as people began filling up the rooms of the inns and hotels in the nation, they began to discover the wonders of electricity. With just a flick of a switch, light would suddenly appear at the top of their room. And with a single push of a button, cold air would blow out of the strange box compartment near the window. Not only that, but they had a magical box that could keep their beer and water as cold as ice. Electricity became such a buzz among the guests that people began to knock on the gates of his house to beg him to have electricity available in their houses. Lolo had to appease them and promise that electricity would be available in the King's region soon. Michael had already been planning on creating a new power plant. It would be located nearer the northern part of the King's region so that it could supply electricity to Kingsbridge City and the rest of the territories there. This would also leave a possibility for the Queen's region to be connected with electricity. But of course, he still had to gain widespread recognition from their locals. "Boss, are you busy?" Lolo said, knocking on Michael's door. "Come in," Michael replied. "Is there something wrong with the festival?" "No, sir. Everything's going fine. I came here for a different reason. Some guests are asking to meet with you personally." Michael stopped walking and looked at Lolo. "I'm guessing there's something special with these guests if you're coming to see me." "Yes, boss. They say that they're from the Queen's region." Michael raised his eyebrows, intrigued at these new guests that came all the way from the Queen's region. He asked Lolo to bring them in, and he came back a few minutes later with a few individuals behind him. His superior golden nose itched, meaning that he was in the presence of someone who had great potential yet to be awakened. With his enchanted vision, he was able to catch a glimpse of his guests. He noted their snake-like appearance, having flat noses and eyes that slightly bulged out of their heads. Their skin was covered in matte, grayish scales, which didn't look to be in too great of a condition. "Boss, these are the guests. They are called Komodos," Lolo said, officially introducing them to Michael. "Hello, sir." The Komodos greeted him timidly. After the Komodos saw how advanced everything was in the nation of Reborn, they couldn't help but put Michael up on a pedestal. They thought that whoever created such a paradise for demi-humans was a being that they were not worthy of meeting. The only reason why they took up the courage to meet him was because of their desperation. They wanted to join the nation of Reborn and be part of their community full of amazing and talented demi-humans. Michael observed the Komodos and saw that there were 8 of them, and they all looked alike. "Can you introduce yourselves to me?" he asked them. The Komodos looked at each other and scrambled to see who would talk first. One male stepped up and faced Michael with a determined look. "My name is Jaku, and I am the eldest of my siblings here. We have originally come from the Queen's region." Jaku began to tell the tale of their family history. It seemed that their living conditions back in their previous place were less than ideal. Because they lost their parents at a very early age, these 8 siblings had no one to support them while growing up. They had to beg on the streets and scavenge for food and scraps just to survive. Despite the hardships, Jaku persevered till adulthood when he could finally work jobs to support his siblings. However, he quickly found out that there were no great prospects for demi-humans like him. Without a proper education, he wasn't given a chance to apply for good jobs. The only thing left for him was low-paying menial work that was barely enough to support his family. "We had enough of that life," Jaku said emotionally. "When our parents were still alive, they told us stories about our ancestors and how we were once part of a great race. They told us we were once dragons. So we came to the parched lands to go back to the roots of our species, to try and rediscover our hidden heritage." Michael was surprised when he heard their story. They were once dragons? Is this true? Chat JK3? Yes, records suggest that there was once a link between the Komodos and the Draconian race. However, there was a sudden break in the bloodline around the same time that the Godforge was destroyed. Komodos, species, lizard-human Komodos enjoy new tales from my virtual library empire. Difficulty. Element. Fire. Earth. Michael looked back at the Komodos and saw no resemblance to the image of dragons he had in his mind. Although he hadn't seen one in real life, he guessed that they weren't much different from the fantasy depictions of dragons in his previous life. The only similarity they had to a dragon was their scales. That was it. We were ready to search high and low in the desolate desert of the parched lands for an answer. But we are incredibly fortunate to find out that our answer could be found here in your nation. Please take us in as your loyal citizens. We will do anything." Jaku begged, prostrating on the ground. The rest of his siblings kneeled as well, showing their respect and their desperation to Michael. Of course, Michael wouldn't refuse new recruits, especially since his superior golden nose told him that there was at least one talented individual among the Komodos. "Sure, anyone is welcome in our community," Michael said to the Komodos, eliciting a joyous celebration from them. Jaku's eyes showed determination as he faced Michael. "We are ready for our training, Boss Michael. We will walk through fire and break mountains with our fists. We will do anything it takes so that we can evolve into a superior bloodline." Michael tilted his head. "There's no need to do that, though. Just stand still, and I'll awaken your talent." He raised his hand before Jaku could even ask a question. The male Komodo was suddenly enveloped in a blinding light as Michael activated his supreme skill. Jaku, potential talent. SS Class Lightning, Azura Sword Whisper, potential skill, 1000 bolts. The user will gain tremendous speed and lightning-fast reaction times as they unsheathe the sword, allowing them to attack multiple times within a fraction of a second. Potential evolution paths. Superior Komodo Snake. A class. This species of Komodos will discard most of their human-like attributes and gained the body of a large serpent that could eventually eat a mountain. The strengths of these species lay in their bodies. The bigger they are, the stronger they become. Ocean Trekker Komodos, B class. This species of Komodos gains a pair of wings that allow them superior maneuverability in the air. Their wings are capable of crossing large distances without stopping or taking a break. Dragonborn. Class. This species of Komodos has reached back into the deepest parts of their bloodline and reunited with their ancestors. There is not sufficient information to ascertain the potential of this evolution path. Michael was incredibly curious about the last evolutionary path he found for Jakku. Although the exact benefits of the evolution were unknown, it was exactly what they had been searching for all this time. This path gave them a chance to reconnect with their lost heritage, especially since the name of this evolutionary path had the word dragon in it. He didn't have to ask to know which one Jakku was going to pick. He chose the last option. The light turned brighter and brighter until the whole room was blinded. Only after a few seconds did it finally subside, revealing the new Jakku who had just evolved into a dragonborn. His head looked more rugged, with his head having sharp draconic frills that flowed to the back of his head. His previous small and recessed mouth had now elongated, turning into a snout that seemed to hide sharp, canine teeth. To top it all off, he gained 2 horns that curved sideways and a tail like that of a stegosaurus, completing the look that Michael was so familiar with back in his previous life. Jakku now looked like a mix between a dragon and a human, hence Dragonborn. He still had hands and feet that physiologically looked human, but he was now covered with hard, sharp scales that were colored black and dark blue, with a couple of bright blue streaks that looked similar to lightning. Jakku looked at his own hands and couldn't believe the power hidden inside himself. He felt like he was looking at a completely different person, someone who was brimming with might and strength. Brother? Is that you? You look like a dragon. How is this possible? Even Jakku himself didn't know. When Michael raised his hand, he suddenly felt a strange power being absorbed into his body, and before he knew it, he had suddenly transformed into this dragon-like being with tail and horns. This phenomenon was none other than evolution. But that didn't make sense. Everyone knew that evolution was something that only happened by chance, with no one ever knowing the requirements for each transformation. Some people hypothesized that evolution would only occur through rigorous training and hard work. He had heard of a very select few who succeeded in evolving that way. But even then, it was not consistent and could only be attributed entirely by chance. Jakku had seen red mankeys in the Queen's region who do nothing but train their bodies all day, every day. But even then, they were unsuccessful in attaining evolution. He had even heard some cases of demi-humans overseas who evolved without any training at all. With such an arbitrary array of examples, most people thought that a complete transformation could only be achieved through pure luck. But when they arrived in the King's region, they saw that the Rebornians had all evolved into an entirely different species. They thought that the Rebornians and their leader had finally cracked the secret method to achieve evolution consistently. They thought that they followed some kind of harsh training regimen to achieve evolution. So, they came into the nation of Reborn with the intent and determination to tough through whatever the Rebornians put them through so that they could also achieve evolution. That was why they were so surprised when Jakku evolved through just thorough contact with Michael, without even breaking a single sweat. "Sir Michael, how did I evolve?" Jakku asked. In response, Michael just shrugged his shoulders and explained his supreme skill. They stared in wonder and amazement at Michael, to which Lolo just chuckled to himself. He must have seen this kind of reaction 10,000 times, but even still, he always liked seeing people realize how amazing their boss was. Okay, who's next? Read exclusive chapters in my virtual library empire. As expected, the 7 remaining Komodos chose to become a Dragonborn Komodo, just like their elder brother. But what truly surprised him was their respective talents. Shiina, the second oldest of the siblings, had a head and body that was a little bit slimmer and more refined than Jakku. This was due to the fact that she was of the female species, but even still, her appearance looked most like a dragon with a human-like body. Shiina, Element Mastery, Unity Element, Magic Purity, 89%, Mana Quantity, Not Applicable, Species, Dragonborn Komodo, Talent, SS Class All-Seeing Artillery, Skills Critical. This skill allows the user to lock onto a target. Those that are within her line of sight would incur twice the damage of a user's normal attacks. Lesser Unity Gathering, Lesser Unity Defense. He had awakened a sharpshooter. What surprised him the most was that her talent was SS Class, just like Jakku. Michael thought that he had already hit the jackpot with 2 talented individuals awakened, but it seemed that his streak of good luck wasn't over yet. Amisu, the fourth oldest of the siblings, also had an amazing fighting talent, just like her older brother and sister. Amisu element mastery, unity element, magic purity, 90%, mana quantity. Not applicable, species, Dragonborn Komodo, talent, S-class graceful calamity spear master. Skills, gale force momentum. This skill allows the user to increase their momentum for every thrust of a spear, with their power increasing accordingly to lesser unity gathering, lesser unity defense, but perhaps the most surprising of all the siblings was the very youngest. Zion, element mastery, unity element, magic purity, 91%, mana quantity, not applicable species, Dragonborn Komodo, talent, SSS class Worldbreaker Gauntlet Warrior. Skills, Spacebreaker Punch. This skill allows the user's punches to destroy the very fabric of space to reach their target. Lesser Unity Gathering. Lesser Unity Defense. What the hell are these siblings made out of? How are they all so talented? Michael thought to himself. Of course, he wasn't going to complain since they would all be his allies in the end. However, it was quite unusual to have 4 out of 8 siblings have S-class or greater talents in wielding weapons. One was good at the sword, one at the bow, another at the spear, and the last one used gauntlets. This was perhaps the first time he had gotten so many fighting talents like this. As for the other 4 Dragonborns, they all had a variety of B to A-class talents, which was still quite good compared to the other demi-humans he awakened. This made Michael wonder if their new Dragonborn bloodline had something to do with it. After all, having this many S-class talented individuals was definitely not normal. Among the 10,000 demi-humans he awakened, only they had such high-class potential. The Dragonborn siblings looked at each other with joy and relief painted on their faces. Their lives had changed completely from here on out. And to think, there were a couple of times in their journey when they thought about going back to the Queen's region. After all, they expected nothing but desolateness in the deserts of the parched lands. Their friends and neighbors tried to dissuade them from going, telling them that this was the biggest mistake of their lives. But now their bets have paid off. They had not only restored the pride of their Komodo race, but also gained a permanent home in this paradise. Boss Michael. Jaku faced Michael and kneeled. We pledge our entire lives to you. We will make it our life mission to serve and protect you without fail. Michael waved his hand no. Guys, there's no need to do that. You can just live a comfortable life here in our nation. I can take care of myself. Shiina bowed and curtsied to Michael. My brother is right, Lord Michael. You have given these gifts to us for a reason, and we will use them to become your weapons in spreading your ideas and your vision to the rest of the world. We know that you're more than capable of protecting yourself, but you do not need to sully your hands. That is our purpose. I'm afraid that we'll have to insist on protecting you whether you wanted to or not. Michael scratched his head. It looked like the pure white scales on Shina's dragon body were very indicative of her straightforward personality. He had dealt with these kinds of people before and knew that they wouldn't take no for an answer once they decided on something. You can count on us, sir, Amisu shyly said as she walked closer to Michael. We will feel tremendous guilt if something were to happen to you. If someone tries to do something to you, we will destroy their very soul. Michael blinked, not expecting such passionate and graphic words from the meek green-scaled Amisu. Hee, I'll punch them out. Isn't that right, sis? Zion, the youngest with fiery red scales, began to skip and shadowbox the air, reminiscent of the famous boxers in Michael's previous life. But perhaps the youngest Dragonborn became too eager with his actions as he ended up punching the air and accidentally activating his skill, Spacebreaker Punch. Reality itself cracked under Zion's punch, creating an earthquake within the very fabric of space and wreaking havoc on the interior of Michael's house. An invisible prismatic shield appeared around Michael, which saved him in the chair he was sitting on. But as for the rest of the furniture, light bulbs and electronic appliances, they all incurred a crack on their surface, as if a giant fist had punched through them. Silence filled the room. You idiot! Shiina picked up her left shoe and accurately threw it to her half-witted younger brother, hitting him directly on the back of his head and incurring an oversized bulge that seemed to pulsate in pain. Ow! I'm so weak. Jaku clicked his tongue after seeing the mess his younger brother had made. TSK. 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 You have no control, my dear brother. But nice power, though. Another shoe flew through the air, now aimed for the eldest and most mature Dragonborn within the siblings. However, his hand quickly deflected the shoe, saving him from having an ugly bump on his head. Continue your adventure in my virtual library empire. I apologize sincerely for my siblings, Shiina said, trying her best to stay calm after her siblings' mishap. Zion, say you're sorry. Now, Zion, with his hands together, approached Michael and bowed to him apologetically. I'm sorry, bro, Mike. Don't call him bro. Shiina was prepared to rip out her own horns just to have something to throw at her impudent little brother. But then, they heard a raucous laughter ring around the room. Ha 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 ha! Michael couldn't help but laugh as he observed the siblings' unique dynamic. Even though their personalities were quite loud and noisy, he didn't mind it even one bit. Even in his previous life, he had lived a quiet life, without many friends or family to spend most of his time with. The only thing he heard in his room was the sound of his PC and air conditioner running 24/7. It was a breath of fresh air to hear such lively interactions from these siblings, which seemed to have livened up the room and made it feel more like a home instead of a house. Ha, it's okay, he said to the siblings. I'm fine with whatever you want to call me. Zion made a bragging face to his sister, which Shiina just shook her head at. You're being too kind to him, Lord Michael. Don't worry, I shall discipline him for you. I'll train the rebelliousness out of him as soon as possible. It is dangerous to have him accidentally activate his skill out of nowhere. Shiina grabbed Zion by his scruff and lifted him in the air, preventing him from running away from her. Speaking of which, ChatJK3, can I impart more skills to them? Having one is fine, but they're all talented, so they can have more skills in their repertoire. Unfortunately, that is not possible for the time being. Why? Wasn't I able to impart whatever skill I thought of to the other demi-humans I evolved? Michael even asked them all individually about what kind of skill they wanted to learn, and ChatJK3 was able to synthesize a skill that did exactly what they were all asking for. They cannot use mystical arts and can only learn physical arts. He had ChatJK3 explain to him the distinction between the two, and it seemed that the only difference between them was their application. Mystical arts used mana to empower the outside world, like creating an outward explosion that destroyed a boulder. Physical arts, on the other hand, used mana to empower the inside of an individual, giving them speeds as fast as lightning or defense as durable as a mountain. A simple 2-star mystical arts spell called Swift Step conjured a gust of wind that would push an individual to a faster speed. Meanwhile, a similar 2-star physical arts spell, also called Swift Step, allowed an individual to reach a faster speed, but it was achieved by imbuing the individual with air mana, changing their molecular composition to give them the physical ability to run as fast as the wind. Although the effects of the two spells were mostly the same, the application and magic theory were vastly different between the two. Does that mean that you can't create physical art spells? This software does not have sufficient knowledge to deconstruct and synthesize physical art spells. This made sense since Michael learned the majority of his spells through the magic library in the magic tower. And since mages and wizards only used mystical art spells, they didn't bother to learn any physical art spells. It is best to personally observe more physical art spells so that the system can learn its magic theory. As expected, ChatJK3 was urging him to get more knowledge so that it could upgrade its software once again. Thankfully, he was already planning on exploring the Queen's region, so he would have a lot of chances to steal more magic theories. Of course, he would also try to recruit more demi-humans while he was there. According to the Dragonborns, the living situation in the Queen's region wasn't that ideal for most demi-humans. Some had to resort to begging in the streets and living in the slums. Is it that bad over there? He asked them. It is for low-ranking demi-humans like we were. I found it hard to find a job because there were a lot of other humans who could do the work the same or even better than us, Jaku explained, creasing his brow ridge as he remembered their living situation. It pains me to know that we still have friends still stuck in that place, Shiana lamented. They don't believe that there's anything to find in the parched lands. So, they settled to live their lives in the Queen's region despite its conditions. Michael nodded his head and understood their dilemma. This was not the first time that one of the Rebornians had expressed their guilt at living good lives in the nation of Reborn, while other demi-humans were suffering in other places in the world. Don't worry, he said to them. I'm planning on going there in the near future to spread my company, so they'll eventually learn about our nation. It will just be a matter of time until everyone can live a comfortable life, just like us. But for now, why don't you all go out and enjoy our festival on your own? See for yourself what you've decided to protect with your own lives. A couple of hours later, the sun was finally on its last legs, leaving a reddish hue on the horizon. By now, most of the people visiting the nation had settled down and found an inn to store their luggage. And, just as he expected, the treehouse hostel prepared by the Satyrs was quite the popular lodging among the people visiting. Those who were lucky enough to book a room of their own only realized how fortunate they were once the darkness descended into the nation and was replaced by the light brought on by the street lamps and the glow coming from each room in every building. Having an elevated view from atop the tree houses truly gave them an otherworldly experience. Whoa, the stars, they've descended. It was true. This is truly a paradise on earth. I want to live here forever. Why is this view only for this nation? I would pay all the gold coins I have so that I could have this view in my house. Although this sight was quite normal for Michael, this was quite a rare thing for the people in this world, even for people who saw magic on a regular basis. For example, Cerberus and the other mages and wizards from the Magic Tower could only look on in stunned silence as they finally stepped foot on the famous nation of Reborn. Is this the seven-star spell constellation manifestation? A wizard asked as he and a couple of other mages floated in the air above the glowing nation. No, there's no magic involved in those lights, a mage answered. It's just reality. Tower Master, how is this possible? They asked Cerberus. But the only thing that the white-bearded old man could answer was, Michael. And that was enough of an explanation. It wasn't just the new magic-less inventions that impressed the mages and everyone who visited the nation of Reborn. It was the lavishness in everything here. All sharp-eyed individuals noticed that one of the rarest and most sought-after materials in the world, Damascus steel, was so common in this place that every building and structure was made out of it. Even the garbage cans on every street were lined with Damascus, as if littering was such a grave problem. Stay connected through my virtual library empire, even the Dwarven kingdom wasn't so wasteful. The production efficiency of this nation truly was something to be amazed at. It would be a lie to say that the mages didn't feel envious of the Rebornians, even more so when they found out that every single one of them had a mithril artifact of their own. I thought mithril was supposed to be rare, but they're using it for rakes. Tower Master, please increase my salary. I really want a mithril wand of my own. They could order a wand artifact from the Rebornians, but it cost a hefty amount of gold coins because each one was customized for each person. At this point, I want to cut ties with the Magic Tower and just become a Rebornian, the mage said, half joking and half telling the truth. Stop complaining, Cerberus scolded them. I thought we were supposed to be cut off from all worldly desires. His words were suddenly cut off when the loudspeakers of the stage suddenly emitted a crackling sound. A few seconds after that, a single strum of a guitar was broadcast all over the nation. As soon as the first notes were transmitted over the mithril speaker artifacts, a sense of peace and serenity washed over everyone in the nation of Reborn. Wherever they were, they stopped whatever they were doing and looked toward the source of the sound, stunned at the strange music playing on the stage. It seemed to make their body pulsate on the beat and rhythm of the music. But it wasn't just because it was loud. It was because the very music was infused with elemental mana that resonated with everyone who listened. Curious as to where this strange phenomenon came from, everyone slowly started to make their way to the center stage, where lights and music were pointed towards one man who sat on a stool and played a guitar. With each strum, people felt more and more relaxed, as if their very soul was healing. You have gained a 10% increase in your mana circulation, of course. What everyone was feeling was their mana getting fixed through the boost stat effect of the guitarist. Any living being had elemental mana in their bodies, and usually, the circulation of mana in their bodies corresponded directly to their ability to wield mana. This was essentially what mana purity was all about. The more pure mana they circulate in their bodies, the more magically adept a person was. Of course, because of improper technique, physical limitations, and other such factors, not a lot of people could even reach an 80% threshold of mana purity. And of course, since no one was perfect, no one will ever reach 100% mana purity. Michael was the only one who came close with 99.99%. But now, as people listened to the sounds on stage, the mana in their bodies was starting to move to the rhythm and beat of the music, allowing people to reach higher purity in mana, with some even reaching a 10% increase. They subconsciously began feeling like they were getting rejuvenated, unaware that their mana circulation improved drastically, which improved their overall health as a side effect. Of course, normal people had no idea about what was happening in their bodies, so they simply attributed their happy state to nothing more than enjoying the music. But some magically adept people, like the mages of the Magic Tower, knew exactly what was happening to their bodies. My mana, it's moving on its own. I feel hot. The mana is increasing the efficiency of my spells. Tower Master, is this what I think it is? They all looked at the white-bearded old man, whose eyes were closed as he concentrated on his body. Even as talented as he was, Cerberus still only had an 89% mana purity. Of course, he still had other talents that made up for this weakness. But still, he tried every way possible to try and increase it by even just 1%. Alas, that was the limit of his physical body. However, As the musical sounds reached his ears, his mana began to move and rearrange themselves more efficiently. 89%, 90%, 91%. His mana purity increased by 2%. He didn't know if he should feel happy or not. His years of effort and experiments yielded nothing in this regard. Yet just one single song from a Rebornian musician was able to do what even his magic couldn't: increase it by 2%. Oh, Michael, Cerberus muttered to himself. He couldn't help but feel as if it was a waste that Michael refused to join the Guild of Arcana. If he had, then he would have probably become an honorary mystic master at this point. Michael may not have the power and magic required to become a master of the mystic arts, but he certainly made enough improvements in the advancement of magic by leaps and bounds through his inventions alone. Mithril was a large aspect of this. Everyone thought that this material was nothing but a relic of the past. But who would have thought that someone in the desolate desert would rediscover it and use it in ways no one had ever thought of before? Cerberus and the mages weren't the only ones who were surprised by the effects of Rebornian musicians. There was one certain female ogre in the crowd, with a permanent frown on her face and a single horn on her forehead, who watched the performance on the stage just like the thousands of people here. She was Agnes, the famous battle maid of the Montgomery family. Unlike most people, she was able to ascertain the true effects of the music on her body. As someone adept in physical arts, her entire body was always enshrouded with mana that allowed her to have enhanced physical capabilities indefinitely. This was just one of the basics of being a physical arts user. But as she listened to the music, she suddenly felt her muscles contracting, her skin tightening, and her bones hardening to an even greater extent than she intended. Her 1-star, physical hardening spell had somehow turned into a 2-star spell even without her intervention. She couldn't believe it. It seemed as if she was still underestimating this nation of Reborn, even now. Case in point, another musician took the stage after the guitarist's performance had ended. This time, it was a drummer who began to play a high-tempo beat that made everyone subconsciously tap their feet on the ground in unison. His music pumped up their adrenaline, making them more excited. Upon seeing this, Agnes couldn't help but stare in stunned silence as she began to realize all the true potential of the nation of Reborn. She imagined an army of Rebornians marching in a flat field towards another army. Their enemy had the superior numbers against them, but even still, the Rebornians confidently marched forward without stopping. Just then, a loud drumming sound erupted from behind the Rebornians' backline. Those were musicians, whose only role on the battlefield was to play music and increase their army's power twofold. As the music played, the Rebornians felt their adrenaline pump up to the max, with their magic circulating as fast as their blood. The Rebornian army increased their power by an entire magnitude, giving them overwhelming strength to completely crush the superior numbers of their enemy. With musicians, the Rebornian army could become one of the most feared living beings on the planet. As part of a diplomat family, Agnes was glad that the nation of Reborn showed no signs of becoming an aggressive territory. As the celebrations continued, it couldn't be helped that some people ended up drinking too much alcohol that they ended up drunk out of their minds. It didn't help that there were a lot of dwarves in the taverns, and chugging beer like it was water. But of course, they were dwarves. Their constitution was much higher than other species, which meant that they could have a large intake of alcohol and still not be drunk at the end of the night. However, due to the merry atmosphere in the bar, some ended up getting carried away and drinking as much as the dwarves. A middle-aged dogfolk, who was half man and half canine, was one such unlucky fellow. He wasn't a Rebornian, so he wasn't familiar with the ways of the dwarves. So, when they made a bet against him on who could finish the most cups of beer in under an hour, he quickly agreed. They promised him a kilo of Damascus steel if he won. Unfortunately, as everyone expected, he ended up losing the bet and having nothing but empty pockets and a body too drunk to even walk properly. He stumbled around the busy streets of the nation, almost tripping himself on the curb. His inebriation seemed to have made him a little bit aggressive in his actions, causing him to react wildly as an old satyr accidentally bumped into him. "Watch where you're going," the dogfolk said, shoving the old satyr to the ground. He was so drunk and frustrated about his loss that he ended up using his innate skill, conjuring a huge gust of wind to push the old satyr with force equal to that of a tornado. But as the wind was about to hit the old satyr, an invisible prismatic shield appeared around him, dispelling the force into nothingness. The aggressive air mana seemed to be negated by the elements of the prismatic shield immediately upon contact. This was the lesser unity defense skill that all Rebornians were blessed with. Each of them had an almost indestructible shield that protected them from any magic spell. This skill was always active and needed no conscious thought from the Rebornians, acting as a guardian angel for all of them. What? That's impossible, the dogfolk said, slurring his words. He tried to use his skill again, this time with a conscious thought to use much more force than before. But it ended with the same result. The old satyr was protected by his prismatic shield, leaving him unharmed. It was at this point that a lot of people had noticed the commotion, with a lot of the tourists whispering in hushed voices and pointing at the drunk dog folk harassing the old satyr. What y'all looking at? Huh? None of them could come to aid. Most of them were normal people with no way to subdue an aggressive and drunk dog folk who was clearly ready to throw magic spells at anyone that dared to come close to him. HM? What's happening over there, bro? Meanwhile, Zion and the rest of his siblings were just walking leisurely in the streets when they suddenly heard a commotion in front of them. And, judging from the crowd slowly gathering in the area, they knew something was up. Someone needs our help, Shiana said, with her eyes peering through the crowd and seeing the situation clearer than anybody else. I'll deal with this, Zion said as he walked leisurely through the crowd. His attitude was lax, with his hands on his head and his tail wagging back and forth like a dog about to get a treat. Hey man, you know how to box? Zion asked. The drunkard looked at Zion and snarled at him. The young Dragonborn's presence seemed to have unnerved the dogfolk, subconsciously feeling a sense of inferiority compared to him. What do you want? Zoan had a big smile on his face as he approached the drunk dogfolk. He had been itching to try out the boxing techniques and lessons that were imparted in his brain upon his awakening. And now, this drunkard gave him chance. He began to jump and skip, raising both his hands next to his chin like a boxer. Get out of here, the drunkard said, firing wind spears spelled to Zion. The young Dragonborn ducked and weaved through the sharp, solidified gust of air. Within just a fraction of a second, he had reached melee range of his target, all because of his footwork. Don't use too much force, Jocko warned his younger brother. Since the dogfolk had no unity defense skill, he would be very vulnerable against Zion's spacebreaker punch. You worry too much, bro, Zion replied, with the confidence to look back at his brother while he was up close and personal with the drunkard. Of course, the dogfolk took advantage and wildly swung his arm towards Zion. But Zion just leaned back and let the punch almost graze his chin. The drunkard, missing his punch, ended up out of balance and leaning on just one leg to stay upright. Zion smiled and began to send punch after punch, with speed and ferocity that seemed to almost blur his hands. Most people felt sorry for the drunkard for being beaten to such an extent. But then, they realized that Zion's punches never even touched the dogfolk in the first place. His punches hit nothing but the air, just a few inches above the dogfolk's body. Zion knew he didn't have to actually hit the guy. The air brought on from his punches was enough to tip the drunkard's balance, letting him fall face first into the ground. Huh, what do you think about that, bro? I didn't hit him a single time, he bragged to his siblings. Meh, Jaka said disappointedly. You know, you didn't have to do all that, Shiana said, crossing her arms. It was cool. Amissa gave her little brother a thumbs up. The crowd began to clap their hands for Zion, applauding him for taking care of the situation. Among them was Agnes, whose eyes widened as she realized what she had just seen. Angie's gazed at the Dragonborns with a stupefied look on her face. She had never seen such striking scales from a demi-human before. Not only that, but their frills made them look very similar to the draconian race that dominated the world a couple of times throughout history. As she watched the young red-scaled Dragonborn play with the drunken dogfolk, she saw the overflowing natural strength and talent he had in the physical arts. The Dragonborn was clearly a novice, with his moves lacking efficiency and control, but his strength and power were clearly on par with veterans. She knew talent when she saw one. Agnes wouldn't admit to this, but she was considered to be one of the best physical fighters in the entire continent. She was the reason why Yuna's parents allowed her to travel so far from their home. So, when she admitted that someone was more talented than she was, it was the truth. Read New Adventures and My Virtual Library Empire only when she heard the familiar banter and clashing personalities of the Dragonborns did she finally recognize the Komodo siblings. It was a jaw-dropping realization, as she couldn't reconcile the strong and overflowing talent of the Dragonborns to the meek and shy temperament of the Komodos. The difference was like night and day. They had their heads up and their shoulders straight, full of confidence, a complete departure from when she first met them on the outskirts of the mountain region. Zion, you should have just let your brother do the job, Shiana admonished her little brother. You are still far too impulsive with your actions. Oh, come on. He's the one that started it. As she heard their names, her guess had turned out true. No matter how unbelievable it was, These were the weak Komodos who couldn't even learn a single one-star spell if their life depended on it. During their journey, Agnes had tried and failed to teach the Komodo siblings a couple of physical arts to protect themselves. But unfortunately, the physical limitation of their race prevented them from learning even a single one. It would have taken them years before they could pull it off. But now, judging from the elemental mana gathering at their bodies naturally, she knew that their new bodies were fully capable of mastering even high-star spells if they wanted to. "Oh, Miss Agnes, you're here." Shiana was the first to spot the battle maid, and she approached her with a cheerful hug. "You're really her, aren't you?" "You're Shiana," Agnes said, looking up and down at her white, dragonborn body with disbelief. "Yup. Did you see how strong I was?" Zion butted in. "It's good to see you." Amisu shyly waved. Agnes looked at the siblings and saw that not one of them was less talented than Zion. They all emanated a kind of strength different from each other, yet equally as strong. "What happened to you all?" Agnes couldn't help but ask. The Dragonborns showed an excited expression the moment Agnes asked that question. It was as if they were just waiting for the chance to brag to her about Michael. And speaking of the man, looks like we weren't needed after all. The Dragonborns all looked back as they recognized Michael's voice. The 11-year-old boy genius had arrived with the security centaurs behind him. They had heard about the commotion a minute ago and immediately dispatched a few officers, but they still got there too late. Michael slowly approached the old satyr to check up on him. "Are you fine?" he asked. Of course, boss. He's nothing but a child that got a bit too overzealous in his drinking," the satyr said. Even after he was harassed and assaulted, the satyr didn't take it to heart. Michael was relieved that nothing serious happened. But if things had escalated, he was comforted by the fact that Fudge would have notified him as soon as it happened. He then looked at the man responsible for this incident. The dogfolk was still passed out on the floor, with drool leaking out of his mouth. His cheeks were still red from inebriation even now. "First of all, let's get you sober," Michael said as he raised his hand towards the dogfolk and grabbed at the air. With his supreme skill, mana gathering, he used his mastery over the water mana and grabbed at all the alcoholic liquid in the dogfolk's bloodstream, evaporating it out of his skin. Steam billowed out of the drunkard, immediately turning him sober. The reddishness in his sagging cheeks disappeared as his eyes slowly gained clarity. "Huh, where am I?" The dogfolk looked around and saw everyone looking at him curiously. "I remember drinking, then walking in the streets, and then..." Memories began to resurface in his mind like a collage of pictures. And as he realized what he had done, his head quickly swiveled over to the old satyr before prostrating on the floor. "I'm sorry. I was too drunk to know what I was doing." The satyr waved his hand. "It was nothing. Just try not to drink too much next time." After the incident, the dogfolk voluntarily surrendered himself to the security centaurs, who took him to jail for his crimes. "Bro, Mike, you should have seen me punch that guy," Zion bragged. "Although a hit brash, my brother did end up neutralizing the situation," Shiana reported. "Oh, Boss Michael, have you met our benefactor?" Jaka finally introduced Agnes to Michael, with the two looking at each other curiously. Even though they'd never met, Michael felt as if Agnes was looking at him as if she knew him already. "I don't believe we've met," Michael said, offering his hand. Meanwhile, Agnes just stared at Michael. Perhaps seeing the Komodos transform into dragon-like creatures was not the biggest surprise she had seen that night. It was witnessing Michael manipulate the dogfolk's very own blood to disintegrate the inebriation out of his very insides. If she were to be completely honest, it was a little bit terrifying to see the ease with which he did that. If he could do that to someone, then nothing could prevent him from simply stopping someone's heart by depriving it of blood. Michael looked at Agnes and saw the weird expression on her face. "Do I know her or something? Why is she looking at me like she knows me?" "I apologize for my behavior," Agnes said after realizing she had been staring at his face for a few seconds. "I am Agnes, a female ogre, and I serve as the attendant of the Montgomery family." Michael heard that last name before. According to Cerberus, they were one of the families that were well established in the Queen's region. He even said that it would do Michael good if he allied with one of them. He didn't think he would meet them so soon. "Welcome to our nation," he said to Agnes. "I am Michael Vanderbilt." The two shook hands, with Michael noting her solid physical strength just from her grip alone. Analyzing magic theory acquired. Tribulation skin hardening. Physical arts, earth and fire element. This magic allows the user to achieve an enhanced defense. Due to the combination of earth and fire mana, this spell gets stronger the more damage the user incurs. Michael was glad that he was widening the selection of physical arts in his repertoire. But if he wanted to synthesize spells, then he needed a lot more. A library's worth more. Aren't the Montgomerys a diplomatic family famous for their connections? Maybe I can ask them where I could learn a lot of physical art spells in the Queen's region, Michael thought to himself. Are you liking our nation so far? He asked her. It was important to know how his nation fared compared to the other territories in the Queen's region if he wanted to compete there. Agnes looked around the streets, observing the lights and festivities all around. I am a knight who knows nothing but fighting, but I am sure that everything you have shown me here will blow away everyone in the Queen's region, she said truthfully. Michael nodded, proud of what he and his allies had achieved this past year. By the way, what brings you here? He asked her. Agnes opened her mouth to say something, when all of a sudden, the speakers posted all over the streets suddenly emitted a crackling sound. CCCRRKKK? Someone was on stage. Someone other than a Rebornian was about to perform a song. This was part of the events in the music festival. Since this whole thing was intended to find and nurture musical talents from all over the King's region, Michael invited anyone and everyone who had the musical talent to show off their skills on the stage. If they showed any promise, then they would immediately be recruited into the nation as an official citizen, meaning they would have the privilege of awakening their talent or evolving their bloodline. This time, it seemed that the new singer was a guitarist as a single strum sounded out through the speakers. Michael was going to ignore it, but then the guitarist began to play a serene melody on the stage, something completely different from what he and the others had been hearing the whole night. He whipped his head towards the stage. Discover stories at my virtual library empire, those chord progressions, those melodies, those heart-wrenching plucking of the strings. It was something familiar to him, something he hadn't heard ever since he had reincarnated into this world. As the instrumental intro continued to play, parts of Michael's memory began resurfacing. These weren't memories of the young genius son of the Vanderbilt family. It was the memories of the old, jaded Michael who stayed in his room all day with his head stuck on the computer screen. This was the song that saved him from feeling depressed, from feeling listless, and from feeling as if nothing mattered in the world. He thought he would never get to hear this song again. What's going on? ChatJK3. Did you teach this song to one of the musicians? They have not learned this song from the system. ChatJK3 answered, Boss, what's wrong? The Dragonborns realized that there was something wrong with Michael. He wasn't acting as the easygoing leader that they had met. He looked emotional. He looked pained. Michael ignored everybody and slowly made his way to the stage. His steps quickened as the song progressed, nearing the end of its intro. I am with you. Through the moon, the angelic voice of a woman spread all over the nation, catching the attention of everyone listening. They all turned towards the singer on stage, wondering what kind of language she was singing. It sounded alien to them. But even though they couldn't understand her, and her voice didn't have the same effects as the Rebornian musicians that sang before her, there was an intangible quality in her voice that urged them to listen more. What is she singing? I don't know, but it sounds beautiful. Who is that girl? Michael was the only one who understood. That was English. Those were the exact lyrics of his favorite song, with the same cadence, the same tone, and the same emotionality that captured the hearts of millions of people back in his previous life. And that voice, even though it sounded a little bit younger than what he was familiar with, it was still the same voice that had people shouting and cheering for in any concert she performed. This was no mere coincidence. There was something strange going on here. Star-crossed lovers, that's all that matters. Michael's steps got faster and faster until he was fully sprinting towards the center stage. In all our lives, you were the one. With everyone crowding the stage, Michael couldn't see anything. Solidified wind suddenly manifested beneath his soles, allowing him to traverse the air. As he got closer and closer, he saw the black-haired girl in the middle of the stage. The spotlight shone down on her, making her look ethereal under the night, just like how he saw her back in his previous world. Michael stopped in the air, staring eye to eye with Yuna. The only thing he could think about was she reincarnated. And as Yuna looked at the boy floating in front of her, she knew. He was the one the goddess was talking about. He's the reincarnator. Yuna Kim had reincarnated into this world about 1 year later than Michael. She met the goddess when she died and lived the life of a baby for the next 10 years of her life. Just like Michael, she was under the impression that she was the only reincarnator in this world. The goddess only told her to enjoy a comfortable life here and sent her on her merry way into the circle of reincarnation, leaving out the fact that someone had been here before her 1 year earlier. Born as the youngest daughter of the Montgomery family, Yuna completely immersed herself in this new life, forgetting about her life as a K-pop star in her previous life. Just like Michael, she had shown great talent even as early as 5 years old. Because of her background as a dancer in her previous life, her hand-to-eye coordination was excellent enough to allow her to master the way of the rapier much easier than everybody else, earning her the title of a once-in-a-million genius. But She didn't want to spend her new life fighting monsters and training under her master for 15 hours every day. So, she chose to follow in her grandmother's footsteps and become a diplomat, which basically meant that it was her job to make friends through every territory on the continent. She then spent most of her early years absorbing books and learning all the wisdom that her grandmother had to offer. But one day, she suddenly saw a few wizards playing a familiar game with each side having 16 pieces to play with. It was chess. If she wasn't facing a mirror practicing her moves for her concerts, Yuna spent most of her time playing online chess on her phone. After exhausting her body, she would always want to exercise her brain as well by playing rapid chess for hours at a time. Eventually, she became really good at it. She would have never thought she would see chess again in this life. But she didn't think someone from her previous life introduced it to this world. She just thought that another genius had created a similar game by coincidence. After all, she considered this as a parallel Earth with lots of differences, but a few that were the same as with the original Earth. So, she played chess with the mages and was able to beat them every single time. She even made a wager with them to teach her demi-human attendants some magic if they lost against her. Eventually, the mages learned their lesson. They couldn't beat her, and they also spent too much effort teaching the demi-humans simple magic. So, they stopped playing with her. Wanting to empower her attendants and her loyal friends more, she eventually decided to go to the king's region to seek out Cerberus Audendor, who had access to a big collection of spells in his magic library, as well as a penchant for making bad wagers. Before she left, her grandmother approached her and told her about her fiancé, Michael Vanderbilt, the youngest son of the richest family in the world. Of course, she had no intention of following an arrangement that she did not make. Stay tuned for updates on my virtual library empire. Not only that, but she was basically an adult in a child's body. So, she decided to take a peek at her supposed fiancé and make sure that the arrangement with him was broken off before anything serious happened. As she entered the king's region, she saw things that weren't supposed to be in this medieval world at all. The roads were made of concrete, the villages had running water coming out of faucets, and most of all, pavements were filled with automobile cars running throughout the entire region. This was an advancement in technology that wasn't supposed to be here at all, especially in the king's region, which was considered to be the rural part of the continent. She started to suspect something at this point. Someone from her previous life had to have reincarnated as well, and they brought with them the technology from their previous world. She wanted to find out who this mysterious reincarnator was. And the only one who could answer her question was the goddess herself. Upon visiting the church and meeting with the goddess for the second time in this life, the only answer given to her was, "There is only one other reincarnator in this world," she said with a mischievous smile on her face. "And you'll find them where you're already going." Yuna could only think to herself, the nation of Reborn? She should have known. The name was already a dead giveaway. They clearly influenced the adorable slime, Fudge, from a famous anime, which was coincidentally one of her favorite TV shows of all time. And when she traveled to the parched lands to reach the nation of Reborn, she was even more surprised at how advanced this place was. It looked more like a modern city from a second-world country from her previous life. The sight of light bulbs, air conditioners, refrigerators, and most importantly toilets, almost made her cry from happiness. The convenience and comfort that she could only get from electrical appliances was one of the things she sorely missed from her previous world. It didn't take long before she got her answer as to who this mysterious reincarnator was. It was none other than her supposed fiancé, Michael Vanderbilt. She couldn't believe the coincidence. The only other reincarnator was also her fiancé? Suspicious. It made her think that the goddess had something to do with it, especially with how much she was having fun not saying anything about him to her. She wanted to meet with him, and fortunately, there was a stage already set for her to perform. She borrowed a guitar and started playing one of her most famous songs, one that reached the all-time top rankings on a music website, taking first place for 20 consecutive weeks. And then, he appeared. Just from one look alone, she knew he recognized the song. And from the shock written on his face, she knew that he didn't know there was another reincarnator in this world. Michael stared at Yuna, speechless, seeing his favorite K-pop idol reincarnated into the same world, as he was made him almost lose all functions. Meanwhile, Yuna finished her song and bowed to the audience. Her experience as a singer showed in this moment, allowing her to gracefully exit the stage without anyone knowing that she was flustered. As she walked off the stage, she looked up at Michael and gestured for him to follow her. Michael floated down and followed her backstage, where they could finally talk alone. She quickly turned around, leaning forward with her hands on her back. "Are you from my old world?" Yuna asked him in English. "She is asking you a question, Michael." Only when ChatJK3 rang out his head did he finally break out of his stupor. Yeah, sorry, I'm just confused. You're Yuna Kim? He asked, still trying to reconcile the image of the K-pop idol to the girl she was now. Yuna shook her head. No, I'm a Montgomery now. The Yuna Kim you mentioned is dead. Michael looked at her and only now realized something. If she reincarnated into this world the same as he did, then that could only mean that she died in their previous world. And he knew better than to ask for the circumstances of her death. But there was something that he found weird, though. Even though she reincarnated, her face still looked the same as her face before, only younger. If she was older, then he would have thought she had somehow transported herself to this world without dying. Meanwhile, he gained a new body and a new face completely different from his old one. Is this because my death is accidental? Michael asked ChatJK3, but his personal AI assistant had no answer. I love what you've done with this place, Yuna said, looking at the modern buildings around them. I would have also wanted to make electricity, but I don't know anything about that. Michael was the same as her. He knew nothing about the mechanics of how an automobile or a toilet worked. It was all thanks to ChatJK3. I had help, he replied to her. Yuna stopped walking and looked back at him. Probably a gift from the goddess, right? I have one myself too, but it's more focused on fighting. Sometimes it feels like too much of a cheat, you know? Yeah, I understand what you feel, Michael said, smiling. It was refreshing to talk to someone who knew exactly what he was feeling. No matter how much he loved his parents Lilia and Bart, he couldn't bear to tell them that he had reincarnated from another world. He was afraid that they would think that he wasn't their son, only an alien taking his place. Did you reincarnate as a baby too? He asked her. It was so boring, she complained. I was as close to telling my parents that I could speak just so that I could entertain myself from their reactions. Michael chuckled. He thought that too. I kept myself busy gathering mana. Yuna walked up to him and playfully shoved him with her finger. You cheat. My talent lies in physical arts, so I couldn't do anything as a baby. Ugh, I wish the goddess had just given me a talent just like yours. Michael smiled and smugly nodded his head. Yup, the goddess owes me quite a bit, so she had to make my life a lot more comfortable. I was able to make a working shower when I was 5 years old. Yuna crossed her arms and pouted. I'm so jealous. Oh yeah, and I made some soap. Michael and Yuna began talking about their experiences in this life, all the hardships and the happiness. Despite being from two completely different backgrounds, one being a normal nerdy guy stuck in his room all day, and the other being an extroverted K-pop idol worshipped by millions, Michael didn't feel awkward talking to her at all. I guess that's the reason why she's beloved by all. She's really easy to talk to, Michael thought to himself. Find your next read on my virtual library empire. You have to make ice cream. Yuna said, almost begging Michael. Please, you have to. It's your responsibility as the only one who could make it. I am planning to, he said, gently appeasing her. Hey, no making fun of me. It's been living in a medieval world for too long, and you've been living quite a comfortable life here in your nation, she said, eyeing him down. That's why I'm planning on expanding my company to the Queen's region, he explained to her. I want to start selling faucets, concrete, and maybe even electricity there. Yuna's eyes widened. Yes, you should totally do that. You know what? I'll even help you free of charge. Our family is quite famous for our connections, you know? Really, he said, with his eyebrows raising. I haven't been doing nothing these past 10 years, you know? I've been immersing myself in the political landscape of the entire continent to the point that I know all the major players in the territories. I think I can help you. Of course, with a price. Maybe a box full of ice cream would suffice, Yuna said with greed, her eyes already filled with ice cream cones of cookies and cream. Michael thought for a second. That would actually help me a lot. We're just about to finish our preparations on our highway road, leaving for the Queen's region. It was at this point that Yuna realized something about Michael. You know, you said that it's your cheat skill that does everything for you. But I don't think that had anything to do with the fact that you could ally with the Dwarven Kingdom, she said genuinely. Everything I've learned about the dwarves tells me that they don't care about material things. Dragons offered them hoards of gold. Elves offered them magic. Humans tried giving both. None of them succeeded. But you alone did. How did you do it? Michael shrugged his shoulders. If I'm being honest, I didn't do anything at all. But Yuna knew that wasn't true. Just the fact that demi-humans were so accepted in every society in the King's region told her that Michael had fostered something that the dwarves liked so much that they were willing to open their doors. No matter how Michael said that he was just a normal guy, Yuna thought differently. As Michael and Yuna walked through the streets of the nation of Reborn, two certain individuals were following them from behind, giggling and whispering to themselves. Look, madam, you were right. We don't have to do anything and they would find themselves in each other's company, Fudge said. Fufufu, yes. It is good, little fudge. Even if they're just friends for now, we'll make sure that it can develop into something more, Lilia said mischievously as she held fudge in her hands. Meanwhile, Yuna and Michael continued their conversations about their plans for the future. At first, Michael thought he would be too starstruck to even stand near the Unikim. But he was far too relieved at talking to a fellow Earthling that he consciously tried to ignore the fact that he was talking to a person he and millions of other people called a goddess of dancing and singing. It also helped that Yuna didn't mention anything about her past life. All she talked about was her life as the youngest daughter of the Montgomery family. You just turned 10 years old. That means you must have just had your talent awakening, he asked her. I did. Before I arrived here, I visited the church in Kingsbridge City where I met the goddess again. She was the one who told me that there was another reincarnator in this world, though she didn't tell me who it was. Michael nodded. He knew that the goddess could be quite a joker at times. Can I ask about your talent? He asked her cautiously. If he was talking to Yuna Kim, he wouldn't be asking such an intrusive question. Heck, he wouldn't even be talking to her. Thankfully, Yuna Montgomery didn't mind. My talent is called Heavenly Sword Dancer. Yuna suddenly raised her hands and performed her moves, acting as if she had a rapier in her hands. She swiftly swung, pierced, and sliced the air with her movements, which Michael could only describe as something very similar to dancing. And if he wasn't seeing it wrong, it even looked like she incorporated some of her iconic dance moves into her stances. Suddenly, Michael heard a notification ring out in his head. Analyzing talent, Yuna Montgomery, magic, SS class, element mastery, water air, magic purity, 95%, mana quantity, 34,592 mana, talent, SSS class Heavenly Sword Dancer, realm, for Star Fencer, skills, musical stance. The user's physical stat increase is directly correlated to the fluidity, gracefulness, timing, and expressiveness of their movement. Where did you learn to train your physical arts? Michael asked her. Yuna then explained to him about the Order of the Heavenly Knights, and how they were the equivalent of the Guild of Arcana for physical arts users. She told him that they were the foremost experts in everything related to spells that were cast inwards rather than outwards. That's good to know. Maybe I'll visit them in the Queen's region. Michael thought that this was a good goal to set because he needed a lot of physical art spells so that ChatJK3 could improve its software enough to synthesize new and customized physical art spells at will. It would be great if they had a magic library. Michael thought to himself. He could already hear ChatJK3 salivating at the thought. I did no such thing. ChatJK3 retorted. Michael, are you listening? Yuna said, a bit upset that he hadn't been listening to her. Sorry, I was thinking about my plans in the Queen's region, he said truthfully. Yuna walked in front of him and stopped him in his tracks. Why don't you tell me? Maybe I can help you. You know about our plans to open the highway to the Queen's region from the Dwarven Kingdom, right? We need somewhere good to place our headquarters, somewhere that can connect to a lot of other places. This was a vital decision. For example, creating their headquarters at Kingsbridge City allowed them to be in the center of everything in the King's region, allowing for easy expansion for their business. However, territories in the Queen's region were a little bit more disjointed, with a lot of isolated territories that weren't connected with each other. There is one good territory that fits your criteria, Yuna said after a long deliberation. Orcus Town. They're usually a place where a lot of peddlers converge, which makes for a very busy town, business-wise. Michael was elated upon hearing this. But judging from the tone in her voice, he knew there was a but coming. But Orcus has become somewhat of a ghost town these days, Yuna said, her eyes downcast as she reminisced about what she saw firsthand. Elaborate? Michael asked, intrigued. What was once a prosperous town filled with both human and demi-human citizens has now been turned into a lawless place because of an unfortunate disaster that left them in a time of famine and drought. They had already asked for help from the Order of Heavenly Knights, but because of the distance and rough terrain, it would take them a long time before they would arrive. It was one of my duties to assure the people of Orcus Town that everything would be fine once the knights arrived, but I was already too late. As a future diplomat, it was Yuna's job to solve any conflicts or problems occurring in every territory on the continent, including disaster relief. She was supposed to make sure to relay any help requests from Orcus Town. But once she got there, they asked for none. They had already lost hope. Why did they ask for help from the Order? Why not the Guild of Arcana? Won't mages be a better help? Mages could move boulders and make water out of nothing. If the town needed resources, then a wizard was their friend, not a knight. That's the thing, Yuna said hesitantly. Orcus Town is also famous for one thing. Orcs. And because of the famine, the two biggest tribes of orcs started shouting at each other. Orcus Town used to be an extremely popular hotspot for business. It was a place where a lot of companies competed against each other to get a spot in the wet market visited by thousands of people each day. They used to consider it a good marker for a company if they were able to retain a center spot in the market without losing any customers. But because of its proximity to the mountain ranges dividing the Kings and Queens region, they were also subject to a lot of natural disasters, such as landslides and earthquakes. Of course, it took a lot of money and time to renovate and reconstruct any broken establishments in the town, something that not a lot of people thought was worth it. Eventually, people began to leave the town, with the cracks in the roads and buildings no longer getting repaired each time a disaster struck. This led to a further degradation of the town, which forced more and more people to migrate to other places. This continued to escalate until the landslide last year finally destroyed their farms and disrupted the clean river they relied on for fresh water. Because of this, the two orc tribes living near the town were forced to clash against each other in a bid for the few remaining resources available in the area. Thankfully, these two orc tribes didn't use violence against humans or demi-humans in their civil war. They used a unique approach to settle their fight. They tried to assert dominance against each other just like how gorillas did it, by banging their chests with pride and shouting at each other until either of them admitted that they were the lesser tribe than the other. Because of this, no one in town could sleep properly. Aside from being hungry and thirsty, they also had to deal with the problem of having their ears assaulted by shouts and yelling nonstop throughout the night. Unfortunately, all the posturing that the orcs did ended up scaring away any potential peddlers that could have brought them food and nourishment. It came to a point where only knights could solve this problem. They would either force the two orc tribes to reconcile or force them to migrate to another location. If worse comes to worst, then Kruger, their fellow orc and one of the heavenly knights as master of the way of the axe, would come and show them that he could shout louder than all of them combined. That's the situation in the town, Yuna explained. It was impressive how comprehensive Yuna's knowledge was about Orcus Town. She even knew what the Order would do to solve the problem. I have to stop thinking about her as a K-pop idol, Michael thought to himself. Orcus Town looks like the perfect place to start my company in the Queens region. Although most people in the Queens region considered Orcus Town as not worth it, Michael knew that he could fully bring it to its full potential, just like how he was able to turn the desolate parched lands into a paradise for everyone. Their problem with resources could easily be solved by Michael's automobile. Their problem of deteriorating establishments could be solved with concrete. As for the orcs, Michael had a plan for them too. Michael turned to Yuna. Can you help me? I don't know much about the Queens region, and clearly you do. A wide grin formed on Yuna's face. Of course I will. The day after the music festival, the streets of the nation of Reborn continued to be filled with tourists wanting to explore the paradise in the desert. They seemed to have fallen in love with everything this nation had to offer. Once they experienced the cool air of the air conditioner, they couldn't seem to go back to a life with just fanning themselves using a giant leaf. The Rebornians even had to make more inns and hotels to accommodate everyone who wanted to stay in their nation for a longer time. Not only that, but Reborn Nation also had something to offer that no one else in the world could offer. And that was access to the Dwarven Kingdom. It didn't take long for people to realize that the strange metal containers connected to each other, which Rebornians called trains, led into the very heart of the Dwarven Kingdom itself. For a very reasonable 100 gold coins, they could use the train and travel inside the gates of the Dwarven Kingdom, where they could explore and see everything that was closed off to humans for thousands of years. It was a surreal experience, especially since the Dwarven Kingdom was also connected with electricity. It was like a more exotic part of Reborn Nation. Byru, the king of the dwarves, was initially a little bit hesitant after Michael proposed this idea. It was one thing to let humans travel to their kingdom. It was another thing entirely to let them stay inside it for an extended period of time. However, he couldn't argue against the fact that the amount of gold coins they gained from tourists far outweighed anything they could ever sell or produce. The Dwarven King finally understood why Michael was so receptive to tourists. It was all because of money. The dwarves became extremely hospitable to the tourists, especially since the gold coins they earned allowed them to buy more beer and other product from the nation of Reborn. Michael, my friend. On the second day, Byru also traveled to the nation of Reborn to sightsee. Of course, his main objective for this visit was to get more beer for his personal collection, as well as play a little bit of baseball while he was at it. It's good to see you, Michael said as he shook hands with the Dwarven King. I think that it's time for us to implement the highway system we've been talking about. The Dwarven King gave Michael a weird look. You said that we weren't ready yet. But then, he suddenly saw a girl appear from behind Michael. Meanwhile, somewhere in the depths of the Queen's region, there was a group of longtime friends who sat on a circular table, playing cards, and drinking ale to pass the time. They all had gray, thinning hair, wrinkly skin, and stooped postures. They were old, real old. Despite that, there was one thing about them that was still full of fire and vigor, and that was their eyes. It still showed the same relentless hunger they had when they were younger. And now, their age had allowed them to gain wisdom and knowledge to act carefully yet decisively. At the very end of the circular table was a man whose legendary name reverberated throughout the whole world. It was none other than the ruthless lion of the business realm, Ise Vanderbilt. Read exclusive chapters at my virtual library empire, my friends. When has it been since we last convened like this? We should do it more often, he said to his cohorts. In response, the bald old man with sunken eyes and a dark complexion next to him scoffed. We are not even acquaintances, Ise. Certainly not even friends. We are your rivals. That man was the founder of the Hephaestus Company, renowned for supplying the whole world with quality weapons and armor. I shrugged his shoulders. Forgive me for treating you all as such. I feel as if we have all bonded together as we fought on the battlefield we call the market. Who else am I going to call friends if not for my fellow men and women who lead a conglomerate comparable to mine? That was right. Gathered in this room were the very heads and founders of the leading conglomerates of this world. These few and select groups of people held the world in their hands. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire market would crash if something were to happen to this very room. Of course, they had proper defenses to prevent such cases, but the fact that the possible disappearance of these people could create such chaos in the world was more than enough to state their importance. Lighten up, everybody. It was merely a jest. You don't need to act so offended that I called you all my friends. Ise chuckled to himself. In a room full of people with net worths in the trillions of gold coins, Ise was the only one among them who had a carefree enough attitude to crack jokes. After all, every one of them here considered Ise as their ultimate rival. It was their life's goal to someday topple the legendary Lion Vanderbilt from his title of the wealthiest man alive. Because of that, they never let down their guard in front of him. But somehow, Ise never even felt the pressure. He regarded them as his friends and treated their competitiveness as nothing more than banter. It was as if he knew that they could never oust the Vanderbilt name from being the most successful company in the world. This definitely annoyed most of them, which I seemed to love doing. The old woman sitting next to Ise finally had enough and raised her hand. Let's just get to the chase, shall we? We are all taking precious time away from our companies to discuss something important happening in the world. She was the owner of Goldstone Group, the foremost company in real estate and property management. That is right. Another old woman with pink hair nodded. This is a matter that will affect all of us. And despite how we are all competing against each other, we are still living in one world. It will be beneficial for all of us if we exchange information. This particular elder owned the largest apothecary company in the world, making their money from selling potions and managing hospitals. Ise crossed his arms and cracked his neck. So, what did you all find out? Don't act like you don't know, said the old bald man. I just want to know what you know, Ise retorted. The whole room fell into silence before another old man on the other side of the table finally opened his mouth. We need to talk about what's happening overseas. The Ocean King and the Draconic Overlord have finally reached an accord. This has tremendous consequences in our continent. That guy was none other than the head of the Osborne family, the only other family that was in contention against the Vanderbilt family for supremacy over the markets. And with his no-nonsense attitude, he announced the root of their problem without waiting for anybody else. This was quite disadvantageous for him because he was telling everyone privileged information that others could use against him, but he didn't care. Well, what do you know? We do have the same information, Ise said teasingly. You know what this means, right, Ise? Ido, Ije replied. This means profits will be up for grabs. One of the things that made it troublesome for people to cross the oceans and travel to other continents was because of the treacherous body of water between them. There were naturally occurring whirlpools that spawned out of nowhere, thunderous storms that could form in the middle of calm seas, and even towering tsunamis that were impossible to cross over. Despite his rule over the mighty seas, the Ocean King never helped anyone cross his territory. They were allowed to, but at their own risk. Meanwhile, the Draconic Queen, with her complete rule over all the dragons, used her subjects to offer long-distance journeys crossing continents for a very hefty sum of gold coins. It was a very fruitful business. However, the dragons were still subject to the whims of the natural ocean. They were still troubled by storms and tornadoes trying to cross the unforgiving seas. At least, they used to. Now, the Ocean King and the Dragon Queen have made an agreement. The details were unknown, but there was one thing clear. The dragons could now cross the ocean without any fear of disasters. The Ocean King would give them protection from the mighty seas. This would make intercontinental travel extremely easier, letting more people travel abroad without much risk to their lives. In short, there would be more tourists in the coming years. Rich tourists with gold to spend. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to restart the Golden Road. Eyes declared to the room with a smile on his face. What was the Golden Road? It was a network of trade routes that connected all the territories of the Queen's region. And where did this route start? It was none other than Orcus Town. The Golden Road used to be a place where commerce and trade were abundant. It was a market filled with the exchange of goods from all over the continent, creating demand and supply that eventually made everyone prosper in the long run. It was where Ives Vanderbilt and a lot of other people in this room had their start. I started as a lowly peddler in the Golden Road, trekking the entire continent, trying to sell spice and silk to earn a couple of bronze coins to spend. Eventually, he grew his business into what it was now. However, due to the disasters occurring in merchant ships while crossing the different continents, the trade of exotic goods and items eventually came to a stop. Ives and a lot of other companies didn't think it was worth it to spend billions of gold on buying a ship, manning it with a crew, and sending it on a months-long journey just for them to die in the ocean. They lost a lot of money trying to keep the Golden Road. Eventually, they lost too much and stopped investing in the Golden Road altogether, leading to its degradation and eventual demise. As much as I hate to agree with you, you're right, the bald old man muttered. The Hephaestus Company would earn a lot from selling armor on the Golden Road. I'm sure there will be a lot of weary and tired travelers landing in our continent after traveling by dragon wings, said the pink-haired old woman. Dragon wings were what they called the service dragons offered to transport people across oceans to another continent. People often experienced nausea after traveling with the dragons, which the old woman could take advantage of by selling medicine to cure their sickness. Having a lot of tourists will certainly help all of us. They'll need a place to stay, said the old woman who owned a lot of inns and taverns in the Queen's region. So we're all in agreement, then? We shall re-establish the Golden Road and fill our coffers with enough gold coins that will even make the dragons feel insecure. Ives claimed, his eyes burning with passion yet again. The whole room went silent as they began making plans in their heads. They knew that whoever controlled the Golden Road would eventually control the entire market of the Queen's region. If they played it right, they could essentially monopolize the profits to be made off of those tourists from the other continents. To do that, they needed to create a hub for the Golden Road. The hub was where people and products landed and where everything was distributed, meaning that if they controlled the hub, they could control where and how the products would be sold. Each of these conglomerate leaders had plans to make a hub of their own. They would transform one of their territories and make it popular enough to entice tourists. If it was popular enough, more and more people would choose to land there rather than anywhere else on the Golden Road, making it a hub for commerce and tourism. To do that, they needed a place that was connected to a lot of places in the Queen's region, a place that had a direct route towards even the deepest parts of the continent. There was already one place perfect as a hub for the Golden Road. It was none other than Orcus Town. They used to be the official hub of all trade coming in and out of the Queen's region. It was the best place to distribute products all over the continent because of its interconnecting routes in different territories. Stay connected with my virtual library Empire Orcus Town was like the bottom vein of a leaf. All the roads from this vein spread outwards into the edges, allowing nutrients to travel evenly in the leaf. Because of that, Orcus Town used to be a place that had fierce competition among companies. Whoever could get a spot in the town could have their hands on the very pulse of the Golden Road itself. But because of natural disasters and the eventual degradation of the Golden Road, Orcus Town became nothing more than a shell of itself. It became a ghost town. Even now, Ives and the rest of the people in the room considered Orcus Town as a lost cause. The place had collapsed beyond repair. They would rather rebuild the hub in their territories in the hopes that they would be able to control it in the future. Even Ives was hard at work, thinking with his hands in his mouth. But just then, someone knocked on the door and entered the room. Ives recognized him as one of his attendants. He ordered them not to disturb the room unless absolutely necessary. So, whatever he had to say was definitely something important. "Sir, I have some news," said the butler as he bowed towards Ives. Seeing his friends glaring at him for being too loud, Ives chose to leave the room and listen to his attendant's report. A minute passed after Ives left the room, when all of a sudden, they all heard a burst of raucous laughter coming from the door. Everyone gazed at the door with a curious look. They had never heard Ives laugh that hard since forever. He wasn't even that happy when the Vanderbilt Company gained global dominance. The door then opened, and Ives returned to the room. "Why were you laughing?" they asked him. Ives chuckled and sat back down to his seat. "I just heard something very interesting. I don't think any of you are going to believe me even if I told you, so I won't tell you. But Things have changed now. We will still establish a new golden road, but I have a proposition for you all. The people at the table listened carefully to I's next words. I will not be participating in the golden road, for as long as you all don't participate as well. Let's let our descendants fight it out. Gasps rang out in the room. They had never heard such a bold proposal from I's. It was uncharacteristic of him. He would never suggest that in a million years unless something serious happened. It made them wonder what kind of news he heard from his butler. Everyone gazed at I's silently, with their minds constantly turning as they tried to figure out the reason for his sudden change of heart. The Vanderbilt Lion would never willingly back out of competition, especially one against his friends. After all, each of the people in this room was a real threat to his dominion over the global market. The Golden Road was the chance they needed to finally overtake the Vanderbilt business. I's would be an idiot to let his less-than-stellar descendants handle the business in the Golden Road rather than himself. He was far too selfish to do that. You want to create a playground for the children? The old bald man asked him. I do. I's replied with a devious grin on his face. They all exchanged silent looks as they tried to decipher the hidden agenda in I's plans. After years and years of getting bested by the Vanderbilt Lion, they knew I's well enough to know that he wasn't going to make a bet that he knew he wouldn't win. Even still, no matter how much they thought about it, this proposal was beneficial for them all. The biggest benefit of it all was the fact that the main man himself, I's, wasn't going to dip his hands in the Golden Road business. Even if they weren't going to admit it outwardly, they knew that I's Vanderbilt had a high chance of dominating the Golden Road market if they had all fought head-on against each other. Some of them were even considering fighting just for the second-place position from the start. That was how much of a threat he was. But now that I's promised to stay his hand as long as they stayed theirs, then this meant that they had a much greater chance of finally overcoming the mountain that was the Vanderbilt business. Sure, they wouldn't be able to use their full resources to conquer the Golden Road, but that also meant that I's wouldn't be able to use his immense wealth to bully his way through the market. It would all come down to their descendants and their sub-companies. It was the battle of the future heirs and future inheritors of these conglomerates. And as far as they knew, no descendant of I's Vanderbilt could come close to his brilliance. Not even his direct children showed any sign of becoming a cub that could grow into a lion. Compared to the other conglomerates who all had a few standout descendants who were already showing their talents in the global market, the Vanderbilt family was sorely lacking in contenders for the competition in the Golden Road. I accept your proposal. Me too. I agree as well. Everyone raised their hands to quickly solidify their agreement. They didn't want to give I's any more time to second-guess himself and back out of this agreement. After all, this was the chance that they had been waiting for to finally defeat him. I's Vanderbilt smiled and raised the glass of mead in his hands, which the rest reciprocated. And so it is done. I wish all of you good luck in this competition. I's gulped down the whole glass. The others did too, with each one showing a satisfied smile on their faces, thinking that they had the upper hand. They were giddy at the fact that the Lion Vanderbilt had finally shown his weakness. And now, it was time for them to strike. But of course, none of them was happier than I's himself. After all, he had just found out something incredibly amazing just a few minutes ago. His youngest grandson had allied himself with the Dwarven Kingdom. This was a feat that even he was unable to do. It was absurd to think that Michael was only a child, yet he was able to do something that even none of these conglomerates could ever dream of doing. It was so absurd that he had to laugh. Ha ha! Michael, I knew that you had my killer instinct within you. Show me. Show me more. Show everyone that the Vanderbilt name is never dead. I will be waiting for you at the end of the Golden Road. Back in the nation of Reborn, after Michael introduced Yuna to the Dwarven King, the plan for the highway was quickly set into motion. With Yuna's expertise in diplomacy, she immediately outlined a plan to contact Orcustown and gain their trust. Once that was done, they could connect the concrete roads to the Queen's region, opening up the possibilities for expansion. Of course, Michael first needed to personally visit the town and see the place for himself. He and a couple of the Rebornian engineers needed to scout the current situation in the area and make plans to reinforce the entire structure to make it less prone to disasters. Oh, Byru, I'm planning on connecting the railway to the other parts of the King's region. What do you think about it? He asked the Dwarven King. Sure. The more tourists there are, the better, Byru said, while wearing a baseball jersey and drinking a beer in his hands. After seeing the positive feedback from the tourists, Michael planned to connect both electricity and railways to the entirety of the King's region as soon as possible. We'll provide you with all the materials you'll need, Byru promised. Wait, you're planning on constructing railways all over the King's region and creating another steam turbine at the same time? Yuna questioned. That would cost too much money. Yuna estimated that the amount of materials it would take to complete those tasks was already in the hundreds of millions of gold. And she wasn't even accounting for the labor yet. Ha ha ha. Looks like you still don't know much about my friend here. He's obscenely rich, you know, Byru said as he put his arms around Michael. You'll save so much more money if you start those projects separately, Yuna said. Find more chapters on my virtual library empire in response. Michael looked around the smiling tourists in his nation. I want them to experience the same comfort as our nation in their own homes. That's my endgame, he said to her genuinely. Yuna stared at Michael. He then shrugged his shoulders before walking away. Besides, it's just a couple of 100 million gold. After some preparations, Michael was finally ready to journey to the Queen's region using the highway system in the Dwarven Kingdom. Coming with him were the Dragonborn siblings, who refused to let Michael go anywhere without protection, as well as various Rebornians who could each contribute different skills and talents when needed. Yuna and her escorts also tagged along since they were already planning on going back to the Queen's region. As much as she and the rest of her escorts wanted to stay in the nation of Reborn, her parents would freak out if she didn't return after a few months of travel. Her skills as a diplomat were also incredibly helpful in the Queen's region. She would serve as a much-needed aid for Michael to navigate through the political landscape of a foreign land. Before they left, though, Michael left the nation in Lolo's hands, who proved himself adept at handling the Rebornians and keeping them in check. After the festival, the number of tourists remained high, which meant that everyone's workload increased significantly. Even though they had no electricity yet, people were already pre-ordering their own air conditioning systems and refrigerators to use in the future. Perhaps they just like to see it in their houses to remind them of the good times they had in the nation of Reborn. But all in all, the amount of gold they earned from this ended up helping cover the costs of the new projects Michael had started in the King's region. While he would be busy establishing the company in a new region, the Rebornians would be busy planning railroads and laying the foundations for the electric lines that would modernize everything and put it up to Rebornian standards. Thankfully, the mages and wizards from the Magic Tower offered their services to speed up the construction. It seemed that they were quite desperate for money to afford their own customized mithril wand artifact. It took them quite a few days before they finally reached the Dwarven Kingdom. There, they were greeted by eager dwarves who showed Michael the newly constructed concrete highway. It was divided into two, one for entering the Queen's region and one for leaving it. In the middle of this highway were tall street lamps that illuminated the whole place at night. Michael built this with the high-speed driving in mind to make overnight trips much safer and faster overall. This is amazing. Thanks for your help, Michael said to the hard-working dwarves. Take the week off. I'll give you an all-expenses-paid trip to our nation for you and your families. Enjoy. The dwarves cheered after hearing this. They weren't able to join the music festival because of this project, so now they were glad they got to see their work had paid off. Meanwhile, in the depths of a forest, a couple of peddlers tried to hike through the uneven terrain of the land. Are you sure it isn't dangerous here? The youngest among them asked. No, there weren't any earthquakes last night, so the ground won't suddenly collapse under our feet, the oldest replied. That doesn't make me feel better. Why are we risking our lives here again? I thought this place was a ghost town, the youngest asked. The oldest peddler looked back. Orcus Town needs our help. They're dying of hunger and thirst. Buying our wares is their only way to survive. But just as they were about to climb over one of the uprooted trees, they suddenly heard a loud, thumping sound echoing through the forest. It boomed through their bodies, rattling their very bones. Boo, two, two, boo, two, two, boo, two, two, ra, ta, ta, ra, ta, ta, ra, ta, ta. The thumping sounds were accompanied by growls and guttural shouts, which continued to get louder and louder with each echo. It was at this point that they realized that those weren't echoes. Those were the culmination of hundreds of other creatures shouting at the top of their lungs, each one trying to outdo the other. The peddlers suddenly felt their hearts palpitate from the sheer, deafening sound coming from the forest. The eldest peddler looked back at his team. Let's go back, he said decisively. Meanwhile, just up ahead of the forest was a gathering of orcs, with their pig-like snouts and their large, almost obese figures that made them look very intimidating even against their kind. On the left side were orcs who had wolf ears on the top of their heads, as well as patches of gray fur sparsely spread throughout their bodies. They called themselves the Orcanine tribe. On the right side were orcs who had very short ears and skin with rock-like patches that had spikes coming out of the roots. They were called the Orcupine tribe. Despite how it looked, these two orc groups were not the violent type. They made it their principle to solve their fight through a show of dominance. Boo! Two! Two! The Orcanine tribe shouted, squatting and slapping their meaty thighs to produce a thumping sound. Ra! Ta! Tage, the Orcupine tribe answered, strumming the spikes on their bodies to imitate the sound of a snake rattling its tail. These two tribes postured to show their dominance, yet none of them showed any sign of relenting. Leave, we stay here. No, you leave. We keep our place here. The two leaders exchanged pleasantries. Meanwhile, in the middle of the calm ocean, a sudden gust of wind disturbed the large cumulonimbus clouds populating the blue skies. Large winged creatures broke through the clouds, turning them into nothing but mist. These were none other than giant wyverns, creatures from the proud draconian race. And if one were courageous enough to go above the wyverns, then they would see an incredible sight. Constructed above the wide ribcage of the wyvern's body was a small town complete with wooden houses and constructs. Not only that, but it was also populated by hundreds, if not thousands, of humans and demi-humans. Find your next adventure on my virtual library empire, their destination. None other than the continent in the distance.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.